Coach, are you a car guy?
Yes.
You are. Okay, so let me ask you a question in a different way. If you had a car, would you take it out for a drive tonight for Game 1 of the Western Conference Final?
Yes, I would.
Ah, okay. Good to know.
1 minute later.
Take your questions. Please raise your hand and wait for the microphone. We'll start left side, second row. Mark.
Hey, Jared, first of all, is Kel McCarr playing tonight?
He's not.
He's not.
Vegas going to get there first, wide open, and they score. It is Nick Dowd, and that should do it. 44.5 seconds to go in the third. Dowd shot out of the cannon, gets the empty net goal, and Vegas leads 4-2 with 44 seconds left.
Felt the impact on OKL last night, that's for sure. Now, I don't know how people feel about this game so far this morning after a night to sleep on it. I'll tell you where I'm at. Disappointing, obviously, you're down 1-0 in this series. Vegas just capitalized on their opportunities and executed in a much better way than you did. I don't think there's any question about that. The overall feel to the game for me is not one of super, it's not doom and gloom. I thought it was a good hockey game. I thought the Avs played pretty well. They failed in the execution department. You give up a soft goal on the first goal from Scott Wedgwood. Wedgie made a couple of huge saves in that game, but that first goal was a little bit soft, so that's one. And then when they were given an opportunity to put the puck in the back of the net, Vegas capitalized and you didn't. And I don't think that this game is some sort of example of some fatal flaw that's within these two teams. I mean, think about it this way. I think for a majority of the game, you had the ice tilted in your favor. You had the momentum, and that's without Cale Makar on the ice. You failed in the execution department, where Vegas didn't. When Vegas had an odd man rush, they buried it in the back of the net. When they were on the power play, they created really good scoring chances and put one in. The game feels a lot different and would be a lot different if you just executed a couple of small things. You know, I thought Logan O'Connor was an absolute missile last night. I thought he was excellent. He's got that opportunity to bury one. He had a couple, actually. Couldn't quite finish. Naz Kadri at the end of the period had a chance to throw one in with about 2 seconds left. Couldn't beat Carter Hart. I just thought it was a lot of execution type issues mixed with something else. When you're this deep in the playoffs, you get a gigantic boost from depth players on your roster. You get a gigantic boost if your third and fourth line guys are going out there and playing at a high level. And what's funny is the Avs were getting that again last night. I thought your bottom six were excellent. The problem was the top unit. I just didn't see a lot out of Nathan McKinnon outside of maybe a couple of prime scoring chances, but even when he did get them, early in that game, weaves between traffic, has nobody in front of him and Carter Hart, and he throws it wide of the net. Got to put it on him. Nate just had a really big mistake. He's getting into the zone with pressure and speed, and instead of when he has a clear lane to cut to the middle of the ice, he kind of stops on a dime and tries this little pivot pass that ends up going to nobody, and Vegas gets it going the other way. Brock Nelson had a couple of really good chances, and instead of making Carter Hart work for it, he throws it right into his chest. That's little execution stuff from your top units, your top six, that needs to be better. And I think it will be, and it's why I'm not super panicked this morning. I know it sucks to go down 1-0, and it's not an ideal spot to be in, but I don't think that there's something that Vegas has that you don't. Like, I didn't see any of that last night. I saw a team that capitalized on opportunities more often than you did. And that was the difference in the game. And a couple of giant mistakes lead to you going down by 3 goals yet again. Like, that can't be a habit. You're able to get away with it, against Minnesota. That's one thing. Even when you're up 3-0, you allow Minnesota to come back into a game. That's not ideal either. That stuff's got to get cleaned up. But it didn't feel to me they were down 3-0 because Vegas was 3-0 better than you were. Does that make sense? Like, I know the score's the score, and this isn't like Cope. I think that Vegas earned everything they got. But when you go down 3-0 on a team, typically it's like you are being really outplayed, and I don't know if that's the case. Vegas was better than you were. But the goal separation did not match what I believed the feel of the game was.
Sometimes you win the game and not the score.
And it's not that. Like, Vegas earned the win. They were better than you were that night. But I guess what I'm saying is, if you fix a couple simple execution problems, this doesn't happen. You give up a soft goal on the first one, that's not great. The one that really bothered me, and this is something that bothers me all the time because I see this happen a lot, and I don't know why this is. I pray that opposing teams do this against the Avs. When you have a power play, and first of all, I despise those split period power plays where you get like 41 seconds before the end of a period, then you got to wait 20 minutes, and you got to try and execute for 1 minute when you come back. I can't stand them. It's too hard to get into a rhythm and have sustained pressure. But what I'm getting at is, at the end of a power play, for some reason, there seems to, like, people have this panic that sets in, like, oh my gosh, our 2 minutes are almost up. We have to get something on net. And it's like they think that they act as if a period's ending. And if you don't get the puck on net by the end of the period or the end of the power play, then something bad happens. I don't know what the mentality is. But you watched it last night. Sam Malinsky's got it. And the power play is coming to a close, only a couple seconds left, and he's like, well, I got to get this thing on net, and he just fires one with no lane. And what happens? Ricochets off a Vegas player, bounces the other direction. Now you got a 2-on-1 because their guy's jumping out of the box. If you don't have a lane, keep it. Worst case scenario, you're still in possession of the puck. It's just 5-on-5 now again. So I don't know. That kind of stuff drives me up a wall because you are begging, if you don't get that shot through, for an odd man rush going the other way, coming off a one-man advantage that you just had a couple seconds prior. But if Vegas is going to win games, how about this? Maybe the reason why I'm not feeling totally dour this morning. And don't get me wrong, I'm pissed off that you're down 1-0. I'm not happy with the result last night. But if this game is going to be played repeatedly, if this is going to be, I think, a nightly basis of whatever that game looked like, I think the Avs will execute a lot better, and they will win a majority of those games. But this is why we were talking about going into this, like, Vegas is a very, very stingy, tough team. And you can't give them opportunities to capitalize because they will capitalize on them. And if you do, you need to have the same level of execution coming back. And those things were just missing in the game last night. And I don't think that's going to continue throughout the course of the series. You know, the one thing that we did say is you have to stay out of the box. And for the most part, the Avs did. But if you're taking penalties, you have to take penalties that are made through plays of smart aggression, I'll say. And when Vegas has, the 4-on-3 that sort of 5 holes wedgie, and it's the soft goal, and you go down 1-0, you're like, yeah, that stinks. All right, let's regroup. And then Ross Colton, say what you want about whether it's a penalty or not. It's just not smart. It's you in front of God and everybody without a lot of traffic around you. You just throw your hand in the Vegas player's face. Does he sell it? Yes. Could you have evened that out with Kadri getting punched at the end of the first period? Yeah. They didn't. Big deal. But that's a stupid penalty to take. And those are the ones we were talking about. Like, one of the things we highlighted going into the game yesterday when Moser was talking about stay out of the box was you can't take penalties like I believe it was Parker Kelly's. Sorry, trying to think back to the last series. Parker Kelly, I believe, on Kaprizov, but he's in the middle of the ice, nobody around him, and just throws a stick right between the numbers and puts him on the ground. Like, that's going to be automatic. And that feels like that's not smart aggression. That is frustration. And you can't take a frustration penalty, especially after you just went down 1-0. You need to go out and respond to what just happened, and instead you're playing at a man disadvantage. Vegas once again executes. Nice play by Marner to set up Dorfus. But the point here is you can't go out and, especially after you go down 1-0, take a frustration penalty that leads to you being at a man disadvantage again. Whether it's a sell job or not, you just got to be smarter. And I think at times last night, Vegas was the smarter team who executed better. The nice thing is those things are correctable. And if I ask you guys this question, and to give you guys a heads up, it's going to be an Avalanche playoff ticket Thursday. We're giving away pairs of tickets each show to Game 2. So stay tuned for those keywords on the 20s. But if I ask you guys the question of, do you feel as if last night, despite the loss, the Avs played overall a pretty good game that just came down to simple execution problems that can be changed in a hurry? None of that game had the feel of Vegas had something of a number on you. They made a couple of plays. You didn't. That happens. The Avs weren't going to go, 16-1 during the course of this postseason. So I'm frustrated, but not panicking, because I think the Avs can fix this thing in a hurry. And look, we don't know what the status of Cale Makar is going to be moving forward. He is day to day. Don't like the fact that he couldn't give it a go in game 1. I don't know how much better that's going to get, in 2 days, but we'll see. 303-504-0925, broadcasting from the Backus and Schenker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Keywords on the 20s every hour for a chance to get in the building for Game 2. And your first keyword comes your way in just a couple of minutes. Stick around.
anything to really take from how that game ended, or is this?
I've just said execution like 5 times. Like, I think that's what hurt us.
It's an Avalanche playoff ticket Thursday. We're giving away tickets to Game 2 tomorrow night all day today. Keywords every hour and a pair on every show. Text the word romaine, like romaine lettuce, right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you're entered. ColoradoAvalanche.com/playoffs is your home for everything you need during this run, from Avs Valley information to game tickets and more. It's ColoradoAvalanche.com/playoffs. But again, this hour's keyword is romaine. So
I'll do my best, Coach Sanford, here and go, Raj, it's probably romaine because you all need to remain calm about the Avs. Raj, we're going to be fine. Last time I checked, you got to win 4 games. So the Knights have to win 3 more games against this team. It's not happening, Raj.
Look, I think I am surprisingly, like for myself, surprisingly calm this morning. I just think if you had one thing go your way, if Wedgwood doesn't give up the soft goal to kind of start the game, if Logan O'Connor, who was great last night, finishes on one of his attempts where he was screaming towards the front of the net, whether it's the one that he did, basically the somersault over the crossbar, or the backhand that he almost had. If you get Nazem Kadri at the end of the period burying one, I think all of that changes the entire feel of the game, and I think the Avs come back to win. Bottom line is you didn't. And you just heard Nathan MacKinnon talk about it. He goes, I said execution 5 times. Like, that's what it's about. And that's the truth. Like, this isn't, you don't need to take some holistic approach into changing entirely what you do to try and counter what Vegas does. I think at the top of your game, you are better than Vegas. You had, and just to highlight a couple of things, we've talked about the specific plays, whether it's LOC's lack of finishes, or Kadri not putting one in at the end of the period, or a soft goal that's given up by Scott Wedgwood. Those things are specific details that can switch a game. If you wanted to take a more holistic approach and discuss like a bigger problem with Game 1, and this is something that I don't think extends into the rest of this this series. But I thought your top dogs weren't good last night. I just don't. I think that's kind of where the game was lost. Just overall, the people that you rely on most just didn't have the impact that you wanted to. You know, MacKinnon had a couple of moments where he looked dangerous, but I don't think it was enough. You know, when he did weave to the front of the net, have no traffic in front of him, he's about, 10 feet from Carter Hart. You got to put the puck on net somewhere, he misses entirely. Like, that's the little stuff that if that changes, then I think you're going to be okay. But a bunch of texts coming through here, and I do want to hear from you guys this morning. Texture says, I'm with you. I don't think Vegas was exponentially better. I think the Avs got caught a little lax on the second and fourth goals. Fix that, and it's a different game. Another says, we played literally one of our worst games, still had a chance, and at the end, we looked like we were slow at times, and yeah, I agree 100%, but we'll be okay. This wasn't a good start. True. You don't want to go down 1-0, but I thought all along this was going a minimum of 6, probably 7 games. This series was. It's just kind of how this goes. The later you get in the postseason, the more the sort of pressure mounts up and things happen. It's their first deficit they've had the entire postseason. It's the first time the Avs have truly faced some sort of adversity. You know, when Minnesota won Game 3, that's not adversity. You're up 2-1. But now you find yourself in a hole for the first time. And I think this team is going to respond. And I think last night, not having Cale Makar obviously hurt. You know, it's not ideal to have, no disrespect to him, but Jack Ashawn out there. He looks like over the last couple of games that he's played, he's been a little bit lost. Not executing at a level that is, I would say, passable, if that makes sense. And it's not really his fault. He wasn't supposed to be relied upon at this point in the schedule. And when you lose a guy like Cale Makar, there's no replacing that. You know, and that's where I put more of the onus on guys like McKinnon or Brock Nelson or your top dudes. They're the ones that got to make up for what you didn't have. And I think that Brock does a whole bunch of things that are necessary to winning hockey games. But way too often throughout the course of this postseason, he's been a 0-0 on the score sheet. Throughout all of these games that you've played so far, which is now 9 in total. I'm sorry, 10 in total. He has 2 goals and 1 assist, 3 total points throughout the entire postseason. Keep in mind, the goal that he scored against Minnesota was an empty netter to win 5-2. The other goal that he scored was against the Kings. Now, that was a big goal because you're up only 3-2 at that point. But it's still an empty netter that made it 4-2, and that's how you beat the Kings in Game 3. There just isn't quite enough of execution on his part for a guy who's supposed to be a huge part of your scoring total. A guy who's supposed to be on the stat sheet consistently. And I'm looking at guys more like him than I am guys like Jack Ashawn, who's trying to fill in for an absent Cale Makar and give you just a few good minutes. He's not the guy that's going to be cutting or making up the slack for no Cale Makar in the lineup. So a bunch of different sort of angles that we can look at with this game. But again, if you want in, 303-504-0925. Texture says, Brett, last night's game was one of the worst playoff performances I've ever seen by the Avalanche. They couldn't. There's a missing word here. Vegas's 4-man defensive front and looked like a squad of senile men in their 90s. I mean, I didn't see this at all. I'm not even saying I suppose that you're wrong. My read on the game was entirely different. You think that's one of the worst playoff performances you've ever seen? I thought the game was pretty evenly matched. Again, just because the score said 3-0, I don't think that was at all the vibe of the game. It happened. But when you talk about, well, if what I'm saying is true, then how did you get to the point where you're down 3 goals in that game going into the third? And I think that Nathan McKinnon said it afterwards. It's a simple execution issue that they couldn't do, that Vegas did. I thought the majority of the game, the ice was actually tilted in your favor. You had, I'll recap this again. Here's my read on it. You had a soft goal that was given up by Scott Wedgwood on the first goal of the game from Vegas. It just was. I know it was a 4-on-3, but it wasn't like you got sniped top shelf on a 90-mile-an-hour slapper and nothing you could do about it because you were shielded in traffic. It was a soft goal. And I don't think that Wedgwood played poorly last night. I think he had a couple of big saves. That one was just for a tight game where scoring was hard to come by. Giving up a soft goal hurts. On the flip side, Carter Hart did not do that. Carter Hart was excellent. I think at times you didn't make him work hard enough to make some saves, but he made some big ones. And he didn't give up any softies. So that's one example. The other, You took a really dumb penalty after giving up that first goal. That can't happen. Ross Colton's penalty was a penalty of frustration. And we can talk about, well, the dude embellished the call or whatever. Yeah, he did a little bit in the same way that Kadri sort of, when he got punched in the face after the second period ended, could they have called a penalty? I guess they could have. Did Kadri try and sell it? Yeah, he did. But you can't take a stupid penalty after you go down 1-0 when it feels like goals are going to be hard to come by. You can't put yourself at that disadvantage. So I thought that was dumb from Ross Colton. Thirdly, at the end of a power play, you have to make sure if you're throwing something from the blue line, it's going to get through. And Sam Alinsky tries to throw one on net at the end of the power play, snaps it right off of dude's chest in front of him, and now you got a 2-on-1 going the other direction with the guy jumping out of the box and nobody in front of him. That's a giant mistake. Like, you just made a couple of really big mistakes in the game, and Vegas didn't. And that's an execution problem. And you don't have to hear from me. Nelly, can you give him Nathan McKinnon again after the game? When he's talking to reporters, asking, kind of what went wrong and what led to you going down 3-0. This is your top dog on the team.
Anything to really take from how that game ended, or is this?
I've just said execution like 5 times. Like, I think that's what hurt us.
That's it. And I think that is entirely correctable. But again, it's certainly a huge matter of correcting the little stuff, because I think the little stuff is what killed you. And then overall, just being a lot sharper at the top of your roster. Most teams, they have this thing where they're talking about, well, our depth is the reason we're getting beat because our top guys are doing their job, but our bottom guys are the ones that are sort of blowing it for us. And I think even with this game and dating back to at times the Minnesota series, the strength of your team has been the bottom 6. They've been the ones winning their minutes more often than not. You got to see more out of your top 6. Because I'm not going to put games like this on the lower end guys on the roster. You got to be more dangerous with your top line. Like, Bednar late in that game is shifting his lines around, throwing Lehkonen up and down. He's moving Landeskog up and down. He's moving a whole bunch of different people. Nate just dropped to the second line to try and create something. Your top guys got to be way more dangerous, and I think that they will be moving forward. But if you think that this game is like last night, Vegas just completely demolished you, I don't think that we watched the same thing. And I don't know, Nelly, do you have like the opening thoughts of Bedsy after the game? Because I'd be curious to see what the first thing that was on his mind.
I thought it was good at times and not good enough at others. Like the start of the game, good energy, good pace. Thought we faded away for 20 minutes in there. And not from lack of effort. I think it was I didn't love our puck play tonight, like our execution coming out of our zone, through the neutral zone a little bit, even ozone play. We gave them a handful of odd man rushes that came off our turnovers and missed execution, even if we were doing the right thing. And I liked the third period. I thought we had a lot of juice and energy in the third period to try and fight our way back into it. But you're going to have to play a full 60 better than we did tonight, especially with the puck.
I would co-sign everything he just said. One of the things I had written down in my notes was the first 7 minutes of the game felt like it was all Avs, and then the next 7 minutes felt like it was all Vegas. Had good energy to start the game. You kind of lost it there for a little bit. Head out of the first period. It's 0-0. All right, let's reset. Get back going in the second. Vegas finds a way to put one on the board, and then you take the penalty right afterwards, and now you're playing catch-up again. And the Avs are capable of coming back and playing catch-up because you saw what they looked like in the third period. When that team has a real sense of urgency to them, they're super dangerous. They can't keep putting themselves in that position. You know, the Avs have always been a team, really over the last few years, that feels like it takes them to get sort of punched in the mouth, maybe to realize that they're in a fight. And sometimes they come back from it, and other times it's just too little, too late. And I think last night's an example. But overall, I thought the game was okay. You know, I'm telling you, if Logan O'Connor finishes one of his two pretty amazing plays, the entire vibe of the game changes. If Kadri throws it in at the end of the second, the entire vibe of the game changes. And I think the Avs win the game if one of those two things happen. But it didn't, and they didn't. In Vegas, when they had those opportunities, they did finish. That is entirely correctable moving forward. Big thing is I think you got to make Carter Hart work more. A lot of the shots that he faced were ones where he just kind of right in the breadbasket. Didn't have to do too much. He was starting to give up a few rebounds there towards the mid to late second period, and I thought that maybe that's when you could start to find a couple of putbacks. But to his credit, I mean, he finished that game. He faced 38 shots. He stopped 36 of them, and one of them was a 6-on-4 at the very end of the third. Give him credit. Played well. Played better than Wedgwood did. So 303-504-0925. Reminder to you guys, Avalanche playoff ticket Thursday. Giving away tickets to Game 2 tomorrow night all day. Text the word Romaine and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Gets you a chance to get in the building for tomorrow night's Game 2. Every show going to have a pair of tickets and keywords on the 20s every hour. So stay tuned for that. Back after this. Remember, we get those keywords on the 20s all day today. Each show giving away a pair of tickets to Game 2. Who else in town's going to get you in the building for Game 2? And Game 1. And every other home game that we've had with the Avs all playoff run. It's us. So, a lot to discuss with the game last night. Obviously, not the ideal start. You're down. Sorry, I am hearing myself on a loop now. This is what happens, Nelly. I try and listen to a couple of pieces of audio during a break, and then all of a sudden I got myself repeating. I never get to listen to my own show. It's kind of fun sometimes. Point is, not an ideal start to this series. I do not feel as if there's anything indicative from Game 1 that is going to continue to plague you throughout the course of the series. And what I mean, I guess, is they're correctable mistakes. They could continue to plague you if you don't get them fixed, but I don't think they're a difficult fix. The nice thing about where the Avs are going to be with this roster right now, and not having Cale Makar is a huge, huge issue. But you aren't going to lose any game because Vegas is more talented than you. That's the one thing you can't overcome. If this is about top guys need to execute better, well, you got a good shot at doing that. Vegas's top guys played well last night. Their leading goal scorers, guess what? Scored more goals yesterday. Howden didn't get a shorthanded goal, but it was a few seconds after you just exited a power play. And if you want to keep a running tally, he's got 3 this postseason. If you want to count that in the same way that I would count a power play goal that they scored 2 seconds after it ended, that would be his 4th. But you allowed that to happen by making a dumb decision of end of power play. I don't have a window. I'm going to try and fire the puck anyway, deflects back behind you, and now you're on an odd man rush. Too many of those last night in the game. And that is something that I think the Avs have done really well throughout the course of this postseason, is not getting themselves, they've played disciplined enough to not put themselves in unenviable positions, like giving up odd man rushes and being a little bit out of sorts with the opposing team going the other direction. Last night, there was a few too many, and that, I think, is very out of character for how they've played throughout this entire postseason. So all of that, I think, kind of boils together, along with the fact that you don't have Makar. Some guys, you just need them to step up more. And I don't think you quite got that. Cale Makar is one of the best players in the world. If you don't have him, things are going to look a little bit different, and I think that could easily apply to some of the execution issues. It could easily apply to why you looked a little bit maybe slower in that game than you would have thought. You know, you're on a power play, and you're used to Cale sort of trolling along that blue line. Didn't happen. And Taves is a good enough player. That's not the issue. But you're talking about one of the best in the world and a generational type talent not being in the lineup. Here's Bednar and Makar's absence.
He's an important player, right? And he plays a lot. And some of the areas that we struggled with tonight, those are his strengths. Yeah, I mean, it affects. He's out there a lot with the McKinnon line. There's definitely, a trickle-down effect to that. But he's not playing, so you have to find a way. I think the guys that we had playing tonight, not just the D, but we're capable more and capable of better, and it just wasn't there for us tonight, and we got to make sure it is for Game 2.
That's it. Capable of more and capable of better, and it wasn't there last night. This is going to be a real gut check moment for, I think, a couple of guys that, how do I put this? It feels like there's a couple of dudes on this team, and I'm going to make a baseball reference because that's the world that I lived in for 2 decades. There can be a guy that's slumping at the plate. Maybe he's 0 for his last 17 or 1 for his last 20. and you watch him swing the bat, and he hits the ball on the screws, but maybe he goes right to the shortstop, or maybe he lines out to center, or maybe he hits a ball on the warning track, and you're like, man, I feel like I'm doing the right things. It's just not all coming together. And I think there's a couple of guys in this team that are kind of like that are doing a lot of right things, but aren't getting the final piece sort of turned over. And I think a lot of the guys that I would put in that category are people that are sort of playing that second line role. Your Brock Nelsons, Val, who did score last night, and I think Val's been excellent at points throughout this postseason. But you need your second line to produce in a bigger way than they have in the first two series and now in game one against Vegas. It's just got to be a little bit better. And they got to find a way to put the puck in the back of the net. Doesn't mean that they aren't doing things correctly, but it does mean that you need to get the final result. And I think with Brock Nelson in particular, had a couple of really good chances, worked hard, created really good opportunities just to have, his shot go in the gut of Carter Hart. Got to make that a lot more difficult on him. Carter Hart, who's kind of been on a heater here throughout the course of the postseason, make him work to make the saves. Don't make it easy. Pick spots and have him flash a glove save every once in a while. Make him use the paddle. Do all of that stuff and create a little bit of chaos in front of him. And that's where I think the capable of better comes in. Especially when you don't have McCarr. Other guys need to then raise their game. So 303-504-0925. Texture says, here's what's not correctable. This team is mentally weak. Continually taking dumb penalties, not coming out with urgency, stretches of lack of execution, propensity to just float throughout most of the game, then try and play. You could overcome that in the previous series, but not here. This feels like it's heading toward another disappointing season. Again, I don't think this team's mentally weak at all. At all. Yes, frustration penalties are frustrating. And that's what Ross Colton got hit with. It was also an excellent sell job. But still, you can't put yourself in a position to get called for something like that. I thought they did come out with urgency. You can't tell me the first 7 minutes of that game wasn't all Avs. But the game ebbs and flows. So it was Avs, and then it became Vegas. And then Avs would take it back again, then it became Vegas. And Vegas got one on the board, and you compounded a mistake, which is the problem. Give up a soft goal, compound the mistake by taking a penalty shortly afterwards, and now Vegas is up 2-0, and the game feels entirely different. I will say this. I don't know what it is about when the Avs lose. They're 8-2 right now in the postseason. Being down 1-0 in a series is not good, obviously. But there's some panicky Pete's out here that look at things in a vacuum instead of holistically, not seeing the forest through the trees. You can't tell me that what the Avs have accomplished so far is all fake, and the only thing that's real was the 60 minutes that you saw last night. And not even the 60 minutes, it's the nitpicking of the things that they did the worst last night. I don't buy it. And I told you, I'm not happy this morning, but I am not dour on the chances that the Avs can come back and flip this game back in their favor in a hurry. Do I think the Avs can win the next two games, game 2 at Ball Arena and then game 3 at Vegas? Take it right back? Yeah, I totally think they can do that. To be honest, I'm kind of expecting it. Bednar said it, and Nelly, I think it's, can you get me? Cut 5, please, from Bednar. When the Avs tend to lose or maybe not show up for a night, there's a really, really good chance that team's going to bounce back. Listen to this.
History. It's not like we haven't lost games this year and bounced back. I was saying this morning, generally when we address things as a group that we need to be better at, and give them like clear direction, we are usually better at them. You know, that's another big break. And it, like, even at times, like good decisions, good puck decisions tonight, were misexecuted and led to some trouble in all three zones.
That's it. Execute better. They are more than capable of doing that moving forward. So a lot more to discuss. 303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Keywords every hour on the 20s. Your chance to get in the building for Game 2 at Ball Arena. So stay tuned for that. Each show with a pair of tickets all day today. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv. Search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. Also on YouTube. Subscribe to that channel. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next. Coach, are you a car guy?
Yes.
You are. Okay, so let me ask you a question in a different way. If you had a car, would you take it out for a drive tonight for Game 1 of the Western Conference Final?
Yes, I would.
Ah, okay. Good to know.
1 minute later.
Take your questions. Please raise your hand and wait for the microphone. We'll start left side, second row, Mark.
Hey, Jared, first of all, is Kel McCarr playing tonight?
He's not.
He's not.
5 seconds left. Burns with it. 4 seconds. In his own zone. Shoots it ahead. Nelson will tap it. And the Avalanche suffered their first loss on home ice in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Vegas up 3-0. It was 3-2. But they find the empty netter and find the 4-2 win to take a 1-0 series lead here in the Western Conference Final.
All right, so a lot to do this morning. Vic is off today, so it's myself and Moj. Hello, Moj. I know you were there last night.
Good morning.
Not the ideal start that you wanted to this series, but can I say something real quick? I'll give you kind of where I'm at, Moj, and then let you just sort of take the floor, if you will.
Sure.
Obviously not what you wanted out of Game 1. And I'm trying to find a way to portray this accurately. Vegas deserved the win. Vegas was the better team last night. I don't feel like a 3-0 deficit was reflective of the game the Avs played, though. The Avs were not as good as Vegas, but 3-0 sort of connotes that, hey, this team is dominating you, and that is not the feel that I had from the game. I felt like it came down to a couple of really crucial mistakes by the Avs and a couple of really well-executed things from Vegas last night. And that's the separation. And sometimes that happens. It just feels totally different because, one, the Avs have never trailed in a playoff series yet this year. And two, the Avs have only lost a single game. And so when you double your losses in one night, there's a different impact emotionally on that.
Oh, I can understand the emotional impact of things. Absolutely, I can. You lost a home playoff game.
That too.
Ooh, mamma mia. People want it. They want it badly. Understood. You weren't not going to, how am I trying to say this? You were going to lose another hockey game at some point. You were.
Yeah.
Last night,
are you telling me you weren't going 16-1 to a Stanley Cup?
Well, I don't think you were going to.
Okay.
Let me try to explain, though. I thought Nathan McKinnon summed it up pretty well. I thought the coach summed it up pretty well. But we're going to go through a lot of different things today, and hopefully I can talk some people off the ledge. Is it my understanding, having listened to a little bit of the appetizer hour, that we have some Avalanche fans out there who are ready to find a bridge? What are we looking at? You tell me, Brett. Help me understand a little bit more. And we're going to get into this game, and I'm going to explain some good, some bad, some ugly, some not so bad.
I've noticed this. Look, I've been here for over 7 years now. Okay, so I feel like I got a pretty good read on how people feel about things. There are certain ways that certain fan bases react to stuff. And I've always felt that the Avs, some Avs fans, maybe a vocal minority, whatever you want to call it, are very reactionary to a single game. And I would say this. If you had, and we get the highlights actually on right in front of us here of the game last night, this is what it feels like to me. If the Avs get the Logan O'Connor shot that doesn't ring off the post, and I thought LOC was amazing last night, really good, just barely couldn't finish on that shot and that little backhand that he had. If you get Kadri at the end of the second period, who tried to find that last, 2 seconds left on the clock shot, if that goes in, completely different feel of the game.
Nelly had a good opportunity. A pretty wide, tough angle, but had some net.
Yeah.
Fired it over the top. You see what I'm saying?
Just if one of those things changes, I think the Avs win that game. I really do, because I think it flips the momentum of it. You get the crowd back into the game, all of that. Instead, either Carter Hart makes a save or McKinnon, for example, as he's weaving through traffic, it's just him and Carter Hart in front of the net, and he misses wide.
Yeah.
Like, that's not what McKinnon usually does.
I'm today. You know what I am today? Let me tell you what I am today. And I want everybody to listen in very, very closely as the Avs trail 1-0 in the Western Conference Final. I am a flight attendant.
Hey, Toots.
Okay, this ain't 1963, bro.
Oh, sorry.
I'm not there.
Those
with a
are
full
my
suit,
flight attendants.
Smoking Chesterfield non-filters, eating steak on a plane.
Those are the flight attendants that I want. I want the ones that bring me a whiskey
with a little hat thing on, bringing you a whiskey and a steak. Right, in the lounge.
The what do they call them? The fishnet, the pantyhose. Pantyhose are on. Yeah,
God.
I want those.
You know what? If we ever get enough money, we should
travel back in time.
We should have bought Spirit Air, bro, and brought it all back.
Exactly.
That's what we should have done.
You guys want whiskey in a glass and smoke on a flight? I got you.
We got you. Okay, I am your flight attendant. Let me explain. I'm sure some of you out there are probably nervous flyers. Brett, how are you as a flyer? Nelly, how are you as a flyer?
I sleep the entire flight. I'm cool like the other side of the pillow, Moj.
I have noise-canceling headphones. If that flight was going into the side of a mountain, I wouldn't know it.
Some people are nervous flyers. And because I learned to fly an airplane some 22 years ago, and have flown many airplanes. Let me explain something to you, though, about the flight attendant analogy. Never, ever panic on an airplane. Never worry about, I can try to talk you through turbulence and what it means and so on and so forth. Never worry about a damn thing until a flight attendant is worried. All right?
I like that, yes.
Never, ever worry about anything on an airplane. Anything. Until you can see a visible sign of a flight attendant maybe a little
being
uneasy.
Panicky.
Well, not even panicky, because their job is to maintain chill.
But you can tell.
Yeah, exactly right. So you may be going through bumps and whatnot, and if she's doing her nails, filing her nails sitting in her little jump seat, don't sweat a damn thing.
Sure.
Trust me. I'm your flight attendant. And while we went through some turbulence last night and maybe dropped 50, 100, 200 feet, plane ain't going down. Okay?
Yep.
Carter Hart played his ass off last night.
He did.
I would argue to you, and Avalanche fans, do with this what you will, and you can be pessimistic all you want. I'm your flight attendant. He can't play better than he played last night.
And he
might be able to play as well at times, but he cannot play better than he did last night. That's number one.
He played better than Wedgie, and Wedgie didn't even play poorly. Wedgie had one soft goal that he gave up.
The five-hole stunk.
Yep.
But I tell you, even on the 5-hole goal, look,
it was a 4-on-3.
But that doesn't matter. Dylan Coughlin, he's not that clever.
No, he's like a Jack Ashan, right? Isn't he an AHL guy?
A little bit, yeah. And because Lausanne is out, he's into the lineup. He's like a 7th.
Yeah.
He's not trying to shoot 5-hole last night. Let me explain. The first goal for Vegas, he's not trying to find the 5-hole on Scott Wedgwood. Believe me when I tell you, he's trying to go top shelf.
Yeah.
And he muffined it through the 5-hole.
Yep.
Which means when you watch his stick, watch his follow through, he's trying to go up. He ain't trying to keep it on the ice and go through the 5-hole. He just got
he got lucky.
Yeah, wrong part of the puck, and it stayed on the ice. So Wedgie's looking at his release. Wedgie's looking at what his body language is and what does it look like he's trying to do, and Wedgie's ready for that. And it caught him by surprise, no doubt about it, because the guy's trying to go top shelf, and he didn't get enough of the puck, and it goes 5-hole. Carter Hart can't play any better than he did. I would argue to you that Vegas can clean things up a little bit, but they cannot play better in front of their own net than they did.
Agreed.
They checked really well in front of their own net.
Tortorella said that last night.
He did?
Yes.
Okay. Well, it was obvious, so he should have said it. They can clean some things up in their own game. They really can. But that's Vegas. What you saw last night, that's their game. So expect 6 more of those. Okay?
Sure.
How well did they counterpunch?
Really well.
That's what they do.
Yeah, they get outshot a lot. But then they find their opportunities and they capitalize. And I think that's what last night was about is, look, the Avs are good in that category too. They weren't last night. They just weren't last night. And that's, to me, why, look, disappointed, yes, but I'm not panicking at all.
I'm gonna continue on here.
Go ahead, sorry.
The power play goal for Dorofeev, nice play. Mitchie Marner
Good
made
dish
a
by
really
Marner.
nice play.
Yep.
I mean, the Avs seemingly did all the right things, but Burns sort of chased through the slot a little bit to the man in the corner, and then it went behind him. Nonetheless, good shot. Good players make good plays, and that's what happened with Mitchie Marner. Because he's chasing that puck but is able to get it on the reach and the stretch and deliver it to Dorofeev, what it did is it just separated you enough to allow Dorofeev to make that shot. The third goal, look, they're on an odd man rush. But Howden, he bats it out of midair with his glove.
I know.
He barely gets a stick on it right before it crosses the goal line. It would have been no goal, clearly batting it into an empty net. But he just got it. It'd be like if you knocked it down and then shot it. That's how they count that goal.
Yep.
So it was a pretty fortunate goal, too, to have Wedgwood make the save, and it's going high in the air, and he reaches out and bang. I mean, so some things went against you. No excuse making here because the Avs, and let me go to the Avs part. They can improve a lot.
A lot.
And they will improve a lot. Trust me when I tell you, they are going to be much better. And still, it's a 3-2 game, okay? So I'm not here today to even remotely go, a little nerve. I'm not. I'm sitting here today cool as a cucumber. I am your flight attendant. Listen to me. I'm going to take you through more of this game. I'm going to take you through more of things that they can clean up, things they can do better. But just rest assured here in this first segment that I got you today, and it's going to be okay.
So I think there were 3 moments in that game that kind of changed things in the favor of Vegas that we'll get to in just a second. I want to note some guys that I think got to be better in game 2 than in game 1. Look, there's a little bit of a learning curve that's going to take place when Cale Makar, one of the best players in the world, isn't on the ice. That's to be expected. But I think even in spite of that, majority of the game, I would say, I think that, not that it was a lot, but at least 50-50. The Avs had the ice tilted in their favor even without Makar.
I've got so much more to explain to you, Brett. I've got so much more to explain to you why I am zero panic today.
I mean, I'm kind of with you.
And this is not Homer. This is not burgundy-colored glasses. This is not...
You were not dominated last night. It's not as if Vegas just totally wrecked you. They just made a couple of plays.
You're on the right track.
So we'll get more into this in just a little bit. Reminder to you guys, it is an Avalanche playoff ticket Thursday. So we're trying to get you in the building for Game 2 tomorrow night. Keywords every hour on the 20s, each show. 4 pairs of tickets that we're giving away throughout the course of the day today right here on 92.5. If you've been putting off fixing your smile, maybe today's the day to change that. Restorative Dentistry Group. Get the smile you deserve at denversmileagain.com. So a lot to break down. I want to go through what I think 3 things from last night that sort of changed the game in a huge way towards Vegas's favor, along with a couple of guys that maybe need to step their game up for Game 2. And we'll get there in just a few minutes. Again, Vic's out today. Britt Kane, Mark Moser, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane back after this.
Everything seems like it's more expensive nowadays. Stinks. You got to spend more for the things you buy on a regular basis. Well, it's Mark Moser here to tell you how you can make that work better in your favor with my friends at American Financing. Stop stressing. Stop robbing Peter to pay Paul. Stop financing your past and start funding your future. If you've got equity in your home and you have high-interest credit card debt, trust me when I tell you, you can use your home's equity to pay off that high-interest debt and consolidate. Make things a lot easier on you on a daily basis because a mortgage rate is much lower than those credit card rates that are sometimes 20% or more, and it's ridiculous. And the thing about American Financing is this. They are good people, family-owned. I've known them for an awfully long time. And they help people like you every single day. They're not there to judge. They're not there to say, oh, God, you got a little bit over your head. They're there to help you. Trust me when I tell you that. And if you do refinance, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments, close in as fast as 10 days, and save $800 a month. That's what the average customer saves. Salary-based mortgage consultants, no upfront fees. There is no obligation. Here is the telephone number, and tell them that Moser sent you. 303-695-7000. Very simple. That number again, 303-695-7000. Do yourself a favor. Consolidate, calibrate, conquer. Get out of that debt. Go to AmericanFinancing.net. Keyword time, yeah. Keyword time, let's get it on, yeah. On with the yeah. With
Wait,
the on.
Nelly, is this the band Lettuce?
Bingo.
Oh, I love Lettuce.
Dude, I saw Lettuce.
They're awesome.
With Tower of Power at Red Rocks.
Okay, hang on. Sorry, I got to get this out
get
real
your
quick.
keyword out.
Avalanche Playoff Ticket Thursday. We're giving away tickets to Game 2 tomorrow night. All day today. Keywords every hour and a pair on every show. Some shows have multiple pairs, if you know what I mean. Whatever.
Text
the keyword iceberg.
I like it. Yes.
Right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you're entered. ColoradoAvalanche.com/playoffs is the home for everything you need during this run. From Avs Alley information to game tickets and more, it's ColoradoAvalanche.com/playoffs. Again, this hour's keyword is iceberg.
As in the Titanic hit an
lettuce.
No.
Yeah, an iceberg. Okay. Yeah, lettuce is excellent.
Yeah, it was
really
it was such a good show. God, I had such a good time. I'm not a big super jam band kind of guy. Like I would never go to Fish.
Me either.
But I love Tower of Power, and Lettuce is killer.
So
let's do it now. Let's get more into it. You ready?
Let me give you. Can I give you three things that I think were the biggest impacts from the game last night? And there's multiple things you can throw in here, but just off the top of my head. Number one is a soft goal that was given up in a 0-0 game where goals were hard to come by. I think that one just hurts. Because
things were pretty tight until then, yes.
There was nothing happening. Things were tight. When you have a game like this, if you get an easy goal, that's just, it's more than being down 1-0. It's, man, goals are hard to come by, and they got one easy. And that's, I think, mentally, that's a little bit more brutal. Number two, when you discussed yesterday, Moser, and we've talked about this heading into this series and even the series against Minnesota, stay out of the box. The Avs didn't make a parade to the box last night, but to go down 1-0 and to take a frustration penalty, because that's what Ross Colton got. And I get it. It was a little bit of a sell job and all of that stuff. Point is,
you know, I worry about Anderson.
I know, Moser.
I know, yeah.
I know. He embellished and sold the call.
You think?
But don't put yourself in a position to go to the box when you go down 1-0.
Agreed.
That's all I'm saying. Like, could they have called the same thing on who punched Kadri at the end of the second period? Or the end of the first?
Was it? It wasn't Hannafin.
Oh, whatever. Whoever. Was it McNabb?
Yeah, it might have been McNabb behind the cage. Yeah.
And look, Kadri tried to sell that one too. You didn't get the call. Whatever. The point is, don't take a stupid frustration penalty when you're down 1-0.
Was it Hutton? It might have been Hutton. I'm trying to remember. Go ahead.
Because that leads to the second goal, and now you're really, really in a hole. And then thirdly, I think that here's what's interesting. A lot of times teams, NHL teams, when the postseason comes around, they get production out of their top guys, and they just lack execution on the bottom. The Avs, I think, had the opposite problem last night. I thought your bottom six were excellent. Logan O'Connor might have been the best player on the ice the entire game.
I thought Kelly, Drury, and LOC I thought they were very good.
Excellent. I thought your top line guys weren't good. I thought McKinnon.
They were not one unit last night. Agreed.
McKinnon was dangerous, I guess, at times, but when he got some prime opportunities, he misses the net on that one that he's right in front of Carter Hart. Natchez, I think this was towards the end of the game, but he gets into the zone with speed. It looks like he can cut to the middle of the ice, and he just sort of pivots and throws a pass to nobody that exits the zone. That can't happen.
Correct.
And you knew that was going on because Bednar was flipping those guys up and down, up and down, up and down, trying to find something between them. Your top guys got to be better.
You're not going to separate 29 and 88. All right? At least not yet. You're not going to do that. So you're going to give them, like they have all season long, the opportunity to find their groove. And I'm confident that they will in game 2.
But I think just a lot of those factors kind of went into it. And there's somebody I want to focus on here in a second, but go ahead, Moj, what you got?
When you look at the game last night, there are times when I would be concerned about the Colorado Avalanche. Last night was not one of them. If they're getting cycled to death in their own zone and a team is getting several kicks at the can, I'd be worried. Were they cycled to death in their own zone last night? No. No, they weren't. No. If you just weren't able to get shots on net, if you weren't able to get chances, if you weren't able to, do anything, and as disconnected and whatnot as they were at times, different lines last night, offensive zone play, they still got 38 shots on goal. They had, I'm going to go to the event summary here momentarily. They had 23 shots blocked last night. It's there. It just needs to come out.
Yeah.
It's there.
Oh.
Trust me when I tell you, it's there. They're going to have to be better in game 2. I'm confident they will.
Speaking of block shots, one last thing, by the way, that I thought was a major key. And I don't know why. It feels like this happens a lot, and explain this to me, Moser. Maybe this is just a mental thing. When you're on a power play, and God, do I hate split period power plays.
Well, you had 2 of them last night.
I know. It feels like it takes the wind out of your sails, and you got to execute at a much faster level and all that. So I hate those. But at the end of a power play, I see teams do this all the time, and I don't know why this is. There seems to be a panic when there's a few seconds left in a power play. And there's no reason to be. The period doesn't end at the end of a power play. It just becomes 5-on-5. So Malinsky's decision with a couple of seconds left of, oh, God, and this would have felt like to me, maybe I'm wrong, Moj. Maybe he felt like he had a window and he didn't. But it felt to me that Malinsky was starting to panic with a couple seconds left in the power play. He was like, I got to get this on net. And he just decides to fire one right into the chest of the dude in front of him, and now it's a 2-on-1 going the other way. And look, Howden's got 3 shorthanded goals this postseason. I know this one doesn't technically count as a shorthanded, but you allowed that to go 2-on-1 the other direction.
Correct.
I mean,
he pounded it right into a leg, and but imagine try to remember what that puck did. He pounded it right into a leg. It goes over everybody's head.
Yeah.
I mean, ricochets back over your head and flutters right to homeboy getting out of the home box.
It looked like the marathon runner who took the bus 24 miles and then just hopped out and started sprinting.
Rosie Ruiz. That's right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, are you? And by the way, you could do that again. And this is what I tell you. It's the little things, one little thing here or there that makes the difference in a game or in a series. And it may. I don't know how the future holds. I'm not worried about things right this second. I'm your flight attendant, Mr. Moj.
Yeah.
No, I'm not going to give you more Dr. Pepper. No. All right? Sit down. Put your seatbelt on. Okay. Enough of that. Let me give you another number that is satisfying.
Thanks,
to me.
Toots.
Here's another number that's satisfying. Total attempts for the Colorado Avalanche. And I track this on a game-by-game basis. It gives me a good indication of how they're going. And by the way, they didn't look great last night, but here's an indication that things were still okay and on the right track. They had 80 total attempts last night. 38 shots on goal, 24 that were at the net or blocked, or at the net blocked.
Yeah.
Okay? And 18 that missed. Okay? That total adds up to what? 38 plus 24 plus 18 equals 80. I think the Avs are really humming. And I mean, they're on all cylinders really humming when that's at 90.
Sure.
I like it to be 50 or more through 2 periods of play. That number is still a good number. Don't get me wrong. That's a good number. Vegas, on the other hand, their total was 52. 28 shots on goal, 12 shots blocked, 12 that missed.
Now, remember, Vegas does this a lot, though. This is kind of their game. They get outshot
correct.
A lot.
That is correct. But what I'm telling you is they didn't have high volume last night.
Right.
They simply did not. Defensively, I thought the Avs, they bent a couple of times, talking about in their own zone, but it was basically the opportunities that you handed to Vegas, they capitalized on, which is what good hockey clubs do.
Yeah.
You give them an inch, they're going to take a mile. That's what they do. So don't give them an inch. When Jared Bednar comes on this program, or you hear him sit in front of the microphone and say, we got to clean some things up. What's he talking about? Neutral zone
yes.
turnovers.
Not giving up odd man rushes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Support. I mean, all these little things that they know. They're going to go through the film today. They're going to go through clips. They're going to talk about things. They're going to re-emphasize what is good for them, what is correct for them. They're going to be okay. But those numbers last night were good. They were good numbers. I don't mind those numbers whatsoever.
And textures are writing this in, and people are writing this in. And look, I get it. The amount of copium Moser is spewing this morning is wild. I want to be clear about something
God,
here.
you people. Okay.
I want people to go back and remember how we were discussing. If the claim here is the company man thing, do you guys remember what our discussions were during the Nuggets series? Did we sound like we were uncritical of the Nuggets then?
No.
Or did it sound like we were crushing them? To the point where we got into a feud with Minnesota because we were calling our own team soft. Last night, I'm being honest with you, and I feel like I need to repeat this like twice a week. But for those who are new to the program, we made one promise to you when this show started. I'm going to shoot you straight. I'm going to tell you exactly what's on my mind. And here's what's on my mind from last night. The better team won the game. Vegas executed in the moments they had to execute. The Avs were right there. I truly feel that way. And it's why I'm not panicked. Obviously, you're bummed. You're a little pissed that you're down 1-0. But if you came away from that game saying, well, Vegas is the better team, they're going to win this series, I think you're nuts. I think that the Avs could easily, Moj, win game 2 tomorrow, go to Vegas in game 3, win that, and have the momentum right back in their favor.
1,000%. But people, here's the thing. I don't know when as a society we got there. But people love, I don't know what it is, but it seems like people sometimes love to wallow in misery. Or they're more comfortable in life when they're scared or they're pessimistic.
I'll tell you this.
And I don't know when that started. Maybe it's always been there. I don't know. But I can promise you today, folks, I'm not homering. I'm not whistling by the graveyard. I'm not coping. There's no large amounts of copium this morning. I'm not at all. This is look at my face. It's absolutely real. I'm not talking myself into anything. I'm looking at raw data, and I'm looking at what I saw last night, and I'm telling you, you're going to be okay.
I think that, I've thought this for a while, that Avs fans are just, for whatever reason, and I think it's a vocal minority, they're just a little bit more panicky than your typical fan is. And especially this year, Moj, and I'll give you an example of what I think is happening this morning, and maybe the disconnect between what I'm saying and what a lot of you guys are feeling right now, and what Moj is saying. The Avs have almost never, and this is difficult to do, Moj, from the time the season started, October, what was it, like October 17th, 14th, something like that, right?
October 7th, bro.
7th.
Bro.
From October 7th,
bro,
to today is May 21st. I think this is maybe the first time, the number one time, that the Avs have faced any adversity this year.
Any real adversity.
Yeah, okay, so you lost game 3 in Minnesota. You're still up 2-1. That's not adversity.
Nope.
Okay, so you had a little bit of
It is, but it's not significant.
No, but it's you're still in control.
Right.
You still lead the series. Even when you had that stretch before the pre-Olympic break with Landy out and Lecky out, and you lost a few games.
The month of January, you're kind of bouncing up and down and all around.
You were still in first place.
Yes.
You were still the number one team in the league. It's the first time all year that the Avs have faced some real adversity. Guess what? I think it'd be good. It could be good for them. I do. And if you don't think they're going to respond, like this is what Jared Bednar said after the game yesterday. And do you have confidence they're going to bounce back?
History. It's not like we haven't lost games this year and bounced back. I was saying this morning, generally when we address things as a group that we need to be better at and give them like clear direction, we are usually better at them. That's another big break. And it like even at times good decisions, good puck decisions tonight. were misexecuted and led to some trouble against in all three zones. And then some of our decisions, it just looked like we weren't seeing it quick enough. I got a lot of belief in the group. I'm not panicking about it, but next game's obviously a big game.
In that regard, the last part of that, go ahead, finish up if you want to.
Well, all I was going to say was this wasn't an example of you got throttled by a team and you need to go back to the drawing board. This is simple execution mistakes. Just a couple more here, Moj.
Sure.
Here's McKinnon after the game.
Yeah, we had chances. They didn't do a whole lot either. It was kind of a nothing game, and then they got a few goals. And really good team, obviously, but I thought we did a lot of damage to ourselves. Yeah, just guys kind of everywhere. Execution, like I said, needs to be better, and obviously we're capable of being a lot better than that.
And then they followed up.
Anything to really take from how that game ended, or is this?
I've just said execution like 5 times. I think that's what hurt us.
You weren't getting beat up in a way of like, oh, this team is just, man, they out-talented you, or they out-hustled you, or anything like. I don't think that was the case last night. I think there was 2 or 3 different moments, maybe 4 or 5 actually, that were either Vegas did execute, tilted the game in their favor, or you didn't, where you could have gotten momentum the feel of the game back towards you. You didn't execute small things. Those are entirely correctable.
You know what that is?
Sports?
A lot. Yeah, yes. But a lot of it is also, part of it is Vegas played pretty damn well, especially in front of their own net.
Vegas earned the win last night.
They did. But part of it also is that's 8 days off is what you saw. That's what that is.
Not having the car.
Yeah, but this team can still win without Cale McCarr.
Sure they can.
But that's what you saw. You're off a little bit here. Again, Brett, this game is so damn fast nowadays. Didn't used to be this way 30 years ago, 40 years ago. But if you hesitate for even, 0.73 seconds more,
sure,
than you should, the play is not made. And that's where we're just a little disconnected, had 8 days off, this is game speed against a very good team. That's where that is. There's zero coping going on. And all of you out there, if you want to go live in your hole and stick your head against the wall and pound your head, then go ahead and do that. I'm not doing that. I'll tell you when to do that. And by the way, it may be Monday. I don't know. But here's what I do know. This team responds incredibly well. Internally, they have an unbelievable response, let alone the coaching staff. And you don't trust this team? You don't trust some of the best players on the planet? Shame on you.
Keyword for this hour to get you in the building for game 2. Text the word iceberg and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Back after this.
Iceberg is the name. Iceberg. Gonna get some iceberg.
So a few things here.
Hey, can I say this?
Please.
Losing sucks. Losing is not fun. Walking out of the arena last night, I was not like, oh, giddy, giddy, goo, goo. No, man, I'm like, that sucked. What a bummer. You're going to lose in sports, man. It's going to happen. Let me pose a question to the freaky freaks out there. And you know what? You know what the sad part is? We sit here at 7:44 a.m. And I love you people, but I think your mindset maybe needs a little bit of an adjustment. Or perhaps you're just emotionally regressed. There are some people out there right now who are just waiting and hoping that things go wrong so they can be an I told you so person. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They would rather live in the it's going to go bad and then have that they try to manifest that into reality so they can, quote, be right, which is not a good way to think. It's not a healthy way to think.
I don't know if it's about being right, but yeah, go ahead.
I think it is because I guarantee you, Brett, you're going to have you have people out there, maybe they're Vegas fans, but who would love to get in your face on Monday morning and just stick it to you in some regard. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was right. You were wrong. You suck. That kind of thing. This team this year, this Avalanche team, as you said, from October 7th in a win over the LA Kings to now May 21st, 2026. When have they ever given you a reason to not trust them?
Haven't all year. I mean,
have they given you a reason to doubt really how good of a hockey club they are?
No. They have been the best team in the entire league the entire year. For the first time after last night, you're facing a modicum of adversity.
Your captain's out for a month. One of your Olympic defensemen, top pair, is out for a month. You kick the can around the parking lot for a while. You get the Olympic break, come back, and then what do?
Kick ass.
Okay. They've never given you a reason all season long to not trust them. And if you're going back to 2020, how does 2021 compare? It's completely different.
Well, I'll give you the biggest difference. The Avs won Game 1 in 2021. They were up 2-0 in that series.
It is completely different, okay?
Here's what I wanted to get to.
So I'm just, again.
I'll give you points, and I'll give you guys that I think need to be better, okay? I actually thought that Brock Nelson played a decent game last night, had a couple of really good shifts. When Brock Nelson gets the puck in front of Carter Hart, he can't put it in his chest. He needs to pick a spot.
Fine, he had a terrific redirect.
Yes.
That Hart gloved.
Now, I'll say this just overall. Here's a comparison I made earlier in the show. And Moser, I'm a baseball guy. 2 decades of my life were spent doing this. So
yeah, no guff, Chet. We know.
So you can be in a slump in baseball and still be barreling the ball up, which means you aren't getting the result that you want. You aren't getting the output that you want, but you feel like you're doing things properly.
You're hitting line drives to 310 dead center.
The amount of times I've been in a slump and I'll hit one that's 105 off the bat that goes straight to a third baseman. I take 2 steps out of the box. He catches it. I walk back. I'm just like, what am I going to do? I squared the ball up. I feel like a lot of guys in that second line, whether it's Val, who did score last night, or Brock Nelson or somebody, they're doing a lot of good things in the postseason. A lot. But maybe not getting scoring outputs from it. And Brock Nelson, who I thought played okay last night, played pretty good. He's got 3 points in the postseason. 2 of them are empty net goals. There's got to be more there. And that's where guys, I think, need to step up, especially in the absence of one of the best players in the world in Cale Makar. Obviously, you need your McKinnons and Natchuses and guys like that to play well. But that onus of Makar not being in the game isn't the responsibility of Jack Ashan to go out and play well. It's a responsibility of those guys. It's Brock Nelson's and people like that. And again, even if you're playing well, got to find a way to put the puck in the back of the net. I'm not saying that you need to go just crazy and have, 8 points in the next 4 games. But what I am saying is you have to be a little bit more dangerous than you've been. That's all. And actually get the result out of it. It was a big kick in the jimmy last night or yesterday morning when there was just kind of this feeling that Kale was going to play, and then the rug gets pulled out from under you, and you got to go out and execute in a different manner. You saw it affect things like Devon Taves is super talented, Moj. Kale running the blue line on the top of that power play is just, it's ideal because he's dangerous in a way that...
One's a right-handed shot, one's a left-handed shot.
Right.
So things change. Things look different. The way the puck moves is different. Your seam passes go to a guy, who's not... again, that would be a Kale right on the tape, on the forehand, bam. Taser's got to stop it, pivot. It's going to look different for a little bit. There ain't no doubt about it. But you need to adjust. And this team has shown a remarkably good propensity to adjust in the past. They really have.
Yeah.
Look, there's a lot. I get it, people. I get it. There's a lot on the line this postseason. There's a lot on the line in this series. I get it. This whole year, there's been a lot on the line. You have windows. You have shelf life. I get all of that. And you want it badly. I do too. I'm going to shoot you straight. If I feel like there's oh my God, now this is you absolutely. I will tell you.
Well, and I want to go. I don't want to keep making comparisons back to the Nuggets, but I want to give perspective on why I feel differently than I did in that series. If you go back and look at the way that we were speaking after the Nuggets and T-Wolf series after games, I was angry and panicked because it felt as if the Nuggets were getting punked when they went out there. That's how it felt. That every night that they took the floor, you had a team that they were playing against that was more physical and mentally tough than they were, that was able to just hound you in a way that you couldn't counterpunch. Like Moj, for the Nuggets, Jamal Murray had zero counter to the defense that Jaden McDaniels was playing on him. He couldn't do anything about it. Watching Game 1 against Vegas last night, I do not have that feeling. The Avs were not punked in that game. They weren't out-talented. It was a simple matter of execution. Like, here's Bednar's opening statement post-game.
I thought it was good at times and not good enough at others. Like the start of the game, good energy, good pace. Thought we faded away for 20 minutes in there.
Stop right there real quick.
And
stop
not
right
from
there.
lack of...
Yeah, okay, I completely agree with that. People asked me after the first period, how'd you like the first? I said, I love the first 7 minutes. I hated the rest of it.
Hang on.
Oh, what, you have a text you want to show me?
Hang on a second.
Boom,
Here, just taking notes. What does that one say in parentheses?
Yeah, first 6, right.
First 6 minutes were Avs, second 6 minutes were Vegas. Like, they came out of the gates with, I thought, urgency, with speed, with, I think, pretty good execution. And then it just felt like, well, Vegas is going to take this one. And that's what happens when you play a good team, by the way. It's the ebbs and flows of a game against two good teams. That happens.
I guarantee you Vegas is going to be feeling the exact same way that you people are feeling, some of you people are feeling today. They're going to be feeling the same thing at some point in this series. Playoff hockey is hard. Sometimes you win. Hopefully you win more than you lose. But you're also going to lose. It's going to happen, and it is not fun.
Okay, so
I get
here's
it.
a perfect
I dig
example.
it.
Here's a perfect example of what I'm talking about here. Texter says, you guys are acting like they lost in the last 2 minutes on a lucky shot. The Knights owned them all game. The Avs were never in the game. The game was 0-0.
That is not true. That is so untrue.
The game was 0-0 with 7.5 left in the second period. Never
I mean,
in the
owned them
game.
all game long. What do you mean by that? That's such a silly statement.
And let me repeat this for sensitive ears out there that don't know how to, I guess, use some critical thinking skills. I'll repeat this one more time, Moj. Vegas was the better team last night. Vegas earned the win. Vegas was not lucky. They were better. They were not 3-0 better, is what I'm trying to say. I understand that's what the score said, but the flow of the game, the way that things were executed, when the Avs go up 3-0 on a team like, I don't know, Los Angeles in the first round, they're that much better than LA. That's just how it is. That game was a circumstance of simple little execution problems, and this is a credit to Vegas. Vegas is awesome at executing their little opportunities. Like, when they get their chances, they finish them. The Avs did not last night. But the point I'm trying to make is, do I think that will change moving forward? 100%. And you can't say that this is looking at things through rose-colored glasses when, again, this was not the tone that I used a couple of weeks ago with the Nuggets. The Nuggets I saw, there were some massive issues that they were not able to overcome in that series.
Read that text to me again, please, as we get to the top here.
You guys are acting like they lost in the last 2 minutes on a lucky shot. The Knights owned them all game. Avs were never in the game.
I sit here today looking into this camera, talking to people on the airwaves who can hear me all over the place. Alexa, play Altitude 92.5.
Got him.
And I question my own reality. I question if I'm in one of these friggin' alternate universe. Hold on, Brent. Because that person and me, we did not watch the same game.
That's how I feel.
So I don't know what universe that person. What's the last? They didn't put their name on it, but
1325.
1325. Maybe you are one of these aliens I see on my timeline from time to time, right? These aliens that people are talking about. Maybe you've got yourself another dimension that you're coming from, and you watched a different hockey game than I watched, because what you just wrote is not reality. No offense. Love you.
303-504-0925. A lot more to break down with this game. Keep it tuned here on the 20s. Every hour, your chance to get in the building for Game 2. Back after this.
I'm talking to the dudes out there. Gals, thank you for listening. But this is for the dudes. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic are experts in treating low testosterone and other men's sexual health conditions. It's 2026. If you're not feeling right, if you're getting up there just a little bit, you don't feel like you used to feel, do yourself a favor and get yourself checked out at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It's awesome. You're going to be happy. You're going to feel better. I had low testosterone. Got it taken care of. I love my treatments. It's super simple for me, and I feel like I haven't felt in years. And if that's you, energy low, sleep off, weight won't budge, mind feels foggy, other things, do yourself a favor and go to their website, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Check out what they do. And right now, they've got these advanced medical strategies that are super cool. TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, more. You're treating low T, other conditions, and you're also helping shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, sex drive, and much, much more. Get back to feeling your best. Don't wait. I mean, look, the sun was out this morning. It looked great. It's going to get warm. You're going to have a great summer if you do. Here's the telephone number, 720-440-7900. That number again, 720-440-7900. Or again, go online, super simple, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Coach, are you a car guy?
Yes.
You are. Okay, so let me ask you a question in a different way. If you had a car, would you take it out for a drive tonight for Game 1 of the Western Conference Final?
Yes, I would.
Ah, okay. Good to know.
1 minute later.
Take your questions. Please raise your hand and wait for the microphone. We'll start left side, second row, Mark.
Hey, Jared, first of all, is Kel McCarr playing tonight?
He is not.
He's not.
5 seconds left. Burns with it. 4 seconds in his own zone. Shoots it ahead. Nelson will tap it, and the Avalanche suffer their first loss on home ice in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Vegas up 3-0. It was 3-2, but they find the empty netter and find the 4-2 win to take a 1-0 series lead here in the Western Conference Final.
All right, so few things here.
God, I'm such a law of averages guy. I'm going to get to more of this as we continue on. Good morning, everybody. I am your. How do I do this? I'm sorry. Go ahead, because I'm your flight attendant, but I want to do it in the proper manner.
This is what I want people to understand.
Or maybe I'm your captain. I'll be your captain.
I want people to understand something. There are times where I watch a game and I come away with a different feel than others do, and that's fine. I mean, that's the point. This entire thing, you know, when you have opinions, things are subjective and whatever. Here's what I'd tell you. When it comes to the Avs last night, and for those who thought that the Avs were like never in the game, or that the Avs, that Vegas had control the entire time, I try and make it a point most as I'm watching this so I can go back and look after the game to make sure I didn't forget anything. Because I have a terrible memory. So I take notes and I just go back and look at them.
There's a lot of texts on your phone to other people, not to me.
Well, these aren't texts. These are just, these are just notes throughout the game.
Oh,
yeah.
My bad. Okay.
So here's what, kind of whenever there's a big scoring chance.
By the way, I'm going to send a text to your old man right now. Go ahead.
When there's a big scoring chance by either team, I kind of make a note of it. And this is what happened. Early on, there was a couple of really good chances by Vegas. Breakaway, Wedgie makes the save. Burns sort of kicked it away in the offensive zone. It was a 3-on-2 going the other direction. Another big save by Wedgie. Then it was a hook on Burns. You're on the first penalty kill of the game. You kill it off. It was a really good kill. And then here's the next few things that happened for the people who thought that they were never in the game. Here's what I got, Moj. Towards the end of the first period. You listening?
Yeah, I'm all over it.
Logan O'Connor rings it off the iron.
Off the iron. Great pivot, by the way, to the middle of the ice and then go against the flow on that shot. Great shot.
How does that shot go off the post? I mean,
he had heartbeat. He had heartbeat.
Totally beat. You're this close to snatching huge momentum in the game.
And what I mean by beat is not that it went wide and hit the post, that the reaction time to make a blocker save was behind the puck.
Shortly after that, you're in the offensive zone. Vegas gets control. Logan O'Connor again. Great poke. Gets the puck himself. Takes to the front of the net. Backhand Moj. Just misses again. Another prime opportunity. Then Barbashev gets hit with that hold on Malinsky on your own end boards, right? So now you're on the power play.
Happened right in front of me.
It's the split power play. So at the end of the first period, kick it out to Kadri. He's right there on the doorstep. Really good save by Carter Hart. Those are 3 prime opportunities for you to get goals in that game that would give you the ultimate momentum, right? To say that the Avs were out of the game from the very jump, I think, is insanity. And then, in the second period, 12 and a half minutes passed by with this game being a 0-0 game. This is what I'm talking about, where I'm like, I feel like we watched something different. Vegas eventually made the plays they had to make to win the game, but to act like the Avs weren't in position to take control at times of that game, I think is nuts. I think it's crazy. All of those different things had to happen that leads up to Vegas. 4-on-3, the little muffin shot that from Coughlin that beats Wedgie. Now it's 1-0. Then you take the dumb penalty immediately afterwards.
I mean, listen, he had
and then you lost momentum.
Yeah, he had a lot on that shot. I don't think he was trying to go there at all. I don't think he was trying to go there. That's my opinion. I think Wedgie was fooled by it because that puck, by the motion of Coughlin, feels like it should be airborne.
Yeah.
He's not finishing low like that to have a on the ice shot through the 5-hole.
Right.
Brett, what you're saying is correct. I want to do a little psychology today. This is where psychology comes into play. Who are you waving at?
My daughter. She's watching.
Hi, baby Jamoka. From the 8-4-6.
Miss you, Pop.
My beautiful baby girl.
And this person, the 8-4-6-8, has already sort of gone down an angry rabbit hole this morning.
You finish what you're going to do, Moj. Yeah. I'm going to make it a point. I'm just going to ignore.
This will be the last time. I want everybody to listen to this and think about: do you want to live your life this way? This is what I'm talking about when I think people just love to. Well, first of all, we're in a society that you have to be right. Even if you're wrong, you have to be right. Nobody takes culpability or responsibility for anything they say or do. It's always somebody else's fault, which is ridiculous. And number two, it must be laborious to try to live life friggin' up, just brain damaged, upset all the time.
Yeah.
Here it is. When the Avs lose this series, I expect all of you at Altitude Sports Radio to resign from ASR to save your dignity and respect as human beings.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Now, I think that's a little extreme, me personally. Let me again reiterate some of the facts that I laid out earlier. How many games is this series, Brett? How many?
It has the potential to go 7.
Who was the better team last night?
Vegas.
Okay. Who's the better team in your opinion overall?
The Avalanche.
Do the teams that are, quote, not better overall sometimes win games in a series?
They do.
This is why you have 7-game series. Now, you're going to have to respond in a big-time way tomorrow night.
Yeah.
I expect the Avalanche to do just that. And you can't go to Vegas down 2-0, can you?
No,
you can't.
Gotta win.
But I expect them to. Absolutely expect them to. This is what during the long haul. Somebody sent me an analytics. Now I am not a super analytics kind of guy. Well, what's his name? Professor Frank, Simpsons guy. I love that guy, by the way. NHL Edge IQ recap. Western Conference Game 1. Colorado with a plus 30 minutes of tilt in the last 40 minutes of the game, and with a 5+ straight minutes of tilt to finish. Opportunity analysis shows us how many mid-range to high-quality attempts Colorado had in P3. Third
Go
period
outside, nerd.
Carter Hart made one huge save in the third period, which probably saved the game for Vegas, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
One gigantic save in the third period, and you know what? He was awesome last night.
He was really good.
You make that same save for the next 6 games in a row, and you have my undying admiration. I've seen this before. I know how it works. Now, you have to respond if you're the Colorado Avalanche. But you have those numbers that I just told you for the rest of this series, and you are going to win, period.
I think they will. Now, here's Bednar talking about, and I think this is what you need. I thought the top line... I thought your bottom 6 was really good last night, and I thought your top 6 could have been a lot better. Could have created a lot more chances. This is Bednar on the top line.
There's some things they can do to make their job a little bit easier. I felt like that group was a little bit spread out tonight, and not as connected as they needed to be against their D-zone scheme in order to create some time, right? When they found time and they did the right things, they came up with some decent looks and did some good things, but we need to do it more often, right? So we mixed it up a little bit in the third, and got Marty and Mac on different lines, and they both helped drive the lines that they were on, and were pretty successful. I liked the sort of sustained pressure from line to line in the third period, even though it was a shortened bench, but we should be able to continue that whether we keep the lines the same or mix them up or not.
I think that's true. I mean, they have to find a way to be a little bit more dangerous. They had some moments last night. I don't think it was enough for how talented they are. And especially, I'm going to reemphasize this. When you're missing one of the top players in the world, the responsibility and the onus to make up for whatever the lack of McCarr is, that's on the shoulders of your best players.
He's a lot.
But I'm saying to make up,
he's a lot.
To make up for that, that is not on Jack Ashan. That is not on Brett Kulak. That is on your top guys to make up for it. That's on your McKinnons and your Natcheses and your Brock Nelsons and the guys who are the tippy top of your talent list on the roster. If Cortland Sutton is out of the lineup for the Denver Broncos, Moj, that is not Pat Bryant's responsibility to make up for it. That's Bo Nix. Bo Nix has now got to execute a little bit better. That's who the responsibility is on. And I just thought last night it wasn't quite good enough from them.
I completely agree. The Avs were not without their faults last night. And again, when the game is played at such a high pace, especially like in a West Final, and the hesitancy factor is multiplied by 0.39.
Yeah.
That's what happens. That's the shot into the pads, flying up in the air to knucklehead coming out of the box, right?
That's the stuff you can't have.
That's the missed seam pass that is just off by this much, where you don't get a one-timer off. You've got to regroup. You got to win a puck battle and then try to regroup. The Avs did a lot of good things last night. One thing I noticed Vegas did pretty damn well that I was surprised. They sealed the boards really well last night.
They did.
They sealed as good as anybody I've seen against the Avalanche last night. Got to break through it.
It's an Avalanche playoff ticket Thursday. A chance to get in the building for Game 2 at Ball Arena tomorrow night. We'll give you the keyword next. Hey, this is Brett Kane, Fanatic Sportsbook, America's fastest online growing sportsbook. And here's why. Because the other books, their rewards are the same old, but Fan Cash, that's the ultimate sports currency. And betting with Fanatics lets you stack that Fan Cash. Up to 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers, win or lose. And unlike points that expire, you can spend your Fan Cash on official team gear across every team in league, collectibles, exclusive experiences. All of that can be found on Fanatics.com, but Fan Cash unlocks value you just can't get with other books. You can even convert that to profit boosts and bet with it if you want to. Fan Cash, it's the access to the world of sports every time you bet with Fanatics Sportsbook. So switch to the book that always has your back. Download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatics Sportsbook app. It's an Avalanche playoff ticket Thursday. Keywords every hour on the 20s. And we're giving away tickets to Game 2 tomorrow night, all day today. Keywords every hour and a pair on every show. Text the keyword butter right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you're entered. ColoradoAvalanche.com/playoffs is the home for everything you need during this run. From Avs Alley information to game tickets and more, it's ColoradoAvalanche.com/playoffs. Again, this hour's keyword is butter. Butter.
Butter. Trying to put it together. What was the first one? Romaine?
Romaine, iceberg, and now butter.
Just types of lettuce. I get it. For God knows what reason. I don't know.
Yeah, why would it be lettuce, though? Lettuce.
That's what your hair is in hockey. It's your lettuce.
Well, I know, but it's... Okay.
God, that's a friggin' stretch, Kevin. I mean, no offense. Love you. Can I do my thing now?
Or could it be synonyms? Maybe he was thinking about kale. He had kale on the brain. He went kale, lettuce. Could have been that too.
Maybe.
Greens.
Nelly, could you please give me some elevator music, please?
I'll trade you for turning your camera on.
All right, you got it. Elevator music. It's a
good trade.
It's a good trade. When you can.
What do you need this for? What are we doing?
Again, it's 8:22 in the morning. I'm guessing that there are some people on the program right now who were not with me at 7:09.
Oh, I see.
People have gotten to work.
Sure,
people got a little bit of a late start.
Yeah.
Maybe they're trying to watch who knows where. I don't know, at home. Thank you. Good morning and welcome aboard Moser Airlines. I'm your lead flight attendant, Moj. Sup? Today we'll be traveling at about 37,000 feet on our way to Thai Series USA.
When's the drink cart coming?
Your mic's not on. Oh.
Where's the drink cart?
For those of you who drink too much booze in the back of the plane, settle down with your red hair and your pale complexion. We'll get to you eventually.
Sorry.
Now, for this flight, I'm going to ask you that you buckle up while we depart. And then once we get in the air, do whatever the hell you want, because I'm Moj. This is my airline. You can do whatever you want once you get in the air. Turn your phone on, take your seatbelt off, hell, crawl around on the floor. I don't care. Fact of the matter is, for those of you out there who might be fearful flyers, and you don't feel like grabbing the hand of your neighbor, whom you don't know, when we get a little bit turbulent at times, do me a favor. Keep your eyes on me as I strut my stuff up and down the aisle, serving Brett and all of his idiot buddies back there booze.
I want a whiskey, Toots.
Okay, Toots, you're going to get your whiskey. But do yourself a favor. If myself or my fellow flight attendant, Nellie, looks scared, or you see us running up and down the aisle, or you see me putting on a football helmet mid-flight for whatever reason, then go ahead and panic. Go ahead and do like Shane Gillis did in that awesome skit where he gets on the phone and he calls down to the auto repair shop that has his Subaru, or what does he have? It's a Mazda, the red Mazda. What's he got?
I'm not sure, lady.
And he says, I'm coming down there. Yeah, I'm going to wear you out. I friggin' love that. God, what a great skit. So just pay attention to the Moj here. If I panic, you panic. But until then, do yourself a favor. If I'm sitting there and I'm having a whiskey of my own, because it's Moj Airlines, I'm the flight attendant, I can do whatever I want. At that point, if I'm having a whiskey while we're going through turbulence and I look like I'm surfing USA up and down the aisle having fun, don't panic at all. You only panic when I panic. Now, buckle up, enjoy yourselves. Hell, turn your phones on, watch whatever video, recline your seats, and have a great flight.
Excuse me, Toots.
Yes.
I had a problem with this in a previous flight. The back of this headrest that has a whole selection of movies on it. Is there any movies that has full frontal nudity that I need to be worried about children seeing?
Yes. And you know which ones they are? You choose to watch them anyway. That's on you, bro.
If you guys missed it, that's a real story. I heard the movie Red Sparrow was really good. And I turned on the movie, and Jennifer Lawrence is just nude. And I'm in the aisle seat, and there's like a 12-year-old kid that's the row opposite and behind me with a clear line of sight to my television on the back of the headrest. and he's locked. And now I'm feeling like I'm doing something illegal by just watching a movie.
You're absolutely providing
So I literally
horrible pornography to a youngster.
Literally took my hat off and screened the headrest, ignoring the fact that I had 90-year-old Gigi next to me that also could see this.
Well, I'm not ignoring the fact that you didn't
You made me seem like a perv when I had no idea what this movie was.
Well, I'm not ignoring the fact that you didn't turn the movie off. You just screened it.
I fast-forwarded.
Oh, okay.
I
sure
fast-forwarded. Against my own will, by the way.
Sure, yeah.
I did fast-forward, though.
And the worst part is it wasn't even a good movie. The parts that you were describing were the only redeeming factor of that movie.
It was
Fred.
fine.
It's not a good movie.
It was fine.
Right, so the point is this morning at 8:26, it took me a while on my flight attendant talking to get there. If I panic, you panic. But don't panic until I panic. I'm here to tell you. What I saw last night is entirely fixable. And Vegas did some really good things. But you know what this is now? This is on you to adjust and to get them out of their comfort zone. You also had, Brett, again, Carter Hart played his butt off. Could you be harder at the front of the net? I guess you probably could a little bit, make it a little bit more greasy and grimy. He also made some very good saves and had some fortunate saves mixed in, which is part of a very good performance. That's what he did. You need to fix yourself for sure, improve. But here's where I think the Avs can be. I don't know how much better Vegas can really be. I mean, better because they played their game to a T. Excellent defensively, moved the puck quickly, counterpunched you to death. They didn't cycle you to death. They didn't drop it into the zone and absolutely work you over shift after shift after shift and period after win every puck battle, right? Get 2, 3, 4 kicks at the can on Wedgie. Oh, my God. That didn't happen. They played their game. I know the Avalanche can be a lot better, and I expect them to.
Mother, may I change the subject for a moment? Texture says, by the way, but it's totally okay for the 12-year-old to see someone get their head blown off. Here's the thing. That's fake. I can promise you something, Moj. Jennifer Lawrence was real in that movie. That's the difference.
Oh, yeah.
And I need to be aware of the youths that are surrounding me if that's happening. Now.
Oh, real quick.
I'm always comping hogs.
Crystal texts in. I'm sounding too macho to be a flight attendant. Okay. But am I wearing the shorty shorts? Like, who's the guy from Reno 911 that wears those tight...
Lieutenant Dangle.
Lieutenant Dangle.
Okay. So if I'm your lead...
New boot goofing? Just new boot goofing?
That was a funny show. Alfonso, listen, if you want me in the Lieutenant Dangle shorts and I'm flying up and down the aisle and I'm handing out whiskeys left and right, again, I'm a very relaxed, laid-back flight attendant. Me and the FAA, we don't necessarily get along, but if you want to recline your butt off. Go right ahead. Anyway, so yeah, I may have to do that.
So, Mother, may I change the subject for a second? Because on my second screen...
By the way, people need more talking off the ledge like the 4650. No problem. It's coming. I got you. And I'm going to give you raw data to back it up.
On my second screen last night, it was background because I was locked in on the Avs game. But go to commercial, whatever, little break in the game, peek over. I have had it with Oklahoma City. I've had it. I can't, and I'm telling you, Moj, there have been plenty of teams, plenty of players that I have hated throughout the course of my NBA watching career. This team takes the cake. I cannot stand the way they go about their business. The amount, because a lot of times, Moj, when you watch, like, let's go back to prime James Harden, which I would figure would be, the Houston Rockets version of James Harden, right?
Brain damage, yeah.
Gets in the lane, throws his hands up, draws the foul, gets to the line. You know what that was, though, Moj? That was one guy. That was one guy. This is an entire roster of players that fall on the ground, and then on the flip side, Isaiah Hartenstein can't do anything in this series. Nothing. He should have fouled out 5 minutes into that game. What they allow them to do on the opposite side, what he was doing to Victor Wembanyama, was criminal. Like, could have thrown him in jail for what he was doing to him. without getting called for fouls consistently. And I don't understand. It's one thing to have a game that's called where it's very touchy and ticky-tack and this foul, this guy falls on the floor and it's a free throw parade. But to have the exact opposite thing on the other side, and I'm not some sort of Spurs honk. I don't like the Spurs. Wemby's fun to watch, whatever. I don't have some affinity for Wembanyama. I don't love him or anything like that. To go on the opposite side and to allow them to play the brutal nature of defense that they play while getting the calls on the other side is the most insane dichotomy I think I've seen in sports. I'm not even kidding. I've never seen a team that polar opposite to their benefit gets calls like they do. I've never seen it. And in the game last night, they did win. The series is now tied up 1-1. I think that the Spurs are better. I really do. But I don't know how to handle, and I don't know what the league's got to do something about this. The clear and obvious flops need to be backed up with some sort of fine or suspension. It's got to happen. It's not going to happen in the playoffs, I understand, but heading into the next year, it has to happen. And they instituted, if you remember, like, what was it, 3 years ago, they said they were going to start fining or suspending people for flopping egregiously. And not once has that happened. I can't take it, dude. It's a brutal product to watch when your entire thing is supposed to be centered around entertainment and getting eyeballs on your sport, and people watch and they go, this is gross. I can't watch it. It's not good for your sport, man. And they aren't. Oklahoma City, you're terrible for the sport of basketball. Terrible.
Feel better now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Brett, you're saying that flopping isn't what a pro wants or what a pro needs?
Oh, God.
Hey, I didn't watch one live second.
I know. You were at the game last night.
I watched highlights, but I didn't watch one live second of that game. But, Brett, I didn't have to. And I could have turned on my little Mikey mic this morning. I know exactly what you were going to say.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with you one iota. I knew exactly what was going to come out of your mouth. And I feel the same way. But I'm so disinterested in that right now, it's not even calculable.
I don't know. And Nelly, I'm going to send you a DM here. Maybe I did it already. But this is just a little highlight package of a few different moments last night. But I just, if I'm Adam Silver, I think this is killing me. Because here's what you have, Moj. You have a team that is incredibly dominant. Like, OKC is so good. They're so good. But I want you, Nelly, if you can pull this up on the screen behind us, I want you to watch, Moj, because you said you didn't watch any of the game last night, and I don't blame you. You were at your own thing, doing your own thing.
I was at the friggin' Avs game.
Exactly.
What do you mean to do?
I'm not chastising
I'm
you for
working, and I'm engrossed in my own game.
This is going to work out perfectly then. This is, before you hit play, Nelly, this is a 36-second highlight package. I want you to describe to the people listening what you're watching and what we have here. So go ahead, Nelly,
Me or
hit
Nelly?
play.
All right, Shea, shot from the elbow, missed. Rebound. Here comes here's Shea at the elbow. Shot falls down on the ground, makes it, and gets a foul call. And the Spurs players are exasperated. That's Shea just flying through the air, throwing up a prayer. It's Shea at the left elbow this time, falling down again, getting a call. Shea at the three-point line. Oh, my God.
Untouched, fall down.
That's just disgustingly embarrassing.
How many times is
this guy's a joke.
How many times is he going to jump and fall on the ground without being touched?
I don't know, dude. It happens. He doesn't get tired of falling on the ground, having to pick his ass up. It's a joke.
That's all from the same game.
It's incredible, yeah.
Anyway, oh my God.
Okay, are you done with that?
Sure.
All right, good. What do we have coming up next?
We have by the way coming up.
What's our keyword this hour again?
Keyword this hour is butter.
Text
so text that
butter to 303-504-0925.
With your first and last name, get you a chance to get in the building for Game 2 tomorrow. Again, every show has a pair of tickets, 4 different pairs to give away today.
Even though he blows a mean flute, I think Nelly's got a pretty good, even keel head on his shoulders. Nelly, through an hour and a half of this program, more than an hour and a half of this program this morning, have I done, on a scale of 1 to 10, how well have I done trying to talk Avalanche fans off a ledge?
Well, according to the text line, you and Brett are just shooting military-grade copium directly into your veins. So I say you're doing an 11 out of 10 in terms of trying to calm people down.
Okay. I mean, has anybody changed their perspective since you've been listening to me lay out in not homerish terms, not copium terms, rational, thoughtful, logical terms, why I believe the Avs are just fine? Has anybody changed their perspective and changed their feeling so far here this morning? Let me know, 303-504-0925, because I'm happy to do more.
But it's not, I'll repeat something. I'm not trying to change your mind. I'm just telling you how I think about things. And I think in watching the Avs last night, if you came away with that thinking that Vegas is way better than the Avs, we watched something entirely different. This is going to sound so weird to say, but I don't know how else to say it. I think a lot of people can get lost in a scoreboard not understanding how you got there. And you need to take the perspective of what took place to get to a certain point.
Because
the Avs were down 3-0 does not mean they were getting killed in that game. That's not what that means. Vegas was better. They were better. They were not getting smoked. That's what I'm telling you.
I'm not even, again, better at some things, which resulted in 3 goals.
But that's it. And sometimes, sometimes hockey, especially in a sport like this, little things can be all that matters. Like, that can be the difference between winning and losing a series.
Do you want to chew on this question now, or do you want to here's the question. If the Broncos and the Buffalo Bills that we saw in Denver in the second round, if they played 7 games,
Bills probably win, 4.
But you get a one-off.
Yeah.
Avalanche fans, trust your team. This is a 7-game series for a reason.
One final reminder, your keyword for this hour is butter. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
By the way, if I was your lead flight attendant, what's up? It's Moser up here at the front of the plane. I'm going to have this curtain closed, doing my own thing for most of this flight. There's an open galley in the back. Just go grab all the little boozes you want. Have yourself a good time.
Moj, if you were my flight attendant, I'll be honest, I would have preferred somebody hotter.
It's Moj in the back of the plane in the galley. I'm going to keep all this for myself. You guys fend for yourselves up front there. All right.
Oh, by the way, next. Hey, this is Brett Kane for my friends over with that delicious Surfside. Whether it's the iced tea vodkas, the lemonade vodkas, or the half and halves, they just came out with some green tea vodkas too. I got to get my hands on some of those. But I just had the blueberry yesterday. Blueberry, fantastic, brand new flavor. If you guys aren't on these yet, do it. They're delicious. They're easy to drink, zero carbonation, and especially with the weather turning around, pour these over a glass of ice, sit out at the patio, and have a great night. It's Surfside, 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, 0 bubbles. You can get them in Ball Arena, restaurants, bars, stores near you. They're everywhere. Get your hands on a Surfside. All right, get back to the Avs at the top of the hour, but it is, oh, by the way, stories around sports in the world we feel like you should be aware of. Aaron Rodgers came out and said it. This is it. This is the final year that he's going to have in Pittsburgh. I think that's pretty obvious. He's been playing this will I, won't I retire thing for like 5 years now, and then this extended wait until he officially signed on with the Steelers again. This is his final year. And unfortunately for him, I don't know if they're making the playoffs or not. Even if they do, they aren't doing much more than that. I just don't see Pittsburgh being that level of a team. And his game, like, he's still good, but I don't think he's got that in him anymore. He's
I agree with that. I mean, he's what, 42, you say?
Yeah.
42. He's been around. I mean, he's got a lovely wife. He could spend.
Well, allegedly. No, I'm just kidding.
Dude, I'm dead serious. It's none of my business. But I don't know if this human exists or not. And I'm not going to make fun of it.
So here's the thing about Rodgers. The obsession that everybody has with quarterbacks and their win-loss stats and how many rings do you got. I've said this forever, Mose, regardless of the accolades that are next to his name. I think Rodgers might be, as far as pure talent, one of the most talented, maybe the most talented quarterback I've ever seen. I wasn't around for, the Elway prime and stuff like that, so he's probably top tier. He's also my most hated guy ever, but that is being, as Moser would like to call, intellectually honest. I can assess somebody's game and know that they are amazing while still disliking that person. And that's what I am with Aaron Rodgers.
Okay. Oh, by the way, I was reading Bill Barnwell at ESPN.com. Went through every team, at least in the AFC that I saw.
Yeah.
Best offseason moves, worst. Broncos, what do you think the best is?
Who wrote this?
Bill Barnwell.
Oh, Barnwell? I mean, the best would probably have to be...
I'll give it to you.
Okay.
The re-signing of J.K. Dobbins. Because when you look at some numbers, Dobbins is really good.
Try to tell people that. Nobody wanted to hear it.
Second in explosive play rate. First in rush yards over expectation. Ninth in success rate. Third in yards per carry. Doesn't fumble the football. Doesn't catch the ball well. Doesn't fumble the football. What do you think the worst thing is?
I mean, they didn't have much. The best player that you lost was JFM.
There it is.
Yeah.
Failing to address the departure of John Franklin Myers. And you know what? It's going to be very interesting this.
I mean, they used their first pick on a...
Don't squint your face down like that.
They said if he said failed to address it, I mean, they used their first pick in the draft on a guy who plays his position.
Watch my face. Here's you.
You didn't write the article. Barnwell did. What do you care?
I'm just saying... JFM's a really good player. I know. I know what you used in terms of draft picks. I get that, and it was a third rounder, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Was Tyler a third round pick? I think he was. T.O.
Yeah.
That being said, I'm always curious to defenses like this.
Yeah. The second pick of the third round.
Okay. When you lose one cog. That's maybe an underrated cog or a not super big attention getting cog.
Yeah.
But an important cog. When that cog comes out, then what happens? How does it look? Because the rookie learning curve against big old uglies in the middle of the other team's offensive line, it's going to be big.
By the way, the reason JFM left...
You may have a wide butt, but it doesn't mean you're not going to get dominated.
The reason JFM left was not because the Broncos didn't want JFM. It's because he made $21 million a year, and you don't have that money.
That's correct.
But that's because you've paid a whole bunch of other good players.
I've got another one.
But hang on.
Yeah.
To address the Barnwell thing.
Sure.
I think you could easily say, now, I am the biggest Dobbins proponent that you're going to find in this entire city, okay? I said this when he got signed. I was like, I don't think you guys understand when he's healthy. He is second, I think, in league history at explosive run rate, but that's when he's healthy. And you saw the drop-off between him healthy and not. I think you could easily say, though, the best offseason acquisition was Jalen Waddle. That'll bring some explosion to your offensive game. And the worst...
You agree with Barnwell when he agrees with you. You think he's full of beans?
No, I think that Dobbins is a big thing. The worst, you could argue, was not addressing tight end.
Well, you've got 7 of them.
I mean, yeah,
I almost got
Moshe, using a fifth. I heard you. Using a 5th and 7th rounder isn't exactly addressing the position, I would suppose.
You've got 7 of those guys in your room. Find one.
I agree.
What infraction, sir? Find some.
What else you got?
Find one. Oh, by the way.
I don't go into that bedroom. I don't want to play with them. Who said you can't go home again?
Ed Orgeron, 2019 national title with Joe Burrow as his quarterback, is going back to LSU as an assistant under Lane Kiffin. Fired as head coach, going back as an assistant. That can happen. It happened right here in Denver, Colorado, and it's worked out pretty damn well.
Yeah, Ed Orgeron belongs at LSU. Like, he just belongs there. There's no reason for... I remember when he was at USC for a minute, and I'm like, what are we doing here? That is not USC. That's LSU. That's what he is. So I'm glad that he's back.
Straight out of Waterboy. Do you like those kind of guys?
As long as
do you like that deep, thick Cajun thing?
As long as they're, like... in the bayou, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know, man. Go Tigers.
Moshe, you're in the live television. Go Tigers. You're in the live television game. I'm in the live radio game. I've done live television.
Yeah, not very well, though. Wearing your silly hat. No IFB. You look silly. Okay, go ahead. Sorry. Didn't mean to
I
insult
don't know
you.
how
Insulting me is going to make this a better segment.
It's not even an insult. It's a compliment. I'm real when I go on television. I don't put on makeup and pretend to be something I'm not.
Speaking of, Vic will be back tomorrow. Hello, everyone.
Here's the thing, though. Live TV, it's a fickle thing. There's a guy by the name of Jeff Probst. He's hosted Survivor forever.
Correct, yes.
Did you see what happened last night? So Survivor is in their, I think it's their 50th season or something like that.
But 50th. Yeah, but they have like 4 seasons per year or some silly thing.
Yes, but Moj, it's a gigantic TV show. It's been that way for decades, correct? You know what happened last night? They're doing a live show with all the cast members of this year's Survivor. They got them all in these seats. They're kind of like breaking down, but they're showing the television show as they're going, okay? So they're getting down to the nitty-gritty, and I don't watch this show. I think there's 4 people left. Final 3 is the big competition at the very end. He brings somebody on stage, talks to him. He goes, all right, we'll have a seat with the jury because you're no longer part of the show. Here's the problem. They didn't air that part of the TV show yet. Nobody knew this guy was eliminated. He spoiled his own show that he's hosting.
No, God, please, no.
They didn't show this guy getting eliminated from competition that was coming later in the show, and he said, well, you're no longer part of this thing. Why don't you have a seat with everybody else?
So he didn't know it.
No, he knew.
No, I mean, the guy didn't know it, though.
No, he knew.
Okay.
They already aired
but the people didn't know.
Correct. The audience didn't know. And so they're all looking at him like, what do you mean this guy's out?
He just confused the heck out of me. So he jumped the shark.
He jumped the shark, yes. Okay.
Well, actually, he didn't jump the shark. He jumped to conclusions. Ahead of time. Okay.
Yes. Nelly, you got one for us?
Oh, by the way, Moser, I need you to weigh in here. So yesterday, the Avalanche put out all these T-shirts on the seats for people to wear to spell out Colorado and fill up the stands with the color theme. And I think 2 people put their shirts on. Why are we a pom-pom city and not a playoff T-shirt city?
Because, well, it's hard to be a hockey hoops and works. It's hard more. I think they're great shirts. Nice souvenir. It's hard to be because so many people, first of all, it was cold outside. You had a lot of jackets and pullovers and all that kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
It was raining like heck. Second of all, a lot of people wear jerseys, and you can't put a T-shirt on over a jersey.
I see.
And then what do you do with your jersey? It's that kind of thing.
I kind of feel the same way, to be honest with you. When somebody's rocking a sweater, I don't want to put the T-shirt over the sweater. I pay good money for this thing.
The only way you can really accomplish that is if they're all Andy Lindahl XXX to go over the top of your hockey sweater.
I think it's really hard to get 18,000 people on board with putting on a T-shirt that's on their seat when they get there. I don't have as big a problem with it as some other people do. It would have looked cool if everybody did it, but it's too difficult. So there you go. Oh, by the way.
Well, let me just quickly ask you this, though. Back on April 19th, when the playoffs were starting for the Spurs, they were shaming fans on the Jumbotron. They had a cam that was called the Put Your Shirt On cam, and they would put you up on the Jumbotron until you put your playoff shirt on so they could complete the color scheme. Would you like the Avs to adopt that peer pressure?
No, you don't chastise your fan base. No.
Look, a sweater's like $200, man. If I'm rocking something $200, Moser, if you got an expensive watch and they said, hey, I got you these wristbands, you have to all wear them over your watch, you're like, I think I'll wear my expensive thing, actually.
Right.
That's my thought. Go ahead.
Or be like, hey, I know you got those sweet Nikes on. It probably cost you a boatload of money. You like to show them off.
But we got your hotel slippers.
These galoshes to put over the top.
Yeah.
No. Oh, by the way, brought to you by Rock Plumbing, Heating, Air, and Electrical, your local home comfort specialist. Visit rockheating.com. That's ROCK heating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Got one more keyword at 9:20. Back to the Avs next. Coach, are you a car guy?
Yes.
You are. Okay, so let me ask you a question in a different way. If you had a car, would you take it out for a drive tonight for Game 1 of the Western Conference Final?
Yes, I would.
Ah, okay. Good to know.
1 minute later.
Take your questions. Please raise your hand and wait for the microphone. We'll start left side, second row, Mark.
Hey, Jared, first of all, is Kel McCarr playing tonight?
He is not.
He's not.
5 seconds left. Burns with it. 4 seconds. In his own zone. Shoots it ahead. Nelson will tap it. And the Avalanche suffered their first loss on home ice in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Vegas up 3-0. It was 3-2. But they find the empty netter and find the 4-2 win to take a 1-0 series lead here in the Western Conference Final.
Oh my God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm. What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure? Stay calm! Wait. Everybody calm down!
All right, Avs go down 1-0 in this series against Vegas. A lot of different feelings as to what that looked like. A very subjective feel this morning. Now, me and Moser are very much in the same camp of not ideal, not happy. There's, to me, there is a certain level of when you get into a game like you were playing against Vegas last night, it's a 0-0 game with 7.5 left in the second period. It's anybody's game. And you get a Logan O'Connor shot that rings off the post. You get Nazem Kadri at the end of a period that looks like he could have had one at the final buzzer. You get Logan O'Connor with a backhand flip that just misses. You get Nathan McKinnon screaming through this center of, I mean, it's him alone essentially in front of Carter Hart, and he doesn't put the puck on net. All of these little details, if executed, could have flipped that game entirely. And you didn't do that, and when Vegas got their opportunities, they did. When they got a 4-on-3 going the other way, they found a way to beat Wedgwood on a soft goal that, you know, Wedgwood should have made the save, and he didn't, and that changes the entire complexion and feel of the game. You follow that up with a dumb penalty that you take, and now you're on the penalty kill again shortly after they're up 1-0, and now it's 2-0. Now you're in a bigger hole. It wasn't as if, to me, Vegas outplayed you for 60 minutes. It's that they executed the small things, and here is Bednar talking about that.
Yeah, it was definitely better in the third period. I liked it early too. Like I thought we set the tempo of the game the way we wanted to. I don't know. I can't pinpoint exactly why it went away. I think there's some, like, we got to make sure we're working for outlets for our D to make their job a little bit easier. I thought some guys struggled with the puck back there a little bit tonight in all three zones. So, yeah, we'll look at it and improve upon it. And I like to see the urgency and the sort of the relentlessness that we had in the third period earlier in the game, you know, for longer stretches like during the game.
I agree.
No problem.
I thought they had moments early.
Yeah.
Wasn't enough. You know, the first 6-7 minutes of that game I thought was all Avs, then it flipped to kind of all Vegas for 6 or 7 minutes.
They are going to be better. They are going to be better. I can promise you that.
Now, Texture says this, and this is true. I'd be most concerned that the Avs have allowed 2-3-0 leads in 2 consecutive home games. That is true.
Ain't going to happen tomorrow night.
I don't think so either.
Ain't going to happen tomorrow night. I can promise you that. Look, man, I've had a lot of thought about this. And believe me, when I go home, when I'm driving home and then I get home and then I get ready for bed and I brush my little teeth, pet the dog, right? You go potty, all that. I'm thinking about this all the time. I'm laying in bed, getting ready to go to sleep. Brett, what do you think I'm thinking about? I'm going back over periods in my brain.
Sure.
I'm going back over sequences in my brain. I'm going back over a lot of things. Let me talk about your Nathan McKinnon stuff. What did you say? Can you remember what you said about McKinnon?
About McKinnon?
And shots and that kind of thing?
Oh, Are you talking about overall with them?
I thought the Avs missed some shots they could have put on net.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think that Carter Hart was really good last night, Moj.
He was really good.
They could have made him work harder than he did.
Let me give you my thoughts on this. Well, of course they could have. I think they made him work hard a little bit, but let me explain. There are some tough angle shots that you missed and it rims out and on and on and on. You're trying to pick a top shelf because you're one of the best players on the planet, talking about Nate or Marty or whomever it may be. Because a lot of guys did that, right? Because Hart was looking pretty big in his crease. And Vegas did, I thought, a wonderful job in front of their goalie last night. But those shots hit the net a little bit more. I'm telling you right now.
Mm-hmm.
That will never not be funny to me, by the way. That just blows my mind how funny that is.
But I am telling you right now,
okay.
that motherfucker back there is not real.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about, 79 in the crease. As good as Vegas was in front of their goalie, as good as they were at clogging things up and denying second chance, they can't do it for 7 games in a row that pace. I'm telling you, they can't. You can't. They physically cannot do that for 6 more games. Start putting those on net a little bit more. Now, I know you are world class. I know Top Shelf is bitching. They know it too. I'm not saying anything to anybody doesn't know. But but look, you're going to mix in some killer goals with some goal mouth scrambolero.
Yeah.
And I'm a big scrambled egg guy. Not necessarily, fried or over easy or over hard or whatever. I like me some scramble. I can mix it in things and all that. You're going to get some scrambled eggs there, dude, and he can't stop all of them. You beat him twice last night. He's not unbeatable, this guy. And he played his ass off.
Yes, he did.
So I'm telling you, the formula is there. Clean up here, clean up there, a little bit more jam and jump here, a little bit. They're going to be more in sync. That 8 days, I'm telling you, over the course of 7 games, they can't continue to do it at that level. I'm telling you.
Well, and it just comes down to, even if they did, I think this is more about the Avalanche just executing when they need to. And we all kind of know when you're out one of the top players in the world in Cale Makar, it's going to create an extra emphasis to make sure that you're on your P's and Q's. And I think maybe one thing that I will say that happened way too much last night, a lot of odd man rushes, a lot of those going the other way, which you've been really disciplined throughout the course of this postseason.
Caught flat-footed a couple of times,
yeah.
A couple decisions that you made, and it's that little hesitancy, Brett. I call it a hesitancy. I forget what coach calls it. In my mind, it's a tiny hesitancy here, tiny bit there with the puck on break. Right. Not only seam passes and this and that, but also breakouts. It's also one guy maybe is not supporting his partner as well as he could, or the forward's not supporting as well as he could, presenting himself for an outlet. Let's go, because Vegas is forward checking the snot out of you.
Right.
That's what they're doing. They're forecheck, but you can break that, dude, with your speed and like this. You can break that. And you almost did on a couple of occasions. You had them scrambling. Now, I'm going to give Vegas also a little bit of credit. At times, they recovered well. There were about 4 rush opportunities that I thought, even one-on-ones, that I thought, okay, Marty or Val or LOC or whomever, they're going to be able to beat that guy to the front of the net. And that guy, whomever it was on any occasion, I mean, just by the hair of his chinny chin, barely got back to force it out. Barely got back to force it outside.
Yeah.
That's game 1. You're hyped. Game 5, you're getting to the front of the net. I'm telling you, this is the way it works.
Sure.
I've seen it. Now, I'm not guaranteeing anything other than I know they're going to be better, and I know overall they are the better team. That's it.
I think there's 3.
The numbers and some of these other things will tell you that it's not nearly as bad as you think it is or was last night.
I think
there was some bad, though.
There's 3 things that killed you last night. 3. When you have a game that feels like it's going to be really difficult for somebody to get on the board, and when you go 33 minutes with nobody scoring, you can't give up an easy one. And I think in the case of the first goal from Vegas, Wedgie gave up a soft goal. And that hurts because it changes the feel of the game. It's one thing if Vegas really earned it, beat him top shelf, he was screened, it was a deflection, it was something like that. That's one thing. But to get beat on a soft goal like that, I think is it's a deflator more than anything else. Number two, when you give up that goal and you're down 1-0, like when Vegas scored, Moj, it's disappointing, but I was kind of like, okay, well, the Avs are going to have to score anyway. Not a big deal. To immediately take a frustration penalty afterwards, and look, we all kind of know that whoever it was on Vegas, I forget, he sold the call. He sold it.
Rasmus Anderson?
Yes. But.
You think?
But, Moj, Ross Colton can't put himself in that position. You can't take a stupid penalty when you're down 1-0 and they just scored. You're trying to find momentum back, and instead you put yourself at a man disadvantage for 2 more minutes. Not ideal. They go on, they score with it, and now it's 2-0. Now you're really behind the 8 ball. And the last thing is, and I've talked about this before, when you're on a power play and the power play is about to expire, I don't know why players get so giddy about, well, the power play clock's about to expire. We need to start scrambling to get the puck in front.
Dude, you're talking about Sammy. Okay?
Well, I know that, but hang on. I see this not just from Malinsky, although Malinsky was guilty of it last night. A lot of different guys do this. They act as if like the period's going to end when the power play ends. You just have somebody coming out of the penalty box and making it 5-on-5, but it felt like to me Malinsky tried to force a shot at the end of the power play.
He did.
That then deflects off a leg, bounces 18 feet in the air over the head of Malinsky, and now it's a 2-on-1 going the other direction.
You couldn't, dude, I couldn't have the puck inside the blue line and throw it out with any better pace or in a better spot than it landed in when dude's coming out of the mother.
Yeah, but it's unnecessary is what I'm saying.
Of course it is. And here's what I'm trying to tell you. This only reinforces what I've been saying. And by the way, Sanford's on me because I'm telling you mode right now.
Yeah.
The coach is all over my bacon. Love you, coach. Well, the proper move in hindsight is what? Sam is such a good dancer at the blue line. You know what? Take that puck, dump it down the boards, dump it deep, make dude come out of the box and go to his own end to defend, right? Win a puck battle, get your cycle going 5-on-5, but make dude come out and defend in his own zone.
Yeah.
Brett, do you think Sam Malinsky will make that same play for the rest of this series?
I would hope not.
I'm telling you, he will not. He will not.
He's a smart player, too. It's not that he doesn't do this often.
They are going to watch film. They're going to reiterate game plan, what works, tweaks, and they are going to be much better tomorrow night.
Your final keyword for this show coming your way in just a moment, as it's a chance to get you in the building for Game 2 tomorrow night. Stick around. Hey, this is Brett Kane, Fanatic Sportsbook, America's fastest online growing sportsbook. Why? Well, it's simple. The other books, their awards are the same old, but Fan Cash, that's what you get with Fanatics, and it's the ultimate sports currency. And betting with Fanatics lets you stack the Fan Cash. You can get up to 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers, win or lose, and unlike points that expire, you can spend your Fan Cash on official team gear across every team in the league, collectibles, exclusive experiences, all on Fanatics.com. Fan Cash unlocks value. You can't get at other books. You can even convert it to profit boost and bet with it if you feel like it. Fan Cash, it's the access to the world of sports every time you bet with Fanatics Sportsbook. So switch to the book that always gives you more to play with. Download the Fanatics Sportsbook today. Winning Hits different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatic Sportsbook app.
Boss took great offense to the keywords today.
Well, I mean, you can tell the theme, I think. And here's what it is. It's an Avalanche playoff ticket Thursday. We're giving away tickets to Game 2 tomorrow night, all day today. Keywords every hour and pair on every show. So your final keyword is arugula. Text arugula in your first and last name to 303-504-0925 and you're entered. ColoradoAvalanche.com/playoffs is the home for everything you need during this run, from Avs Alley information to game tickets and more. It's ColoradoAvalanche.com/playoffs. Again, this hour's keyword is arugula. We'll announce the winner at 9:55.
No offense to the boss, okay?
I think you do mean it offensively.
But if you're asking the public to type in the word arugula just on a whim, you might as well ask them to type in supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
I'm not going to help you with your spelling. Figure it out.
Okay,
how bad do you want tickets? Like,
badly. All right, let's get more into this thing.
Can I say this?
Sure. I mean, they're already coming in, and these are the most abominable spellings of arugula ever made by humans. Go ahead.
I'm trying to figure out if this dude who spelled it Oroogala is a real thing.
It looks like Ogallala.
It does look like Ogallala. I've been stuck there. No disrespect to the people of Ogallala. Yuck. Didn't like
I've been to Ogallala. I've been to. Can you imagine me
now,
living in Ogallala?
Lake McConaughey?
Now,
cool
Lake
place.
McConaughey's bitching, but I've been to Ogallala probably 100 times in my life.
Now, to be fair, my experience in Ogallala was a terrible one. We were driving back after Christmas. We got stuck in a blizzard. All of the interstates, roads were shut down due to ice and snow. And you had people sleeping in their cars in the parking lot because there wasn't enough rooms for the people who got stuck there. We fortunately, with baby Jamal Kale, got the last room in this like Motel 8. But I remember waking up, it was 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm looking outside, people sleeping in their cars. I'm like, if that was me with baby Jamal Kale in the car, we were going to have some issues. So, no disrespect, Ogallala.
Your wife would kill you.
I had a bad one-time experience. No disrespect. Now, here's what I want to say. I think it is totally reasonable for people to be upset this morning about the game last night. You're down 1-0. I'm going to reemphasize something. Since the season started on October 7th, a win against the Los Angeles Kings to May 21st of this year, it's the first time that you felt like the Avs were ever behind on anything. It's the first time the Avs have faced adversity. When you're not used to having a little bit of a gut punch, the gut punch feels a little bit worse. If you've never been in a fight before and somebody punches you in the face for the first time, you feel like it hurts really bad. The next about 5 times you get punched in the face, you realize there's some bad ones and some ones that aren't. I feel like last night, you got punched. Wasn't that bad.
You got score punched, not punched. You got score punched in the face. You're down 3-0.
Yeah.
You got to fight your way back. They didn't rough you up. They didn't blow you up. They had, 3 more hits than you. But in the 34 hits the Golden Knights delivered, it wasn't like they're blowing you up. They're finishing their checks. They're doing a good job. I'm going to give them all the credit in the world. They're doing a good job. You had 31. They're not punching you in the mouth. They're not, they're not running roughshod. They're not pinning you in your own zone and destroying you. I mean, they're not pushing you around, having their way with you. None of that happened. None of it. It's minor clean-up things that you need to take care of, which is the difference between winning and losing a game in the postseason.
Just for comparison's sake, and the way that my mind is operating today, when I watched the Nuggets and T-Wolves series, they got punched, didn't they, Moj? The Nuggets did.
Correct.
But they got knocked to the mat, and that's why I was concerned as hell. Minnesota threw a haymaker that I was like, I don't know if you come back from that one. This was not last night. Last night was a couple of jabs.
Nuggets got a 10 count, stayed in the fight, and then eventually got knocked out.
But over the course of a series, I don't even see that as a knockdown. I just see that as you hit a clean punch. All right, good for you. I'm still standing up.
Agreed.
That game was not Vegas just totally ran roughshod all over the entire game. It was 0-0, 33 minutes into the game. You had the way better opportunities early in that game, too. Vegas had a couple odd man rushes. There was a good play by Marner that he couldn't finish either. Good save by Wedgie, all that different stuff. But if you want to look at Logan O'Connor ringing that puck off the post, which was a shot that had Carter Hart beat, just missed it. Nathan McKinnon weaves in between traffic, gets to the front of the net, misses the net. That happens. I thought one of the better plays of the night, Moj, it was shortly after Logan O'Connor hit the post. His next shift, I think, or maybe the second shift after that, they're in the offensive zone. Vegas has control of the puck. They're trying to get it out. And Logan, takes it to the front of the net. Backhand just misses. Like, you had prime opportunities, just couldn't finish.
Nate hit. Oh, my God. Nate on a bomb from the right circle. Hit Carter Hart. I mean, he's trying to go top shelf, and Hart's not a little tiny guy. He hits him right here, right where the mask and the shoulder pad, bangs it off of there. And I'm like, that's so close, dude. I mean, you're going to be okay. Do you want to finish your thought? Or
no, go ahead.
Okay. Let me go last year to this series against the Dallas Stars. Now, you started in Dallas, so it's a little bit different. But you lost game 1 to Dallas last season, okay? But when we got to game 7, how are we feeling?
Good.
And through 2 periods, how are we feeling? Let me show you how this Avalanche team responds, okay? If you want to go back to talking about the core, just the mentality.
Good.
You lose game 1 last year to Dallas. You come back, you win game 2, 5-1. You lose game 3 in overtime again. You come back and you win game 4, 4-0. Now your series tied at 2. Game 5, you get punched right in the what? Mouth. You lose 6-2.
Yeah.
You're like, oh my God. You come back in game 6 and you beat them. You put 7 on them in game 6. And you are in total control. In game 7, into the 3rd period, it's 2-1 because Mikko made a nice shot. Then what happened? Luck. You don't want it to come down to that. That's what I'm calling it. You have every opportunity in the world on your home ice tomorrow night to even things up. I just gave you in black and white. The last series they trailed in, they came back and counterpunched like a mother.
Yeah.
And I think you should put your faith in this team. Now, that doesn't guarantee jack squat. But, Brett, you said it earlier. If the Avs win tomorrow night, and I think they will, would it surprise you at all if on Sunday in Game 3 they went to Vegas and won 4-1?
No.
Me either. And that's not homerism. That's not injecting industrial military-grade copium. That's not burgundy glasses. That's not any of that. That is experience and knowing this team.
History. It's not like we haven't lost games this year and bounced back. I was saying this morning, generally when we address things as a group that we need to be better at and give them clear direction, we are usually better at them. That's another big break. And it even at times good decisions, good puck decisions tonight were misexecuted and led to some trouble in all 3 zones. And then some of our decisions, it just looked like we weren't seeing it quick enough. I got a lot of belief in the group. I'm not panicking about it, but next game's obviously a big game.
They've bounced back. By the way, Moser, I think you got that entire thing wrong with Dallas last year. They won game 1 5-1. Then they lost 4-3 in OT in game 2.
That's what I meant.
Then lost 2-1 OT in game 3. And then they won 4-0.
That's what I meant.
In game 4.
That's what I meant. That's what I meant.
How many that's what I meant are you going to drop?
That's what I meant. Game 2, Dallas won. You're correct. But every time Dallas won, the Avs came back and punched them right in the mouth themselves.
They lost game 2, and then they lost game 3.
That's what I meant. But then they won 4-0 in game 4. And then they got punched in the mouth in game 5, 6-2. Am I right about that? They got punched in the mouth in game 5, 6-2. Then they put 7 on him. Damn it, I'm getting better as the series goes on. They put 7. Am I wrong? Did they put 7 on him in game 6 or not?
I'm going to go through all these games just so you're okay.
Okay, did they put 7 on him in game 6?
Shush.
I'm losing it.
They won the first game 5-1.
That's what I meant.
They lost the second game 4-3 in overtime.
4-3 in overtime, correct.
They lost game 3 2-1 in overtime.
That's correct. They lost in overtime in game 3, correct.
Then they won game 4 4-0.
That was a shutout. I remember that. That was a shutout, if I'm not mistaken.
Then they lost game 5 6-2.
Now, how many did they put on them in game 6?
They won game 6 7-4.
That's what I meant.
And then they lost 4-2 in the final game.
That's what I meant. My point here is, the overall point is when they lose like that and things get tough, what do the tough get doing? They put 7 on your ass. That's what I meant. They shut you out and put 7 on you. That's what I meant. Hey, man,
What's your point?
It's
What's
a year.
your point?
It's over a year ago. You can't ask my brain.
Oh, I don't know what it is. That's what I meant. Just kill me.
That's awesome.
All right. Anyway, some more here post game. Here is Jared Bednar on McCarr's absence.
He's an important player, right? And he plays a lot. And some of the areas that we struggled with tonight, those are his strengths. Yeah, I mean, it affects. He's out there a lot with the McKinnon line. There's definitely, a trickle-down effect to that. But he's not playing, so you have to find a way. I think the guys that we had playing tonight, not just the D, but we're capable more and capable of better, and it just wasn't there for us tonight, and we've got to make sure it is for game 2.
One thing that we didn't talk about, or we haven't really spent a lot of time discussing, is the impact moving forward of Kale. Here's the problem. If Kale didn't play in game 1, he's listed as day-to-day, whatever. He had a long break to try and get himself ready for game 1. Didn't play.
Right.
I don't know how much better that gets 2 days later. I don't. And so I think you almost might have to prepare as if he's not going to be with you for a good bulk of this series, if not the entire thing. You have to prepare that way. And here's the thing. Even without him, and as much of an impact as he makes and as good as he is, I think you'd have a shot. You still got a really good shot at winning the series, even with him not out there.
You're still a really good hockey club.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, he is, in my opinion, the best defenseman on planet Earth. I don't know what percentage he would be at. I have no idea, but that's my opinion. If he comes back, I don't know what percentage he'll be at. Maybe 100. I don't know. But to say it's not a hindrance or it's no factor, that's a lie. He's a very important player. What I'm telling you,
where did you notice it most? Where was his absence felt the most?
I thought in the breakouts.
Okay.
I thought your own transition game. I thought that because he's such a good quick decision maker, Brett.
Yeah.
And again, the forwards have to present themselves in ways to allow you to get the puck out of your own zone and beat that forecheck. But I mean, that's a huge part of it. Power play. I mean, you're 1 for 3.
I get that they got it. And it was a great.
It was a 6-on-4. I get it.
That power play, that pass
by
Nate. I mean, that's a hell of a play.
And Landy pivots right. I mean, it was such a good play. Yes.
But yeah, it feels. I don't want to say cheap. That's the wrong word. But a little fraudulent, maybe, because it was a 6-on-4.
Okay. Nonetheless, to say it doesn't matter is a lie. But this is why you built the team the way you built them. I mean, for a game, for 2 games, you've got to be able to overcome these things.
What went into the decision, you think, to play Sean over a guy like Blankenberg?
I don't really know.
Because Blankenberg,
I'm not really sure.
It felt like that trade was made for this exact reason. If a blue liner went out, then you had some depth and you threw him in there.
Well, maybe it's recency bias. When you look back, I mean, he didn't play a ton against Minnie, but I thought he was pretty effective.
Okay.
I mean, I thought in what you asked him to do, I thought he was pretty effective. Now, I also saw Keegan Colasar last night make a beeline for Sean anytime he got the opportunity.
Yeah.
And Sean paid him back a couple of times and also was able to squeeze Colasar off a couple of pucks, which I thought was nice. But, I mean, he was targeted. Dump in his corner and go get him. I saw that last night from the Vegas Golden Knights. But you should be able to still win. You're a good hockey club. Okay, let's go. Because I got a year and a month ago mixed up on that.
Mm-hmm.
Game 3, Minnesota. I know you have a 2-0 series lead. What did Minnesota do in Game 3?
They dominated. Yeah. They took control of that game, didn't let it go.
Yeah. And were you going, oh, my God, they're going to tie this damn series up. We're coming home for Game 5.
No, but I mean, I'd be lying to you if I didn't. I wasn't panicked at all, but I was kind of like, man, if they win again, then this thing gets a little bit squirrely.
Vegas is a high-quality hockey team. The Avalanche are an incredibly high-quality hockey team. They are going to respond. And you give me enough of the stuff that I saw that trended in the right direction. You give me enough of that over a 7-game series, I'm going to be fine with that.
Yeah. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Avs Alley. The outdoor party with Avs faithful every home game. Tickets are $15. Proceeds go to Kroenke Sports Charities. If you'd like to purchase tickets, visit coloradoavalanche.com/playoffs. You can also win tickets by subscribing to Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube. Keep your eye out for a video today that explains how to win. Search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube.
Now, tickets are hard to come by.
Yeah.
The games. My daughter logged on, got tickets to Avs Alley tomorrow night.
Really? Oh, is school out right now? School's done for?
Little Alice Cooper.
Mm.
School's out for summer.
Yeah.
These colleges nowadays, man. My kid goes to college like December through January, and then she's out.
Can she babysit a baby?
She would love to babysit a baby. She's really good at it. She's certified and all that stuff.
Okay. Well, that's good to know.
Plus, in a couple of years, she'll be an officer, so that's probably even better.
Can she babysit for credit hours at college instead of payment in cash?
How about you pay her so she can help pay some of these friggin' college bills?
Oh, she's paying them?
No! I said help pay.
303-504-0925. Can listen to us anywhere in the world on the
$300 for a book.
Altitude Sports Radio app.
High?
It is powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willheightwins.com.
I'm
That's
going to write a book. I'm writing a college book. I want all the money.
Back after this. All right, so we got to wait till tomorrow before the Avs can get a chance to make up for what happened yesterday. Again, I don't know what the feel and what the read is for a lot of other people on this. Disappointed, but not losing faith in what the Avs can do in Game 2 to bring this thing back. By the way, Avs Alley, an outdoor party with Avs faithful for every home game. Tickets are $15, and the proceeds go to Kroenke Sports Charities. If you'd like to purchase tickets, visit coloradoavalanche.com/playoffs. You can also win them by subscribing to Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube. Keep your eye out for a video today that explains how to win. Search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube.
I thought you just did that.
Just another friendly reminder to those people.
Okay. Well, then look for my kid. I guess. Or don't. I really don't care.
Carter Hart had a really good Game 1. He's been good for the Vegas Golden Knights really all postseason. Carter Hart still feels gettable to me. I think you challenged him at times, and he made some big saves, which he did. You had a couple that just barely missed, whether it was you missing the net entirely or Logan O'Connor ringing one off the post. I just feel like, in a sense that the Avs have earned the trust that if, for whatever reason, a game doesn't go their way, they can come back and respond. They've been doing that all year long. They've been doing that all playoffs long. Even in the middle of games where you go, you have the 3-0 lead against Minnesota in Game 1, and then you're down 5-4. You respond right back, get a goal, and it's a tie game. You take off again. This team, and I'll play something for Nathan McKinnon. This does not sound like a nervous player.
Yeah, we had chances. They didn't do a whole lot either. It was kind of a nothing game, and then they got a few goals. And really good team, obviously, but I thought we did a lot of damage to ourselves. Yeah, just guys kind of everywhere. Execution, like I said, needs to be better, and obviously we're capable of being a lot better than that.
The tone in McKinnon's voice sounds like this, Moj. That's how it sounds to me. Just a shoulder shrug, like, yeah, they got us. It happens. We're fine. That's how it sounds. Now, when somebody presses him, like, well, really, what do you think happened? And he says this.
Anything to really take from how that game ended, or is this?
I've just said execution like 5 times. I think that's what hurt us.
I think that that's his way of being like, we're fine. Just do a couple little things. We're going to be okay. But, again, if you're in for the next handful of games, I don't know. Nobody knows really what the status of Makar is going to be moving forward. But even if you don't have Makar, this team is good enough to win this.
Absolutely. I'll tell you one thing Carter Hart did last night. He played really well. I thought his blocker was working well. I thought his glove hand was working well. I thought, again, a couple of shoulder saves were pretty darn good. Played well.
Yeah.
He also had guys in front of him, I thought, who played better than Minnesota did in front of Allsted. In terms of overall goalies, is Carter Hart better than Jesper Wallstedt?
Small sample size for Wallstedt. I don't know.
Yeah. What you saw in the regular season, and he's a pretty good young goalie.
Yeah, he is.
Good. So much so they're going to trade their other goalie.
Yeah. Okay, agreed.
Gustafson's going to be gone. I mean,
Gustafson?
His contract hasn't even kicked in yet, and they're going to have to move him because this kid's the future.
Yeah.
Avs pasted him at times. You keep doing what you did last night. Now listen, clean things up defensively. Sure. You keep doing what you did last night offensively at a little bit better clip, a little bit sharper, and a little bit more in their zone. That puck is going to go into the net.
My concern level for the Avs, given that they've lost a game, I would put it at like a 5. That's how I feel this morning. Like, I don't...
Oh, it sucks to lose.
Well,
you don't want to be down to the West Final on your home ice 1-0.
Okay, hang on a second. If the Avs won last night, my concern level would be like a 2.5. So, yeah, I've doubled it, okay? They lost the first game. I was not, and look, maybe this is where I was coming from and other people thought differently. I thought this series would go a minimum of 6, probably 7. I thought that from the jump. So the fact that they lost a game, and I get it, it's at home, it's game 1, those things are really, really bad.
You'd been rolling. You had a sweep, and you had a series in 5.
You haven't experienced losing all that often lately. I mean, look, when did the playoffs start? April what? Like 17th or something like that?
14th? I don't know. I can't remember.
You've been playing hockey for a month.
Let's see.
Over a month, 5 weeks, and you lost a single game going into last night. You aren't used to the feeling. I'm not freaking because
19th. You're right.
I know that so a month of hockey, you've lost a single game going into last night. Now you've lost 2. Okay, fine. My point in all of this is I still think the Avs, there was nothing about last night that showed me there was a chink in the armor that that Vegas could exploit on you for the remaining possible 6 games. They're a tough team, and I knew that going into it. I knew this series was going to be a grind. It sucks to lose game 1. But I'm going to keep making these comparisons to show you how different I feel about these things. When the Nuggets lost probably game 3 to Minnesota, and that was after Minnesota took game 2, Jaden McDaniels said what he said about the Nuggets players, saying they couldn't play defense, called them out individually, and then the response from them was to go out and lose game 3. I was like a 9. I'm like, if you aren't going to go out and win that game, then what the hell is going on here? I just don't have that feeling with the Avs because I don't think they played a poor game last night. I think they poorly executed in little moments that cost them. That's it. I'll reiterate, the 3 big things from last night for me were you gave up a soft goal when it was a 0-0 game for 33 minutes. I think that's deflating. If you're working, you're grinding, you're trying to find an opportunity, and they get a cheap one, it's a deflating thing mentally. Number 2, can't take a stupid penalty like Ross Colton did right after you give up a 1-0 lead.
Even if it was,
even if it's cheap.
Even if it was an embellishment.
Yes. In the same way that Naz Kadri got punched in the face and he sort of embellished it after the first period.
Well, he didn't get the call.
But he didn't get the call.
Hey, man, I thought him getting punched in the face was more egregious than what Colton got called for.
Agreed, but the point is you can't put yourself in that position, especially when you just went down 1-0.
Agreed.
Thirdly, poor decision by Malinsky to try and bang one to the net with a guy right in front of him and a dude jumping out of the box. 3 big details.
It comes off dude's leg.
Again, 3 big details in that game, little tiny moments that led to that game sort of falling out of whack. That was it.
Off dude's leg, butterflies over your head, and it skids right to dude. I mean, the odds of that are almost impossible. You ever see Honeymoon in Vegas?
No.
Nicolas Cage and what's her face?
I don't know. Didn't see it.
So he loses a lot of money, does Nick Cage, to Tommy Corman in a poker game that Tommy set up. A little underhanded. And because he
Sarah
loses...
Jessica Parker.
Yeah, that's her. What's her face?
What? All right, go ahead.
And he says, he's trying to explain to her how he lost all this money. And he goes, I had a straight flush. It's like unbeatable. And she says, like unbeatable is not unbeatable, Jack.
So you've watched the movie. You remember these lines. You probably watched it multiple times.
The point is, dude, that's like impossible. Like impossible is not impossible, but that is not going to happen again the rest of this series. Maybe the rest of this year. Rest of the next 2 years.
I'm going to blow your doors off.
Please do.
You ready to be gazebo?
Sure.
Name the actors in that movie.
Well, it's Nick Cage, Sarah Jessica Parker, James Caan was in that movie.
Do you remember Little Elvis in that movie?
Oh, that's Bruno Mars.
Bruno Mars?
Yes.
Was Little Elvis in that movie in 1992?
Yes.
How about that? Well, he used to be an Elvis impersonator when he was a kid.
Well, yeah, and Nelly, have you seen that movie?
Negative Ghost Rider.
You guys are idiots. Why am I even talking to you?
Yeah, let me see. Let me pull up a picture. Little Elvis, honeymoon in Vegas.
Why am I even?
Yeah, that's little Bruno.
Yeah. Anyway, he's got to get back to Vegas. chased her to Hawaii because he kind of sold his fiance off to Tommy Corman. But, dude.
Yeah, that's what I meant, Moj.
Yeah, that's okay. That's fine.
He goes, he has to jump into Vegas with the Flying Elvises Utah chapter. It's friggin' great.
It's okay, Moj.
Oh, Jesus.
Let's announce the winner of our pair of tickets to Game 2. I believe I have this, Nelly. Is it Deb Harding?
It is Deb Harding.
Congratulations to Deb Harding. Enjoy Game 2 at Ball Arena. And remember, keywords on the 20s every hour for every show. They all have a pair of tickets to give away, so stay tuned all day today on 92.5. How about a fact checker?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Fact Checker. Presented by Backus and Shanker, serious lawyers for the seriously injured.
Boy, I don't know how to fit this one into 2 minutes. Moser, you were trying to recount the flow of last year's Avalanche Stars playoff series, and I think got every game wrong. And then this is what it sounded like when Brett started looking up some of the details.
By the way, Moshe, I think you got that entire thing wrong with Dallas last year. They won Game 1 5-1. Then they lost 4-3 in OT in Game 2.
That's what
then
I meant.
lost 2-1 OT
That's
in
what I
Game
meant.
3, and then they won 4-0.
That's what I meant.
In Game 4.
That's what I meant. That's what I meant. Game 2, Dallas won. You're correct. But every time Dallas won, the Avs came back and punched them right in the mouth themselves.
They lost Game 2, and then they lost Game 3. That's what I meant.
That's what I meant. But then when they got 6, but then they came back and won 4-0. Then they got 6 put on them. Then they did the getting at 7.
That's what I meant.
That's what I meant.
I mean, that's a pretty good go-to. If somebody corrects you, you just say, that's what I meant.
What did you mean, Moj? What is what you meant?
He meant to be correct in the things that he was saying, even though he wasn't correct. That's what he meant.
That's what you meant.
That's what I meant.
Reminder to you guys out there.
Jay, first of all, Jay goes, you guys suck. I deserve them ticks. LOL.
Oh.
Before that, he said shoe.
Blame Nelly. Nelly's the one that does the randomizer.
So, Jay, the reason you didn't win is because you thought Elizabeth Shue was in Honeymoon in Vegas, and it was Sarah Jessica What's-Her-Face.
Parker.
With the nose and the teeth and thing.
Search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube for a full lineup of great videos. Watch our shows live every weekday from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Live podcasts, fun shorts, and between the pipes after every Avs game. Plus, subscribe for your chances to win playoff prizes like tickets. Just search AltitudeSportsRadio.com. I'm sorry, Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube.
Spit it out.
Yeah, get out of here. Get out of here.
Hey, man, tomorrow morning, I'm going to come in a smiling mood because I'm going to feel good.
iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, have a wonderful Thursday.
People out there, I need positive energy tomorrow. Don't be bringing me down because I'm going to tell you how they're going to tie this series up and head to beautiful Vegas.
Talk to you tomorrow. Love you. See you.
That's what I meant.
In Game 4.
That's what I meant.
Vegas going to get there first, wide open, and they score. It is Nick Dowd, and that should do it. 44.5 seconds to go in the third. Dowd shot out of a cannon, gets the empty net goal, and Vegas leads 4-2 with 44 seconds left. 5 seconds left. Burns with it. 4 seconds in his own zone. Shoots it ahead. Nelson will tap it, and the Avalanche suffered their first loss on home ice in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Vegas up 3-0. It was 3-2, but they find the empty netter and find the 4-2 win to take a 1-0 series lead here in the Western Conference Final.
All right, Coach, we knew the Western Conference Final wasn't going to be easy. It starts off with a loss, 4-2 to the Vegas Golden Knights, the first loss on Ball Arena ice in this year's Stanley Cup playoffs for the Avalanche. As we welcome you into the morning sprint. Alex Ryan-Emmy back alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson's behind the glass today on an Avalanche playoff ticket Thursday. We're giving you guys tickets to get inside the building for Game 2, where you will need to be loud. Prove my Syracuse brethren, Sean McDonough, wrong on the broadcast tomorrow and prove that it is a loud building. 4-2's the loss. Carter Hart was great. Scott Wedgwood was not. And the Avs missed Cale Makar.
Yeah. I was going to ask you this question. Because yesterday we were at Open Skate when the news came down that Cale Makar was not going to be available for Game 1 and was going to be day-to-day for the foreseeable future, whatever that might mean.
Coach Bednar gave Brett Kane the old zigzag.
Yeah, I mean, it's Stanley Cup playoff time. It's not Chuckles the Clown, let's hang out. No, this is go time, man. When the news came down about Cale Makar, I think it was interesting. I saw your tweet. I think you said that you felt like this was going to be either a 5 or a 6 game series before that news. And then after that news, did you say, I'm starting to feel 7 game?
My hot take yesterday, prior to both conference finals starting, was going to be, and this is for a while.
Was going to be.
Prior
to the Cale news.
Yes. Was going to be both conference finals or 5 game series. With the news that Cale was out for at least Game 1, it makes what was already a very tight series between Colorado and Vegas. And that's me saying it could have been 5. Like, I think it would have been a tight series, much like the Minnesota series was.
Like, we're a 4-1 series with a fully healthy roster. Probably wouldn't, against Vegas, would not have felt like a traditional 4-1 series.
Without Cale, I think you showed how much the top line struggled to create offense without their ability to go low to high. And the lack of ability to kill odd man rushes in the neutral zone. People don't give Cale Makar enough credit, man, for what he does in the neutral zone as a defender.
Right? Like, so this is what I was going to ask you. Go through this exercise, and I want you to, as a listener, I want you to kind of go through this with me as well. So yesterday when, of course, I'm optimistic. You got the greatest team, even with Cale Makar.
You still should be, even with the loss. You still should be.
You have the best team in the NHL. It's probably not as clear without Cale Makar that you're the best team, the most talented team without Cale Makar. Okay, so
without a doubt.
Let me ask you this question, and you, the listener, as well. What was the most notable deficiency in the performance last night, in your opinion, Raj?
You were, well, from a stat perspective or from
maybe
like
just
an eye test thing?
Just, hockey. What would you say ultimately led to you losing 4-2? Ultimately led to you going down 3-0.
There were 3 things that cost you the game. The inability to control the neutral zone on the offensive and defensive side of the puck. And again, I think that goes back to not having Cale Makar because of what he's able to do. When he has the puck on his stick, he is a one-man breakout coming out of the defensive zone. And what that forces defenses to do is back off and deepen their gap in the neutral zone. And that allows Colorado to gain more speed, to have more rush chances, to have more odd man chances and slot shots, especially with that top line. They didn't have the ability to do that yesterday. Now, Sam Malinsky is very good. Poor man's version of Cale Makar, but that's what he is. Poor man's version of Cale. So you didn't have the ability to do that. Without Cale on the ice, I think they struggled to shut down speed through the neutral zone and kill plays before they started, kill plays in the crib. That's what Cale is elite at doing defensively.
The transition component.
Without a doubt.
And the speed.
He is suffocating because of how fast he is defending plays with his sticks in between the blue lines. That's number 1 for me.
Yeah. Which speaks to Kale's two-way nature
Without a doubt.
as an offensive defenseman, but also don't forget, he's a really good defenseman.
Number 2 is, bar none, the best goaltender on the ice was Carter Hart. Not even close. Goal saved above average or above expected yesterday was north of 2 for Carter Hart. It was minus 0.43, I believe, for Wedgwood. So Wedgie wasn't bad. There was a big gap between him and Carter Hart. And then 3, you lost the special teams battle. And that's how you lose a hockey game, man. I'm not panicking here.
Yeah.
I think the Avs were okay. I don't think they were good last night. I thought they were okay. And they were still 6 inches away from tying the game and going to overtime after being down 3-0 with 15 minutes to go. That should give you a little bit of excitement going into game 2. Mm-hmm. They were okay, down 3-0, and almost tied it and came back.
And you lost your first game at home. I'm concerned that you can win. I'm concerned that you will win the series if Cale Makar doesn't play at all. Like that you will win it. I know you can win it. Without question, you can win it.
Yeah, you can. Avs fans of the late 90s and early 2000s will always point back to, look what happened in Game 7 of the Round 2 win against the LA Kings in 2001. Peter Forsberg plays in that game, plays 17 minutes, I believe has a primary assist on the game winner. I think that's right. I know he had an assist in the game. And then they go to, if I'm correct, Bender's Bar to hang out and have a few beers with the boys.
Broomfield, Westminster, right up there.
I'm almost positive they were at Bender's.
Shout out to my famous Dave Platty, part owner of Bender's.
I'm pretty certain that was the bar that they were at.
Former CU sports information director.
And Pete goes, I don't feel so good. And his spleen is burst. And then he's not able to be with the Avs in the Western Conference Final, and they beat St. Louis in 5 games. Now, 3 of those games, the final 3 games in 0-1 in the Western Conference Final, double overtime, overtime, overtime. Colorado lost Game 3. They won Game 4 and Game 5. Went to a cup final against an unbelievably hard team to play against in the New Jersey Devils, and they win a cup without a player who is as impactful as Cale Makar. They can do it without him. Can. It's going to be hard if he's not in the lineup.
And Raj, I want to go back to my original exercise here because, like, for me, when I think about, at least if you just watch the game on highlights in goal scoring, you would say that there were some deficiencies in your defense, in the coverage in your D zone.
Oh, yeah.
Especially goal number 1. And not to say that Cale Makar would have been on the ice for goal 1, because I believe that D pairing was Josh Manson and Jack Ashan.
That's correct.
Is that right?
Yep.
It wasn't good. And the reason why I'm concerned about, will you win this series if Cale Makar plays 0 out of, say, 7 games?
Now, I don't think that's going to happen.
I don't either. But yesterday I was a little bit more, I think I was a little overconfident, saying that you will win this series even if Cale Makar is not available for this.
It was Chop House, not Bender's. Thank you, guys.
Okay, Chop House. But shout out to our guy, Ben, Dave Platty and Bender's anyway, because it's fun. Back to the exercise, though, I'm saying, like, the defense in and of itself, the two-way neutral zone ability to dispossess puck, to possess the puck. Like, that's where Cale's so good. And then the other one, man, that I just know, man, Nathan MacKinnon gets so prickly, frustrated, moody when he has to play with such a variety of D pairings. Do you not see that? Now, we'll say this about Nathan MacKinnon. He is moody. I think Jokic has some moodiness to him. I think Jamal Murray has some moodiness to him. And it's almost like you need that guy to balance you out. What is the fuel for Nathan MacKinnon's fire? Failure. That son of a gun's going to play his absolute tail off in game 2. And then he's going to have Gabe to be able to help him harness it in the right way. Nathan MacKinnon is going to have an unbelievable game 2.
I thought the Avs were dominant in the first 5, and I think you lost the game because that dominant first 5 didn't turn into a goal. Now, you got through the first 20 without surrendering.
They were buzzing.
Buzzing in the first 5.
Dude. And it's just, you got like micro goalied a little bit early.
Little bit.
It wasn't like crazy saves, and some of the shots were just finding body.
The O'Connor post with 5 minutes to go in the first period was massive. the Carter Hart save at the end of the first period on that power. Was that the first period or the second period that he had that crazy save at the end on a power play? Because they had 2 power plays. One was at the end of the first, one was at the end of the second.
That was the end of the first.
Hart makes I think it's at the end of the first. Hart makes an
if
unreal
you score
save
there,
on Kadri.
The game's completely different.
Oh, yeah.
You go up 1-0. And then to play, was it 33 minutes before a goal?
Yeah, the first goal came like 7.5 minutes into.
You're looking at minute 33, minute 34 of the game, right? And to give up the goal that you did give up, and we'll get to our big play replay here coming up, I'm guessing, in the next segment, Raj. You actually texted out, so I'm not guessing. I know that. The way that goal was given up is a little deflating. For the building.
It's a bad goal.
It's a bad goal.
It's a bad goal. The neutral zone gap was way too large on Sissons.
Remind me of the Kaprizov goal in, what was it, game 3?
Yeah, but at least Kaprizov ripped it.
Yeah, and he came out of nowhere going barreling down 100 miles an hour.
Kaprizov. Dylan Coughlin hadn't scored a goal in the NHL in 5.5 years.
You leave people completely unmarked in the slot, guess what? Their NHL players are probably going to have a chance to score goals.
Whiffed on the shot. He whiffed. That shot was not supposed to be on the ice 5-hole. He whiffed. It was a bad goal for Wedgwood to let in.
But even, I think as bad of a goal as it was to let in, you can't give up that grade A. Not in that moment.
I would agree with you. I would agree with you.
That's the definition of a grade A scoring opportunity, man. Untouched.
In the middle of the high slot?
In the middle of the high slot. You can't do it. And that's got to be another thing that gets tightened up, because Nathan McKinnon after the game, we'll hear from him throughout the show, but what did he say? Execution. We didn't execute.
He almost bit Arif's head off, man.
I liked it.
Almost bit his head off.
Yep.
I've said it 5 times. Execution, man. He's pissed. A pissed off Nathan McKinnon wins you cups. A pissed off Nathan McKinnon wins you bounce back games. We saw it after the Vegas Golden Knights series loss in 2021. Right? You heard it. I've been in this league how many years and I haven't won anything. And they come back and they go on a 16-4 run. That's what he felt like last night. All right, we're going to change this thing. We do it after every single postseason game. It is our big play replay that's coming up next. Avs fall 4-2 in game 1. Also coming up on the other side of the break. It's an Avalanche playoff ticket Thursday. We'll give away your first keyword. Don't go anywhere. That's coming up in 5 minutes. It is an Avalanche playoff ticket Thursday, and we're giving away tickets to Game 2 tomorrow night all day today. Keywords every hour and a pair for every show, and all you guys have to do is text to the keyword horse. H-O-A-R-S-E. Horse.
Huh.
Like what my voice has been and my throat has been for the better part of 2 weeks.
By the way, your recovery.
You don't say.
Is amazing.
Amazing.
You
It's been
sound
2
so
weeks.
good. You know what? You sound better than you did like a year ago or 2 months ago.
I appreciate
I
that.
like this voice. It's a slightly more masculine version of Raj.
Oh, thank you.
But not quite where you were.
Like I'm Phoebe Buffet and Friends.
Oh, yeah, Phoebe. You get the Phoebster going. Hey, we did have a pretty awesome, we had a drop-off here at the studio.
Oh, yeah, we did. Thank you to Susie for bringing in some Chick-fil-A for the fellas.
Which is unreal.
Some chicken minis.
But way more important than our own stomachs, well, with some of the issues going on that happened on the ice last night, none of us have lost any of our hope or faith, and Susie reminded us of that. So she brings Bishop Bernie, patron saint candle of Cale Makar's health and Avalanche victories. Bishop Bernie is in the building.
It's now our second votive candle that we have in our studio.
Pretty soon, this is going to look like a shrine. Like we're gonna have a shrine going on in our studio, and Scotty's going to come in one day and be like, "The hell is this? What are we doing?"
Should we do it like all the old, like Catholic churches where we've got all the red votives, but you have to put in a quarter or $1 every time to light them?
Of course, it's a grotto. We're building a grotto here.
So instead of the Rancho Cucamonga Benefit Fund for Youth and Youth Sports Awareness, we pay, they play, it's just a slush fund for me and you.
Yep.
I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Again, your keyword this hour is horse. H-O-A-R-S-E. Horse. Text that right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and your last name, and you will be entered to win. ColoradoAvalanche.com/playoffs is the home for everything you need during this playoff run, from Avs Alley information to game tickets and more. It's ColoradoAvalanche.com/playoffs. One more time, your keyword this hour is horse. H-O-A-R-S-E. Horse. We will give away tickets to game number 2 coming up in about an hour and a half from right now. Coach, without further ado, it is time for your round 3, game 1, big play replay. KJ, hit it. Rain or shine, win or lose, we do it every single game en route to a Stanley Cup parade, hopefully for the Colorado Avalanche. Is the first game of the Western Conference Final, and the Avs down 1-0 after a 4-2 loss. Started off early in the first period. Brock Nelson and Josh Manson have chances to tally early.
Kulak will pinch near side wall, takes it away from Mitch Marner. Brock Nelson, touch to the middle. Nelson a shot. Save made by Hart. Rebound is right at the slot. Hit is thrown. Puck freed up for Manson. He lets it go. Save made by Carter Hart. He'll hang on and get a whistle. Oh, man. Oh, mercy. The Avs all over the Golden Knights early here in game 1.
Connor wasn't wrong there. It was all Avs all the time in the first 5. That was 4 minutes into that first period. Brock Nelson in the middle of the slot. Shoulder save from Carter Hart. Puck goes back out to Josh Manson. He's not able to shoot and score after having 3 guys in front of him with a great screen. Carter Hart was on it early. He was on it often, and he was the main difference maker in game number 1.
Yeah, he looked really, really solid in goal, but does not look unbeatable. Doesn't look like the Avs can't solve him. The Avs can solve anyone. The Avs solved Connor Hellebuck and turned him in Connor Five-a-Buck and dang near chased him. They solved who Mark Springer says is a no-brainer Hall of Famer, even though he's basically just finished his rookie year in Jesper Wallstedt. They will solve Carter Hart, but you got to tip the cap and give the man his kudos because he was really good last night.
As good as Carter Hart was early, Scott Wedgwood answered the bell.
Polisar in the stretch pass. Save made by Wedgwood with the left pad. Go, gadget leg, Scott Wedgwood.
That is a must-have save from Scott Wedgwood. Jack Ashawn gets beat through the middle of the ice by a guy who's not really the fleetest of foot in Keegan Colasar. Got caught sleeping in the middle of the ice. That cannot happen from that point on. Jack Ashawn wasn't trusted to play hardly the rest of the game. He was on the ice for a goal against, but the organization doesn't trust him to play. I don't know why he's in the lineup. I would try Blankenberg. I would try Alex Gagne, not Gagne. Gagne.
Okay, it is Gagne.
That's how he pronounces it.
Good.
Gagne.
All good.
I hate it, but Gagne.
Yeah, you know what? Unfortunately, Jack Ashan, you know what he kind of looked like? He looked like those, remember, it's the foosball equivalent of hockey.
Oh, yeah, bubble hockey?
There it is, bubble
Greatest
hockey.
game ever, checks.
He looked like a bubble hockey player at times.
Oh.
Is that really mean? Like he's just
Is that
like,
a short comment?
No, I'm saying
They're little figurines.
No, it's more that he just like would skate back into such a linear manner, just watch the puck, and there was no lateral movement. There was no like spatial awareness and understanding of like who potentially could be coming into.
He's struggling.
He looks like a bubble hockey player.
Big time save from Scott Wedgwood turns into a Logan O'Connor chance with under 5 to go.
To the point, Coughlin settles it down, lost it for a moment, hit a dead spot in the boards. That allows Burns to get to it, and now Lehkonen hacks it off the wall into the pack of Logan O'Connor. Holds up in between the circles, off the post! It beat Carter Hart, it hit the right post and comes all the way back to the slot in the Vegas zone.
Straight on the forehead. Half a ball arena was up under their stands. They thought that was in. So close to being post and in, the perfect shot.
Best player on the ice all night long from start to finish for the Avalanche was Logan O'Connor.
Aggressive. He's actually probably one of the best puck possessors on the night, which did elude you a little bit.
I hate to say it, and they mentioned it on the ESPN broadcast. I love Logan O'Connor. If he's the best player on the ice for you, you're not going to win the hockey game. You're likely not winning the hockey game. That was an issue. He hits the post. Colorado is still tied at 0-0. Carter Hart makes a crazy good save at the end of the first. We go to the second, and a player who has not scored in over 5 years in the NHL finally gets it done.
Nelson again lost an edge. Boy, the steal needs to be replaced. You're absolutely right. Sissons from Sod. Right at the slot. Coughlin a shot, and they score. Right through the legs of Wedgwood. A goal that Wedgwood will not like. Vegas strikes first in game one. 1-0 Golden Knights.
Raj, there was absolutely nothing that I liked about that particular sequence that led to the goal. Starting even with the Brock Nelson on the opposite side, just kind of, he tripped. It was like and it reminded me a little bit of the goal that was given up in the Minnesota series. Different because he was in his own D zone.
When he crashed into the board.
He kind of stayed down.
Was it Nico Sturm? It was Nico Sturm.
Nico Sturm, and then Sturm gets back up. I know that that's not exactly how this thing played out. But like, dude, you got to stay up. You got to keep possession of the puck there somehow, some way. It leads to a man down and a scramble and a transition goal. And frankly, Artturi Lehkonen, he looked to me like he looked a little bit. Break it down for me.
The back check here in the neutral zone is tough because it is a 4-on-3, right? You're having a couple of changes on the back check. Nelson is essentially half the neutral zone away from the puck as it gets moved to the outside to Brandon Saad. Sissons then runs kind of a pick play with Josh Manson to open up space. And then Lehkonen vacates the middle of the ice to go to the puck carrier. It's a tough spot because it's an odd man rush. You have to make a decision. Saad's on the outside of the dots there. I don't know if I love Lehkonen's decision to go to the puck carrier. I think I rather would have seen him shut down and stay in the middle of the ice. If Saad wants to shoot from the outside and it goes in, I'm going to put it on Wedgwood. Now, both goals are on Wedgwood, right? If they score from the outside of the dot or if Coughlin scores on the ice.
But wouldn't Manson have at least been in the window of the shot had you not gone after the puck possessor?
Right. So I don't think it was a great defensive decision from Lehkonen. Now, the back check from Nelson was not great, but I don't think he's going to get there anyway, even if he busts his balls the entire way.
Which is why I hated that he just fell, man. And I get it happens in any sport, but dude, you got to just pop up. You go down, you got to pop up, and it took a while for him to get off the ice, and therefore you're essentially dealing with an odd man rush.
Your keyword once again this hour is horse, HOARSE, kind of like what my voice has been for the better part of 2 weeks.
No longer, Raj,
horse.
because we are moving on to brighter days.
Better days
are coming,
but not brighter results. A power play goal for Pavel Dorofiev.
And Rasmus Andersson is down on the ice. There's going to be a penalty here on the Avalanche.
I didn't see it, Connor.
It's got a minor for a rough.
Ross Colton's going to get a roughing minor. Got his hand on his jaw as though he's pretty shooken up.
Marner down the slot. Marner, puck got away from him. Back out in front, they score. Glove side, Dorofeev, 2-0 Vegas. Boy, so the penalty that was acting to begin with cost the Avalanche, and Dorofeev scores again. Colorado in a hole, down 2-0 with 4:57 to go in the second period.
Really pretty zone entry for Vegas there. I agree with Connor. That is as floppy as a player can get in the NHL. Rasmus Andersson deserves the Oscar there. He's trying out for the Swedish 3-meter springboard team in the Summer Olympics. I don't know what he's doing. It was a bad call. It was a soft call. And after Brayden McNabb had punched an Avs player in the face and doesn't get called for it, I don't know how they take him to the box there. A sensational pass from Mitch Marner. However, it's another weird back check from Arturi Lehkonen, who shuts down instead of going all the way down to the house. And Brent Burns, for some reason, he gets caught drifting every now and again. Like, Burns drifts toward the puck for some reason, and they have two defensemen on the short side quadrant of the ice, and that can't happen, right? When O'Connor takes Marner to the corner there, Burns has to turn and face what's happening from the middle of the ice, and he has to shut down on the top side of the crease, right? Burns can then step out to Dorofeev right there and maybe get a stick on the puck. Instead, he just drifts away from the crease, and Wedgwood's got no chance to stop that. It was a bad coverage goal. It was a good zone entry. I didn't love the kill.
Yeah, I didn't love the kill. I didn't love the change of direction, like you said, from Burnsy too. It just looked like he got a little. He got kind of.
He just drifts somehow.
He drifted badly.
There's times where he's awesome, but he drifts. If he was more of a point-to-point guy, quick stops, I don't know if it's the age. I'd have to look back at like who Brent Burns was in his late 20s.
That particular play looked a little bit more like a focus issue.
Now, again, it's a mesmerizing pass from Marner. You don't think he's going to make this falling behind the back pass, but it's Mitch Marner. He's got eyes in the back of his head.
I mean, as of right now, ESPN.com came out with an article this morning about who are the favorites for the Conn Smythe.
Oh, yeah, Marner's up there.
He's a co-favorite right now. It's Mitch Marner is co-favorite with Anderson of the Carolina Hurricanes.
Moving on to the third period, Colorado down 2. You can't give up the third goal. You have a power play. Block shots against the Vegas Golden Knights. It killed him when it was Ryan Graves, and it kills him when it's Sam Malinsky.
7 seconds to go. Malinsky back for Natchez. Stays out there. Natchez keeps it himself inside the circle. Back in the forehand. Malinsky trying to thread the needle. Blocked out high. And right as the penalty ended, Hutton out of the penalty box. Hutton a shot. Save made by Wedgwood. And the rebound is put in by Howden. And I don't know if you can get more unlucky than that if you're the Colorado Avalanche. Exactly the right time for Coughlin to come out. Wedgwood makes the initial save, but Howden able to poke it in as he charges the net.
This is the reason why shoot the puck guy at games pisses me off so much. That puck should have been moved out to Brent Burns on the far side. Brett Howden overcommits on this block shot, and the shooting lane is not there. And because the end of the power play is happening, and he can hear Sam Malinsky, he can hear Wedgwood beaver tailing, which means that penalty is over. You have to know in that moment, what's the worst thing that can happen? The worst thing that can happen is it hits shin pads, and now there's a breakaway. That puck should have been moved to the outside. It should have been Brent Burns, who then can come down, not necessarily Main Street, but with a grade A scoring opportunity, right shot on the right side with two guys in front of the net, out-manning Noah Hannafin.
Who was the initial? Who was that shot made by?
It was made by Sam Malinsky.
Malinsky,
and then Malinsky does his best to get back on a 2-on-1. Right. It's a great play from Howden to grab that puck out of midair and then get his stick on the puck. It was a bad decision from Sam Malinsky. And
a leaky goal too, right? Just a little bit leaky. I don't think there's any chance for
pass, man.
Yeah.
You're shooting that puck as Ben Hutton to get a rebound. Yeah. Pad's pass, I can't really put it on Wedgie. It's a good play from Howden. It's a bad decision from Malinsky.
Would you say one really bad goal yielded by Wedgie?
Yeah, one really bad one, and that was the Coughlin goal.
And it was also really poor defensively as well.
Colorado down 3-0, but we've been here before. Game 5 of the Minnesota series. Colorado turned it on in the final 15 minutes. An unreal between-the-legs tip from Val Nichushkin.
It was sick.
3-on-2 through the neutral zone. Val Nichushkin all the way over for Colton. Back for Val Nichushkin. He scores! The choo-choo train pulls into the station, and Colorado begins the comeback. It's 3-1 with 14:06 left.
Sensational tip between the legs brings Colorado to within 2 goals with 15 minutes to go in this game. Great pass from Ross Colton. I thought Colton, Achushkin, and Kadri in the third period. Watch out for that being a line in game number 2. Watch out. 3-1's the score, 5:53 in, tips it through between the legs, and Colorado down 2, still pushing, gets a power play late. Nathan MacKinnon, an unbelievable play in the corner to find the captain.
MacKinnon across center ice, 1:20 to go in the power play. MacKinnon, his shot blocked, he's got it back. MacKinnon gets around McNabb, what a move, MacKinnon, backdoor, Landeskog, he scores! Oh, captain, my captain! It's a power play goal, and the Avalanche are within 1 with 2:20 to go in the third.
Braden McNabb may as well have been in the 15th row.
McNabb needs to pick up his jockstrap.
Holy smokes.
That was as bad as it gets in terms of getting absolutely deked out of your gourd. Nathan MacKinnon, like that, watching that goal, honestly, watching the 2 goals the Avs scored, they were brilliant goals. It makes you realize that this team obviously does have the class to break down a goal, a netminder that's really confident, but you can do it. It's going to take more, and you're not going to have like the exact openness that you had in the previous series against Minnesota, but you can break this dude down. You can break this defense down.
A little bit too little, too late for Colorado. Nick Dowd gets an empty netter after a missed shot, goes just wide. Vegas tries to ice the puck. Dowd beats everyone down the ice, and 4-2 is your final in game number 1. The Avs trail the Vegas Golden Knights in the Western Conference Final by 1-0. Avs playoff ticket Thursday. Your first keyword is horse, HOARSE. Text that in right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and your last name. It's your chance to get inside the building for game number 2 between the Avs and the Golden Knights. I'm Raj, that's Coach. You're listening to Denver's number 1 for sports talk. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Avs Alley is the outdoor party with Avs faithful for every single home game. Tickets are $15, and the proceeds go to Kroenke Sports Charities. If you'd like to purchase tickets, visit coloradoavalanche.com/playoffs. You can also win tickets by subscribing to the Altitude Sports Radio's YouTube page. Keep your eye out for a video today that explains how to win. Search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube and subscribe today. Avs fall 4-2, down 1-0 in the Western Conference Final against the Vegas Golden Knights. What's up, Coach?
I know there's times that probably you as an adolescent or a teenager, you may have done something wrong, right?
Sure.
I've never met your father, but he's a Finnish man of Finnish descent.
Yes.
I'm guessing he's got some toughness to him.
Yeah, he's a big 6'3", 215, 220 pound Finn. Yeah, he's a big dude.
Did he ever do the deal where you kind of did something to piss him off and he said, "I'm not mad"?
I'm disappointed.
Do you feel a little bit like that?
Brutal.
Do you feel like that right now, though?
You feel minuscule when your dad goes, "I'm just disappointed." Minuscule.
Is that how you feel?
Lower than dirt.
Is that how you feel right now with the Avs? Like I wasn't mad last night. I was disappointed. But not like it's not like the dad that's saying like you really disappointed me. It's just I'm disappointed, but I'm not mad personally. I'm not mad about last night. I'm disappointed, and not exactly in the way that a father would be if there's say their son gets a speeding ticket going 43 miles an hour over the speed limit or something stupid like that. I also am, Raj. I'm not terrified about this series. I'm concerned.
I think you should be concerned. Vegas is a very good hockey team. Vegas can play LA style and wants to play LA style, except they have Mitch Marner and Pavel Dorofiev and Rasmus Andersson, and they've got a better goaltender in Carter Hart. They want to and can play the version of hockey that LA played against you, but they can score. That's tough, right? If LA had a Conn Smythe version of Mitch Marner, you're not sweeping them. If they had Carter Hart, you're not sweeping them. I'm not disappointed in the Avs. I'm not nervous. I am cognizant that a West Final against Vegas, especially without Cale Makar, who knows what's going to happen in Game 2, will be incredibly difficult to win. Cale Makar is not losing Jamal Murray. It's not losing Aaron Gordon. It's not losing Peyton Watson. It's not losing any combination of the three.
Is it Nikola Jokic?
It's losing Nikola Jokic. It's losing John Elway. Like, it can't be understated how important that guy is to what the Avs do in all three zones of the sheet. He is that impactful, that good. And I think for the better part of 30 minutes in that game, they were trying to figure out who they were without him. And it probably cost them the game. He's everything. I'm not saying they can't win without him. They can. They can do it. The Avs, again, were only okay. They were not good. They were okay. And they had a damn good chance to win the hockey game last night.
A couple things happened yesterday at Open Skate that I think we had a chance, both Spring and I and our guy Cole Smith, not Cole Smith that plays hockey, our Cole Smith. We had a chance to see Cale Makar. We got there right as Cale Makar was leaving the ice, but he was out there and looked good. Did you see the videos yesterday at Open Skate? Like, there's nothing that I saw visibly that says that dude's not playing at all this series. Now, I don't know what's exactly going on. I don't know what ails him, but I mean, he was ripping pucks. It didn't appear like there was anything that was prohibiting him from using his upper body to play hockey in some way, shape, or form. But on the opposite side of that, I'll tell you, looked pretty damn good in a very extended, probably rehabbed skate was Stone. Mark Stone looked pretty freaking good. I was shocked by that. It was weird, right? When he got on the ice, he's a bigger dude. He's an older guy. He's a lot of miles on that player. He looked stiff. He looked like I feel right now, right? And he just looked like there was inflammation. But once he kind of broke things down and got a little bit more warmed up.
He's a stiff skater. Like he's not. Mark Stone's not a pretty skater. He's not a pretty hockey player. He's effective as all hell. He is not a pretty skater.
I think both those players can be back in this series, without question.
When is the question?
So tell me this, riddle me this, Raj. Tortorella, not a big open skate practice guy, apparently.
No.
Does not like it.
It doesn't like when people are able to watch it.
Yeah.
And then talk about it.
So we're broadcasting live.
He loves practice, and he loves conditioning his players.
There was as long as you could possibly go at an open skate, there was a ton of that happening with a bunch of, I'd say, probably AHL players, ECHL players that were kind of hanging around, but it was Mark Stone. It was an hour or close to it where he was on the ice and getting it. Is that like a conditioning skate?
Conditioning
to get ready?
Yeah, to make sure that you are ready whenever your body says that I can play in hockey. That's the reason why Kale was out there before. You're testing it. You're just making sure that you're not losing a step. You're not losing any of your breath. You're not losing your legs.
Very different than Jonas Brodin and Joel Eriksson-Ek.
Didn't even make the trip.
Didn't make the trip. Was very little evidence of them even being on the ice to skate. I feel like both these players are going to be back by game 3. One's going to be back by tomorrow night. I don't know which one. That's just a feel I got from being at skate yesterday.
I feel like they're going to put Kale in game 2. They could have won without him. I do believe this was an experiment that they tried to go, all right, can we win a game without him? Now, they weren't sharp. I think a sharp Avs team, a team that executes like Nathan McKinnon desperately wanted them to.
Yeah, we had chances. They didn't do a whole lot either. It was kind of a nothing game, and then they got a few goals. And really good team, obviously, but I thought we did a lot of damage to ourselves. Yeah, just guys kind of everywhere. Execution, like I said, needs to be better, and obviously we're capable of being a lot better than that.
And then he tried to bite Arif Dean's head off.
Anything to really take from how that game ended, or is this?
I've just said execution like 5 times. I think that's what hurt us.
Salty, Nate.
A sharp executing version of the Avs can win that hockey game last night.
So I would ask you this, because the way you came out in that game, this wasn't a readiness to play a hockey game.
No, first 5 was all you.
Like Jared Bednar and Gabe Landeskog as the captain, Nathan McKinnon as an assistant captain, had this team ready to play mentally and emotionally. Would you agree?
Without a doubt. Yeah, they were ready to play the game.
One of the other takes that I know a fear of one of my favorite people on these airwaves is Andy Lindahl. He always talks about the Vegas Golden Knights, and what does he always say about them?
He was an inside out. He would be the embodiment of fear.
Yeah, no question.
Fear and anger together.
Shadow, stop!
If they had a baby.
Oh, Shadow, get out! Oh my gosh. Andy's always concerned about the Vegas Golden Knights, and he has been for the last 4 years. When Andy talks about like the Avs of the 2023, 24, 25 seasons, he always talks about how the Avs are not physical enough and big enough to beat the Vegas Golden Knights of the world. And obviously, really? And that goes back to anytime there's an Andy Lindahl soundbite, it actually feels like he's here. Like he feels like he's present.
The Broncos! He's got great microphone presence.
Yes, very good. Do you think that the Avs were able to like physically match the Vegas Golden Knights from a size and hitting perspective?
I think Vegas had a few more violent hits in that game. Hits were damn near even. Like 33-31 or something.
There's nothing about last night's game that would be confirmation bias. Like the Vegas Golden Knights are a more physical, bigger.
No, I don't
like
think
gut-wrenching. You can't play this style of hockey with them like you did like 4 years ago.
Oh, I don't think you shrunk out of the game.
No.
I think what Nathan McKinnon said is perfect. Like, we didn't execute well. We had a bad goal against, and we had 2 defensive zone brain farts.
So it wasn't
like they didn't shrink out of that game because Vegas hit him out. They were right there with him. It
wasn't a preparedness, emotionally like flat issue at all. It was just an execution issue. And the thing I love about this team and where I stand by this, I believe that the talent on this team, the depth on this team, and most importantly, any time this season where there's been something that needs to be addressed from a sharpness, execution standpoint, it gets addressed. Would you agree with that? This team feels like it. Like Jared Bednar does a really good job of, if there's clear deficiency on the ice, it's taken care of the next game out.
History. It's not like we haven't lost games this year and bounced back. I was saying this morning, generally when we address things as a group that we need to be better at and give them like clear direction, we are usually better at them. That's another big break. And it, like, even at times, good decisions, good puck decisions tonight were misexecuted and led to some trouble against in all three zones. And then some of our decisions, it just looked like we weren't seeing it quick enough. I got a lot of belief in the group. I'm not panicking about it, but next game's obviously a big game.
Search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube for a full lineup of great videos. You can watch our shows live every single weekday from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Live podcasts, fun shorts, and Between the Pipes with myself and Mark Springer after every single AVS game. Plus, subscribe for chances to win prizes like playoff tickets. Just search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube. If you were subscribed, you would have been able to watch all of those clips from Jared Bednar and Nathan MacKinnon as we put them up every single game. More reaction to coach's reaction on the other side. Avs lose 4-2 in Game 1 of the Western Conference Final. Also, San Antonio and Oklahoma City, thanks to another flop fest from Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, are all knotted up at 1 hour 2 on the other side. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Alex Ronemi back after a couple of days. Hey, you know what? The Avs need Cale Makar. Show needs me.
I thought the show was really good, man. Golly. I'll tell you what, man. It is good to have you back.
I'm happy to have. I didn't know what to do with myself.
I kind of did feel like the town bicycle. Everyone gets a ride for the last couple days.
It's being passed around.
The show needed.
That's
the holy trinity of KJ,
Carter Hart,
KJ, Raj, and the coacher. But really, what we needed Bishop Bernie, patron saint of Bernard, because it's the candle is illuminated in Game 2, Raj. And I know we're not quite there to preview it, but you can make all of the panic go away in a hurry if you win 2 straight.
2 wins in a row, and you forget about what just happened. You forget about Game 1 so quickly if you win Games 2 and 3. I'm not panicking. I just, much like round 2, I look at Vegas like I did Minnesota, and I go, I respect the heck out of that team. I respect that coach. Difficult dude to play against.
I just thought about this. The old adage is a series doesn't begin until the road team wins a playoff game. It's almost like the Avs postseason began last night.
I'll give you that. I think the postseason felt like it truly started with the 3-goal comeback against Minnesota.
For sure.
Now, we can look at the last 2 games and go, back-to-back 3-0 deficits? Like, what's going on here? Is there complacency?
Doesn't feel like it. Not the way you
fatigue?
skated. You skated like you were coming out ready to go freaking grab this thing by the horns.
Is it just luck? Or simply not getting the bounces?
Well, I'll tell you what it is. At least 1 goal, and also I think in the Wild series, I don't want to see anybody naked, stark naked, skating through the high slot ever again. I know that's really hard. It's easier said than done, Raj. But that's certainly an area that when Bedsy talks about areas that have been addressed throughout the course of this season and in the postseason, they get fixed. That's the one area that I just, across the board, and I know it's an odd man rush. It's a little bit different. It's not conventional, you're playing conventional 5-on-5 hockey. But I do think that is, I don't want to see any more goals, grade A's coming from people just skating right through the middle of your ice. I don't want to see it.
I mean, it's going to happen.
But like, I'm talking like, dude, this is parting of the Red Seas. That kind, like that's frankly, that's inexcusable. You can't, I know Blackwood was terrible on that goal, but you can't put your netminder in that position. I know it was a whiff. It wasn't,
Wedgwood.
Oh, what did I say? Blackwood?
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's easy to do.
Oops. Game 2 is a big one. Big one. Big one. And we'll be talking about it all day tomorrow. All the shows will be.
You look at what happened in the NBA last night, right? Like you lose a double overtime game at home as Oklahoma City after sitting out for a few days. And this is the series that everyone has been looking forward to between San Antonio and OKC. And Wemby goes out and has like a generational game, right? You bounce back and you get a 122-113 win over San Antonio last night, and you kind of erase, I wouldn't say all doubt, but you would get rid of the panic. Like 2-0 down against San Antonio going on the road would be miserable. But OKC went back to who they are.
Let's just call OKC who they really are in the NBA. They're daddy. And daddy wasn't home in Game 1. Daddy came back for Game 2.
Did you catch the Chet Holmgren thing on the free throw last night?
Mm-mm.
Holmgren standing next to Wemby, and Wemby hates Chet.
I did not know this.
Like famously hates the dude. These 2 beanpoles with ankles the size of my straw are standing next to each other on the block. And Holmgren looks down at Wemby's ankle right before the free throw goes up and just straight up stomps on his right foot as Wemby is going toward the basket to maybe rebound a free throw. It was one of the dirtier things I've seen. And that's the reason why everyone hates Oklahoma City. Every single shot that Shea had last night, he had 24 field goal attempts. It felt like on all 24, his legs turned into spaghetti the time that he came down from releasing a shot. They hate him because of that. They hate him because of that cheap stuff that Lou Dort does. You have to see this video of Chet just stomping on Wemby's foot.
What if it would have snapped Wemby's leg? Like if you would have hit it at the perfect angle and let's just call...
You go to the gulag.
I mean, you imagine what would have happened? Like how would the NBA have dealt with that? Like a lifetime ban? I mean, Victor Wembanyama is their chosen son.
Oh, he's the next face of the league, brother. That
They
guy's
love
a problem.
that guy. You imagine if Chet Holmgren had stomped on a guy at the free throw line and snapped his damn leg because he is that skinny.
I mean, it could have been really bad.
What would have been really funny, not funny, but awful, is if both Beanpoles in that act, actually both of them snapped their leg. Because they're so damn skinny. Oh, man. Scotty and I were talking yesterday, or 2 days ago, in the transition to show just about the Victor Wembanyama body type just doesn't feel like it's going to sustain for the long game, man. I've never seen, that doesn't mean it can't ever happen, but I've never seen 7'4" just be completely able to avoid injury, setbacks, and
he hasn't yet.
He hasn't.
Right? He's been healthy this season, but in his career, he has missed significant time. So is Chet.
That body type, man. It's like, as good as both those players are and as skilled as they are, it's like at some point you wonder, is Victor Wembanyama just going to turn into the new version of Steph Curry where he just hovers 5 feet behind the 3-point line and just rips deep bombs, which he can.
I still can't get over what happened. He's between Holmgren and Hartenstein, and Hartenstein's got some like girth to him, right? He's got some thickness and weight. And Hartenstein's job is to box Wemby out from that free throw. So he's forcing himself toward the basket while being pushed back against by Hartenstein, who's got a lot of weight to him. And Holmgren goes out of his way to stomp on his foot. Like it could have been an ankle injury. It could have been a leg injury. It could have been an ACL tear with how many forces were going against him. It was one of the dirtier plays I've seen. And it happened like that.
I'm trying to find it right now.
Just search Holmgren Wemby on Twitter.
Yeah.
I can't believe that the NBA isn't doing something about it. And it is the reason why I hate watching the Oklahoma City.
I do too. It's a tough watch. I like watching OKC when they lose, right? Like, because it's so rare. Because they just have this thing figured out. They have
Also, the thing with them of like every game they win, they want to have everybody in front of the camera, right? Everybody and their grandmothers in front of the camera when they win a game, right? They do the Shai Gilgeous-Alexander thing where he's talking to the reporter and then everybody's in the background. But as soon as they lose a game, as soon as they lose in double overtime in game 1 against San Antonio, there's a camera from ESPN, ABC, going up into just the seats on the sideline. And someone shoves it out with their hand. Have it both ways.
Yeah.
I think they're crybabies. I think they're cheap. And I think they're bad for the league.
And they're also good.
Now, the thing on the other side of this is like, what happens if Wemby puts weight on and he doesn't get injured? And he turns into Giannis with 40-foot range.
But what happened to Giannis? Giannis is jacked. He's a Greek god, literally. He's had a bunch of injury history too. It's just big body types, man. It's a hard thing. That's what does make Nikola Jokic so unique. Because he has so much skill as a big. But dude, that guy's available, man. Nikola Jokic is unbelievably available in a league that just isn't. And with a position, when you look at some of the bigger players, I'm not saying like true centers, but some of the bigger players over the years that are unique, almost alien likes, the Yao Mings of the world, injury.
The Bulls.
Bull, no chance. Yeah, right.
Manute Bull.
Bull, yeah, both, right? There was no chance. George Murasan, no chance. These guys are too big. And so they, as much as the NBA I know wants to make Victor Wembanyama the face of their league, there are some thoughts that there could be some challenges.
Is there a body type like that in the NFL that just seems like it won't work?
I always think
it's not sustainable.
I always think really big receivers. Like I'm talking like Megatron. Like think about how good Megatron was.
There's a very good argument to say he's the best wide receiver of my lifetime.
But how long did he really play at the
10
height
years.
at the height of his powers? I mean, it wasn't that's not a career that was going to be at the height of his powers just because of how big he was. You weren't going to probably see a 13-year career or Jerry Rice-like career just because it's hard to move mass and ass like that.
I mean, you can also make the argument that there was no such thing as just a prime for Calvin Johnson. All 9 years were sensational. But his best 3-year stretch came between 2011 and 2013 when he had, get this, nearly 1,700 yards, nearly 2,000 yards, and then followed up with a 1,500-yard season, and he caught 16, 5, and 12 touchdowns in those years.
Also, why did Megatron hang it up after a season in which he had 88 catches for 1,214 yards
Because his
and
ankles
9
were
touchdowns?
disintegrating.
But still, like, he was still balling. Like, there was no, yeah. But it's that, to my point, it's hard.
Dude, he had Derrick Rose knees.
Well, it's when you're that big and you do something that is so violent in terms of cutting, it's not easy. It's impossible to stay out there on the field.
I mean, that body type is, dude, that's Aaron Gordon, 6'8", 240. High flyer for the first part of his career.
Yep.
And I know he's turned himself into a lethal three-point shooter, but what does he do on the back? Like, he's banging bodies defensively. He's in the dunker spot.
It's what this team needs. It's what the Denver Nuggets desperately need because they lack any type of real physicality and verticality. Unless you have him in that spot. He's the only player that has that two-way ability to be physical and get airborne. But when he's not right, the void is so big.
Who's got the greater chance of playing for Denver next year, Peyton Watson or Aaron Gordon? Or is it both?
Can I throw Jamal Murray in there?
Sure.
I'm going to go 1, Peyton Watson, 2, Aaron Gordon, 3, Jamal Murray. I just see it happening. It's the only path forward that makes any sense to me with regards to curing what might ail this team that has just floundered in mediocrity in the postseason since the title.
Because if you run it back and go into that second apron, you're kind of just hoping that someone gets injured. You're hoping that OKC's endless bench is hit with a rash of injuries. You're hoping that Wemby somehow isn't able to play in the postseason. And even with the injuries to Minnesota, you still couldn't get past them. Lost in 6.
2 of the last 3 years.
303-504-0925 is where you can reach us. If you've been putting off fixing your smile, maybe today's the day to change that. Check out the Restorative Dentistry Group. Get the smile you deserve at denversmileagain.com. KJ's notes on the other side. It's an Avalanche playoff ticket Thursday. We're giving away tickets to Game 2 tomorrow night, all day today. Keywords every hour and a pair for every single show. We're going to give ours away in about 25 minutes from right now, and you can enter to win. Text the keyword Husky, 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 right now to 303-504-0925. Put your first and your last name on that text.
As in Yukon Husky, which is the alma mater of your father.
That is true.
How about that? It was so we had horse because your voice has been hoarse,
and
H-O-A-R-S-E, but now it's Husky, which is Husky.
Our fearless leader Kevin told me Husky Husky.
Because your voice
is also another way to say that someone's voice is failing.
Really?
I guess.
I think you sounded kind of husky.
I've never been called husky in my life.
No? I mean, I'm just impressed that you're back today.
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it.
And I think that I kind of do blame the Avs, opening loss on. I think I blame it on two things. I blame it on you and your health.
My absence?
Yeah, I blame it on you and your health. But I think the bigger culprit for the Avs losing game 1 was Mark Moser.
What did Moj do?
Did you see his parking job at Open Skate?
Oh, I did see his park job.
You know how bad that is to put that juju out there on a opening day of the Western Conference Finals?
Admittedly, not a great driver. Also, admittedly, can have bad park jobs. Although, parallel parking, I am sensational.
I'm really good.
You're from the Bay Area. I would expect you to be.
You literally there's no other choice.
There was a bad park job for Moj.
It was, and it to me, it was selfish. And he made it about himself, not about the team. So, just respond. Be better.
Anytime that I can blame something on Moj, I'm happy to do it.
Oh, yeah. And he'll tell you.
Who told you that?
He'll say, I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. I heard I'm telling you a lot this morning.
Husky is your keyword. Husky. Husky. 303-504-0925. By the way, happy birthday to our very own Vic Lombardi, who shares a birth date with Josh Allen and Josh Hamilton and Ricky Williams and former Broncos wide receiver Eddie Royal. All of those dudes born today on May the 21st. Without further ado, KJ, time for your notes. Let's hit it. Every single day here at 11:20 on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL, the NBA, and the NHL with KJ's notes. Typically, they are just reserved for football, but when we're in the postseason, we expand it to all sports. Ribbons to everybody. Mr. Granderson, what's up?
Well, as Denver continues to ramp up towards mandatory minicamp coming up here in June, the rookies are still taking the spotlight. Broncos rookie running back Jonah Coleman was on Good Morning Football yesterday, and he talked about why he wanted to wait to attend his first ever NFL game on the field and not in the stands.
I challenged myself. Like, I'm not going to go to an NFL game until I make it to the NFL. And that's what the whole mindset and mentality was, when I kind of thought about it, like, I've never been to an NFL game, And then it was like, all right. Obviously I was in Seattle and the Seahawks are right there.
Sure.
And they always had the games. And it was like, I was like, I'm going to just wait till I get to the NFL because I had opportunities to go. But it's like, I want to experience the moment to myself and feel all the emotions and all the hard work paid off. Because I still feel like this whole process is surreal to me. Like, even now, it's still kind of hard to believe. And I feel like once I run out that tunnel for the first time, that's when I'm going to be able to feel it and take it all in.
I love this. I mean, Jonah Coleman, he grew up in Stockton, California, which is not all that far away from being able to watch the San Francisco 49ers. He went to college first at the University of Arizona, which isn't granted in the Phoenix Metro, but it's an hour and some change away from being able to go to an Arizona Cardinals NFL game. And then, of course, like when you're playing for the Washington Huskies, not quite a stone's throw to be able to go to the Central League field or whatever it's called now to watch the Seahawks. But you share downtown, ultimately other sides of downtown with an NFL team. Like, that's real motivation and really cool. It's going to be an awesome moment for Jonah Coleman to play his first NFL game. Unfortunately, you're going to have to play some preseason football, which feels a lot different.
Hey, it's an NFL game.
It is.
It's an NFL game. It's a game.
It's a game.
Now, you're not vesting with a preseason game, but it's a game.
But you know what would be fun for Jonah Coleman? You know what the preseason is going to serve for him as?
What's that?
It's going to earn him. It's going to serve as an opportunity to earn him some meaningful time.
Every picture that comes out from him or from the team with him in it,
jacked.
He is gigantic.
Jacked.
And you mentioned it when they drafted him. He's a different version of big as compared to what Audric Estime was.
Yeah, to me, he's the right big. Audric was a little, like, I hate to say this, but because, like, I'm a bag of milk.
He was top heavy.
He was top heavy, and it never felt like that is a powerful, explosive son of a gun. You see Jonah Coleman, and you're like, dude, that guy he is built to the ground. He is built to play physical. But yet he's got kind of like, he's high cut too. He's lean. As thick as he is, he's like lean muscle mass guy. So he's got that ability to be an accelerator. Like, I'm excited about Jonah.
Who's getting more carries, him or RJ Harvey this year?
I think that, I'll tell you this. If Jonah Coleman doesn't fumble the football early or at all, like, does not fumble it in a preseason game and does not fumble it in the first 3 games. Because remember, that's what really did Audric Estime in. Early
his
fumbles.
first game.
In preseason. And
there
then
goes the
also,
ball.
Yep. If Jonah Coleman is able to take care of the football, I believe that he's going to get more carries than RJ Harvey. RJ Harvey will have significantly more completions, more catches. Completions. Jeez.
KJ, what's next?
Yes.
As in your last year?
This is it. Yeah.
According to Jonathan Jones of the NFL Insider for CBS, the Minnesota Vikings have requested in-person second-round interviews for their vacant GM position with 5 candidates. They obviously have their interim GM that's already there. Then they have the Broncos assistant GM Reed Burkhardt, Bills assistant GM Terrence Gray, Rams assistant GM John McKay, and Seahawks assistant GM Nolan Tesley. So let's kind of focus in, obviously, on the Broncos assistant GM here. Reed spent, obviously, his last 4 seasons here with the Broncos. He was promoted to assistant GM under George Payton last year. But before that, he spent 13 seasons with the Vikings as the director of pro scouting, assistant director of pro scouting, pro scout, area scout, Blesto scout, personnel department assistant, and operations intern. So kind of knowing his resume with the Vikings, knowing all that kind of goes with the Vikings organization, would it be remiss to say that he should or could be the most likely leader in the clubhouse for the GM job?
Well, what do these teams that the Minnesota Vikings are targeting with their GM position all have in common? Broncos, Bills, Rams, and Seahawks.
On the verge of championships?
Really good.
Current champions.
They're not going after the Jets assistant general manager. They're not going after the Browns director of pro scouting.
Also, don't you think Minnesota misses George Payton a little bit?
And that's why I was going to say, like, you combine the fact that he is not only a part of a front office that has done great work to build a roster, really a championship way, but he also has familiarity with the ownership group in Minnesota. I don't know Reed Burkhardt. I actually never met him. He actually looks like a really young guy. But man, he's 13 season with the Vikings and now 4 with the Broncos, like 17 NFL seasons. I think that's your next general manager for the Minnesota Vikings, and it'd be awesome for him. Awesome. Big loss for the Broncos. I mean, yeah, always. Like, the people behind the people are always really influential, but Broncos have good people in their building right now.
And they also extended Peyton. He's not going anywhere. Like, this isn't the same thing that when the Avs promoted Chris McFarland, they knew McFarland was gone if they extended Joe Sakic. So what did they do? They elevated Joe Sakic to president of hockey operations. So now he's overseeing the whole thing. And then they promoted McFarland from AGM to general manager. And they held on to that dude. But there's no upward trajectory for Burkhardt here in Denver. I wouldn't be shocked if Minnesota hires that dude.
Did you say like AGM as in like
assistant GM?
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
No,
AGM.
No. It was on here too. And I look at like, I've never seen the acronym AGM before. But it makes sense.
I don't know, again, what Minnesota is doing here feels like what the Nuggets did with John Wallace, man.
One of my favorite things, the first time I ever had the assistant head coach title, is everybody started calling me in football circles, like in our staffing, be like, "Hey, what's up, asshead?" Called me the assistant. I love that one. Love that. Asshead.
Oh my God.
JJ, what's next?
Yes.
As in your last year?
This is it. Yeah.
Well, that clip you just heard is of veteran quarterback and future Hall of Famer, whose name shall not be mentioned on this show, who just announced yesterday.
Darkness Retreat guy, right?
That guy.
That guy.
He announced yesterday that he is going to step down as the quarterback of the Steelers after this season. Will be his 22nd NFL season. Wow. He thought that last year was going to be his last because Mike Tomlin resigned, but obviously Mike McCarthy coming in with the Steelers allowed him one more season to kind of walk out his way. Where does this Hall of Fame veteran quarterback rank amongst the quarterbacks all time?
Top 25?
He's only got one title.
What are you laughing about, KJ?
You for real?
Yeah, he's top 25.
I think he's in the conversation for top 15. I think top 25 is not high enough. He's really good, dude. He's really good.
Yeah, but he hung on too long, man.
He's got four MVPs. He's got a Super Bowl championship. He's got a ridiculous amount of How many passing yards does Aaron Rodgers have?
66,000.
So he's going to be, by the time this season is over, he'll be what? Top 5 in almost every passing category in league history?
He's 4th all time with 527 career passing touchdowns. Top 10 NFL history with over 66,200 yards. Holds the best touchdown to interception ratio in NFL history.
Top 15.
4-time MVP, Super Bowl champion, 10-time Pro Bowl selection, and 4-time first-team All-Pro. Therefore, top 25.
Who are you putting ahead of him, though?
I just don't like him, man. I don't like him.
I don't care that you don't like him. It doesn't make him a worse football player. So, like, how's this? Who's going ahead of him? Brady, right? Elway, Manning, Montana, Mahomes, probably Drew Brees, although Brees is in the same conversation of only winning one.
Johnny Unitas.
Okay. Does Marino go ahead of him?
Marino and Brees go ahead of him.
Marino goes ahead of him without a championship? Without a title?
Dude, Marino's numbers were so good.
But so are Aaron Rodgers.
All right, so top 10 according to Fox Sports right now. Tom Brady 1, Joe Montana 2, Peyton Manning 3, Patrick Mahomes 4, Johnny Unitas 5, Drew Brees 6, Dan Marino 7, Aaron Rodgers 8, John Elway 9, Otto Graham 10. So he's a top 10 quarterback. I hate to say it.
Favre's around his conversation. But like, is he better than Ben?
He's better than Favre.
Is he better than Ben?
Yeah, Ben had some funky years, man. Like he was really physical, really good. He made some really awesome things happen, but there's some kind of carelessness with the football. That's one thing about Aaron Rodgers, man, is as much of he had some wow throws throughout his career.
Yes.
Wow. He's one of those guys that, man, quarterbacks, especially from like 10 years ago, just idolized. Like the quarterbacks that I've coached, they tried to emulate Aaron Rodgers.
28-year-old Aaron Rodgers was sensational.
I liked him a lot.
Okay, so I can understand the argument of like
I don't like
keeping
his last 7 years though, man.
Keeping him out of the top 10, I could see the argument. I don't think there's any way you can put him outside the top 15.
He's a top 10 quarterback, Raj. He is.
He's probably somewhere between 7 and 10.
Yeah.
And depending on how this swan song goes, like
you win a Super Bowl with with this Pittsburgh Steelers team, man, you'll be a top 4 quarterback of all time.
I mean,
maybe.
he's been serviceable the past couple of years.
I mean,
3,900 yards at age 41 with 28 touchdowns and 11 picks. Last year, he had 3,300 yards with 24 touchdowns and 7 picks.
It's like kind of the same numbers as Bo, isn't it?
At
A little bit-
42.
a little better.
At 42, coming off an Achilles tear. He's still pretty good, man.
Did you guys see, and I know we're doing NFL news and notes, but did you see where Ben Solak and Mina Kimes had Bo Nix ranked in quarterbacks in the National Football League currently?
No.
This came out yesterday. What number do you think Mina Kimes and Ben Solak, what do the two of those guys, or guy and gal, what do the two of them have in common? Nose picker stat people.
Okay.
They had Bo Nix ranked as the number 20 quarterback in the National Football League. That's pretty low.
That's pretty low.
You knew it was higher than him in their ranking?
Who?
Fernando Mendoza.
Shut up.
Yes. Yes.
That's stupid. That's ridiculous.
But, EPA and adjusted completion percentage.
I'm not here
and
saying that Bo is a top
tight window
8
throwing
quarterback in the
percentage
NFL. I'm not sitting here saying that. but
completion
number
percentage
20?
over expected. Get the freaking nose picking stats dialed up. Gosh.
303-504-0925 is where you can reach us. It's an Avalanche playoff ticket Thursday. We're giving away tickets to Game 2 tomorrow night and all day today.
What's the keyword?
Your keyword this hour is Husky.
Husky.
Husky. Husky. Text that right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and your last name, and you'll be entered to win. Go to coloradoavalanche.com/playoffs. That's your home for everything you need during this run, from Avs Alley information to game tickets and more. That's coloradoavalanche.com/playoffs. Again, this hour's keyword is Husky. 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 We'll announce our winner coming up at 11:55. KJ's NFL notes are brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance. That's Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They've got locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Something crazy. Since the lockout in 2005, only 3 Stanley Cup champions share this thing in common. I'll tell you what it is next. Welcome back as we wrap up the morning sprint. Alex Ryanemi alongside the coach, Mike Sanford, today as I'm back from a couple of days off on a hiatus. Avs Alley is the outdoor party with Avs faithful for every single home game. Tickets are just $15 and all the proceeds go to Kroenke Sports Charities. If you'd like to purchase tickets, visit coloradoavalanche.com/playoffs. You can also win tickets by subscribing to the Altitude Sports Radio YouTube page. Keep your eye out for a video later today that'll explain how to win. Just search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube. I told you before the break, there are only 3 teams since the lockout in 2005 that have gone on to win the Stanley Cup that have this thing in common. Can you guess what it is? Off the top of your head. Just 3 of the champions since 2006. We start with Carolina, and we go all the way through last year with Florida's back-to-back. Could be a multitude of things.
Can I get a hint?
The Avalanche, after last night's loss, will not be adding to that list of 3 teams.
Okay.
Because they
never
lost last
never
night.
lost on home ice.
Close. That's a great guess. Great guess. This is from Griffin Youngs of the Hockey Mountain High podcast, or Hockey Mountain podcast. Only 3 teams since 2005 have never trailed in a series and gone on to win the Cup that year. The 2008 Detroit Red Wings never trailed in a series. The 2012 LA Kings never trailed in a series. And the 2022 Colorado Avalanche never trailed in a series. Every other Cup winner since 2005, which is when the NHL locked out for the entire year, then we start with the 06 Hurricanes. Every other Cup winner from 2006 to 2025 has trailed in at least one part of one series.
Raj, I think it's interesting that you mentioned that the 2022 Cup champion Colorado Avalanche never trailed in a series. So recency bias for us here in Colorado and for Avalanche fans would say, well, you dropped that one, man. I mean, the last time you won it, you didn't have one of those.
You're not tested.
You didn't have one of those, right? How many games is this series going?
I think it's a 6-game series. My original prediction when Spring and I did our playoff preview show prior to round 1, both Spring and I had Colorado over Vegas. He had Colorado over Vegas in 5. I had them over the Golden Knights in 6.
And you said Carolina. You think Carolina's getting that thing done? Is that thing start tonight?
Tonight.
It's going to be fun.
I think Carolina is a way better team.
Really?
Than Montreal is. Montreal has the energy and the chaos of the Bell Center behind them. They also have the ability to equalize things on the power play. But I think Carolina's got that in 5. Carolina's so good.
Raj, I heard you snuck in the comment that Sean McDonough was calling out Ball Arena for
He
being in a
was.
quiet building.
Yeah, cool it, my orange brethren.
A bunch of church mice are hanging out at the...
No cheeses for us Mises.
Man, we gotta make sure that Sean McDonough hears all of us. That's happened twice. What was the other? Oh, you called out the fans. What was it? Was it game 1 or game 2 of the Kings series?
I think it was game 1 of the game 1, because wasn't game 1 that weird like matinee? It was
parental.
It was like a 1
was that
p.m.
The game did you use parental?
A parental win.
Parental win, and you said it was eerily quiet in that building.
Well, it was this weird, like, it was 80 degrees outside, and it was like a 2 p.m. puck drop. It just didn't feel like playoff hockey.
Last night felt like playoff hockey.
It did.
Should have.
The crowd was into it. Now, I love my overlords who signed my check. I do.
Meaning like the family.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, we haven't even talked about this. Congratulations to our coworkers.
Oh, yeah. Arsenal.
Football Club Arsenal in London. Winning the Premier League, the Premiership.
I preface it for a reason. I think we need to learn. We're not a T-shirt town. We're not a T-shirt town.
What kind
Save
of town are
the
we?
money that we spent on the T-shirts and, I don't know, give it to someone else. I'll take it on my next paycheck. How's that? No one needs the T-shirts. The city doesn't wear them. We've never worn them. Avalanche fans are a pom-pom crowd. Nuggets fans are a towel crowd. Rockies fans, even in Rocktober, a towel crowd.
Rockies fans are actually...
One beers crowd.
They're a party deck crowd.
the state of Colorado is not a T-shirt donning fan base. Quit dumping money into that. We're not doing it. I know they also had pom-poms out there, but we don't need to do that ever again.
We're a sweater town, aren't we?
Yes.
Aren't most hockey buildings just sweater buildings?
Most.
Like if you're going to spend $354 on a dang sweater, you're probably going to keep it on, aren't you?
Like everybody at the Bell Center wears red, but they're not wearing the same red shirt. They're wearing their PK Subban, their Saku Koivu jerseys, their Nick Suzuki jerseys.
But let's have the conversation. If you're a hockey fan, you're probably showing up to the contest. Most of you are showing up in a sweater. And the T-shirts that they give out are one size, right? I think they're typically either large or extra large. What, are you just going to slip it over your sweater and look fat as all get out and lumpy?
I also tend to think it looks cool for a photo. Like the San Antonio thing they did when they did the throwback pinks and turquoises and oranges around the arena.
Was that throwback or was it just weird?
It's their old throwback colors. It looks cool for a photo. When I see fan bases wearing matching T-shirts, I think you're dweebs.
Mm-hmm. You know what seems like a really big T-shirt type of a town? Minnesota.
Really?
They're dweebs.
I don't know if Minnesota feels like a T-shirt town.
Timberwolves are definitely T-shirt wearers.
Like Carolina's a T-shirt town.
It is. Well, it's freaking 90 degrees and hot and humid outside.
Denver's not a T-shirt town. We're not T-shirt wearing dweebs.
We're hoodies.
We're not nerds.
We're going to wear hoodies and a sweater.
Come on.
That's what we do.
Get that out of here.
Stop.
Crazy stat, though. Isn't that nuts that only 3 teams since 2006 have gone through a playoff run, won a cup, and not trailed at all? Florida trailed Toronto 2-0 last year. They also trailed Edmonton 1-0. In 2024, Florida trailed the Rangers 2-1. Vegas trailed Winnipeg 1-0 in 23. Colorado, one of the 3 teams that went through a postseason without trailing at all. Tampa trailed the Islanders in 2021 by 1-0. They also trailed Boston and Dallas by the same margin in 2020, their first of 2 back-to-backs. You got to go through some hardships, man. So you know what? I like the fact that the Avs lost a game. You don't want to be the anomaly. The anomaly means that the data's working. I know, but the data's working against you.
It's only happened thrice. Raj, do you believe that Kale is playing game 2?
I do. I think he's playing game 2. I don't think Mark Stone is. I think Mark Stone's going to play in game 3.
I do too.
And Vegas will go back to Vegas on Sunday. Tied 1-1. Very thrilled with what they've done, right? You've stolen home ice advantage away from the mighty Avalanche. And then they'll go, here's our ace up our sleeve. It's Mark Stone.
I read it actually on X. Sportsnet is Canada's national broadcasting for hockey, correct?
Yes, one of them.
I don't know who was on the call, but it was verbalized on the call that if Cale Makar returns to the ice, that the Vegas Golden Knights need to target that shoulder.
I'm not going to say no.
Punch the bruise, if you will.
Not going to say no.
How concerned are you about that?
Yeah, I'm nervous. Without a doubt, you should be nervous about that.
Is that a Braden McNabb special?
I mean, Braden McNabb's not going to really be around Cale Makar. That's an Ivan Barbashev, Mark Stone. That is a Keegan Colasar, a Nick Dowd special. All of those players will be licking their chops to hit Cale Makar as hard as humanly possible. Now, if Cale has all of his druthers with him and has his agility, he can sidestep those players, and then you're on an odd man rush, which I thought Colorado missed yesterday. You got how many 3-on-2s and 4-on-3s they have yesterday? Not many. I think that is a direct miss with Cale Makar. I think you can allow those guys to steal a hockey term, a little horny on the forecheck, sidestep them. Now
that's a football term too.
Yeah, you got you got some numbers going up.
Yep. We always say that about receivers that they don't sell the route well enough.
Too excited to get upfield.
Yes.
Yep. A little horny there. I saw Eric Johnson was talking with the Pat McAfee show the other day, And that was one of EJ's insider nicknames with the Avalanche because he was always jumping up into plays and coach would be like, all right, you get a little horny there. So he was big horny.
Big horn.
So anytime that he heard someone on the ice calling horns, horny, horn, he heard like Nathan McKinnon, he knew that was a teammate near him rather than someone going, EJ. It could be anybody.
Nathan McKinnon. I said it at the beginning of the show. Moody, ornery, fickle, like day to day, just feels like you're probably getting a little bit of an on-edge individual. But I do think this. I think that the fuel that fires Nathan McKinnon is failure and responding to failure. He is going to be the difference tomorrow night.
All right, it's time to give away our Avalanche tickets for Game 2 of the Western Conference quarterfinal. Hello. Congratulations to Layla Martin. Layla Martin. You are going to see the Avs take on the Vegas Golden Knights tomorrow evening at Ball Arena. Congratulations. If you guys didn't win with us, or if you didn't win with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, don't worry. You'll have 3 different keywords that you can text in between noon and 3 with PhD, and then 3 more keywords that you can text in between 3 and 6 p.m. with Nate Kreckman and Andy Lindahl. But that's going to do it for us today for the coach Mike Sanford, for KJ Granderson behind the glass. I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. Thank you guys so much for welcoming me back. Can't wait to talk to you tomorrow and preview Game 2 of the Western Conference quarterfinal between the Avs and the Golden Knights. PhD is coming up next. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning at 10.
Well, boys, how we feeling today about the Avs?
Well, I'm okay. I guess that's the best way I can put it. You know,
okay?
they didn't play.
Kale is okay.
They didn't play bad. I mean, if Kale comes back, I feel great. But they didn't play bad. They came out pretty hot. They just couldn't land one. You know, and then it felt pretty uninspiring for a long while. And they tried to make it interesting at the end, and they just couldn't. So. You know, I think we all knew that they're going to be in for a grind here, and this one wasn't going to be easy without Kale.
You know, I'm watching the game and thinking, man, the energy's just not the same. They almost feel like they're a little satisfied, you know, with past accomplishments. And, you know, then I started thinking, boy, they were just going to give Wemby the gold crown after that. And then, you know, he kind of showed what he really – you're talking about the hockey game.
I asked about the Avs, but if you want to talk about it.
No, I would. It was very similar. I was kind of popping back and forth.
You thought it was the same vibe?
A little bit. I didn't think the Avs played with the requisite energy. I think they've done this throughout the season and even in this playoffs where you come out and you go, you know, fellas, you know, game 3 against Minnesota, you're like, dude, really? That's how you're bringing it?
You know, we talked about this late in the show yesterday, though, that it was a long break. Would it feel a little bit rusty in game 1? Game 1 against the Wild felt a little bit rusty, a little bit wild at least. Yep. No pun intended, my bad. And I don't know about you guys, though. I actually felt like the energy at the beginning was okay, and then it disappeared.
I felt as the game went on, and listen, they got a couple, I don't want to say lucky goals, but kind of hockey goals. You didn't, you know, maybe get a little break here and there. I thought they looked like the slower team. They looked like the smaller team.
And that's the one thing I thought they would be is faster than Vegas.
You know, they point out in the broadcast last night, listen, Vegas played 2 fast teams in their first 2 rounds, whatever you want to say about them. I talked to Andy today. He brought up a good point. He said, listen, this team is expected to compete for the Western Conference. That's why they end up firing the coach, because they kind of underachieved all year. And now Torts kind of got him playing like they expect them to play. I just didn't think they had the requisite energy. In that second period, they just looked sluggish, man. They wasn't there. And I'll say this, as good as Taves did, he ain't close to McCarr, because that's a big difference. Whether it's a power play or whenever he's up on the point. I mean, his decision-making was slower. Just there wasn't the snap on it. Now, I thought McKinnon was balling. That assist he got to Landeskog, who got a little lucky that went in. But that pass.
He did get lucky. He got tipped. Yeah.
That pass, and to get open to make that pass was, I mean, that was stupid.
So after the game's over, there's Nate, and he's kind of lingering. And I give credit to our guy, Jesse Montano, who I think we'll hear from later. Avs are actually practicing right now. And we'll hear from Jared Bednar here in the next hour or so. So we'll see what's up with that. So Jesse's great. He's got much more courage than I do. I'm intimidated by Nathan McKinnon, man. I don't know what to ask this dude. I don't know what kind of mood he's in. I don't even know. I don't really enjoy getting
that just means you care what he thinks about you too much.
I don't know about that. I know he doesn't think anything of me. So, I mean, that's nothing. But, you know, Jesse's like, oh, I'll go over there. Jesse's got more guts than I do. And he goes over, and he's like, all right, sure. Like, pretty friendly. It took him about, like, I'd say 20 seconds to just be pissed off after being kind of friendly. And then less than a minute, he was done with everybody. So here we go. This is it. This is the entire Nathan McKinnon, what he had to say after the game.
Yeah, we just weren't sharp. Execution was poor from everybody. Just got to be sharper than that.
He sounds kind right now.
Yeah.
What did you guys? I mean, there's always a feeling out process to new teams. Was that basically kind of what you're expecting from them once you guys, once they got a lead? A lot of packing the house, blocking shots.
We had chances. They didn't do a whole lot either. It was kind of a nothing game, and then they got a few goals, and really good team, obviously, but I thought we did a lot of damage to ourselves. Guys kind of everywhere. Execution, like I said, needs to be better, and obviously we're capable of being a lot better than that.
He's actually okay, but he's done. And then my guy RF Dean, who's a terrific hockey muggle, followed up with something. It wasn't a bad question, but Nate had enough.
I've just said execution like 5 times. Like, I think that's what hurt us.
Thanks, Nate.
Cool.
Cool. Jesse. Just because everybody was, because he was like, hey, I just said execution 5 times. And I said everything I need to say.
You know what? That didn't even seem like grumpy Nate to me. That seemed like Nate that was trying to be respectful.
That felt like Nate said what the deal was, take him for what he said.
I just told you. I told you
Yeah.
everything. We're done. I'm done. I just said execution 5 times.
I've just said execution like 5 times.
Which
I
don't know if it's the first goal or second goal. The defensive guys made an executing mistake. Didn't take the guy to the center. Your goaltender let it that first goal was kind of a soft goal by a guy who's played like 12 minutes in the NHL, really, or 12 games maybe. And yeah, it just there was no sharpness to it. And I think to me, when you're talking about execution, coaches, when they talk about execution, we weren't sharp.
Mm-hmm.
And you usually, when you hear the saying, we just weren't sharp today, that means you weren't executing, is what it means.
Sure.
Yeah, to me, right? And they to me, they weren't. So me sitting at home watching, they weren't sharp. There was no sharpness. I thought there was a number of guys looked slow. I thought Lehkonen was tentative. I thought Manson had an average to below average game from his position. Taves is Taves, but he needs to have McCarr beside him. I thought what's our guy, 91? I thought he Kadri was very average to below in his performance. And, until Nichushkin kind of tapped that one in, he wasn't.
Which was sick, by the way.
Around.
That was pretty damn sick, and 1 hockey goals.
I know. I thought he batted it in.
What do you mean?
Oh, wait. Which goal are you talking about?
I'm sorry.
That was the first. The first one was Val.
Oh, Val. I'm sorry. I'm thinking about the Golden Knights goal. Val's was between the legs. It was sick. The deflection between legs was unbelievable. So, thanks, Nate.
Thanks, Nate.
Cool.
Thanks, Nate. Cool.
And you now have a series, right? They say a series doesn't start until someone wins on the road.
You
gave it up.
It started,
on game 1.
I guess.
Yep.
Here's Bedsy talking about the execution.
Yeah, it was definitely better in the third period. I liked it early too. Like I thought we set the tempo of the game the way we wanted to. I don't know. I can't pinpoint exactly why it went away. I think there's some we got to make sure we're working for outlets for our D to make their job a little bit easier. I thought some guys struggled with the puck back there a little bit tonight in all 3 zones. So yeah, we'll look at it and improve upon it. And I'd like to see the urgency and the sort of the relentlessness that we had in the third period earlier in the game, for longer stretches like during the game. So lots to improve upon, I think, for our group going into game 2.
I actually thought both teams played kind of the same. Like, there were stretches where they played good. There were stretches where they didn't play so good. And I think at the end of the day, Logan O'Connor hits the post. Their guy bats it with his hand, tips it in. It was like, the Avs don't cash on a power play and the puck bounces right out to Hutton, rather, who is coming out of the penalty box.
Right.
And now it's a 2-on-1. Well, he doesn't pass. He shoots, and the rebound goes right to Hutton. He hits it with his hand. Looks like he knocked it right in the net, and he's able to slide the blade of his stick on the puck before it goes in. That's a goal. They got luck, hockey.
Luck.
You know what I'm saying?
We talked about it this week.
They got it, and the Avs didn't.
Yeah, that rebound was about as much puck luck as you can get.
Right? And I'm listening to Moser this morning. Dylan Coughlin, who scored their first goal, he hasn't scored in like 5 years.
Yeah.
So Moser is like, he wasn't trying to go 5-hole. He just didn't shoot it right. Moser.
Wait, how does he know that?
Well, Moser said, this is Mark Moser, who watches 10,000 more times of hockey than any of us.
Yeah.
He said Moser could tell the way he was going to the puck, the way his stick was, whatever. This is a guy who's watched a lot of hockey. He thought he was trying to go, top shelf, and he just whiffed on it. And the puck kind of just,
flutters in underneath.
Kind of goes through the 5-hole. Like Wedgie had played it where he's seeing body position stick, where you think you're going, and he misfired on it. I mean, the guy's not a sharpshooter. He's never scored. So there you go. Bad luck, good luck, however you want to describe it.
when you play like that, and their goalie was really good.
He was really good.
Yeah, their goalie was really good.
Carter
so
Hart, he was
then
really
it
good.
becomes who has the majority of the luck, and it wasn't on your side. But that team is a different team without Cale Makar.
They are a different team without Cale Makar. We'll get to that.
Kind of like the Nuggets are a different team with not Aaron Gordon. And you know what? The Nuggets aren't the same team with a 60% Aaron Gordon. Just like, guess what? The Avs won't be the same thing if you get a 60% Cale Makar.
I got bad news.
What?
I don't think he's Aaron Gordon. I think he's more like Jamal Murray.
No, I'm not talking about importance, but
I know, but I'm saying,
player.
yes, I understand what you're saying, but I think he's even more important.
No, maybe so.
AG's really, really, really important.
The problem is, here's where I put the similarities. We found out there's really nobody that can play that position he plays for them, especially on the offensive end.
He's
and
one
is there
of the
anybody
top,
that can do that on the defensive end?
I mean, he's one of the top 5 players in the world. McKinnon might be number 1. And, when you lose out on he's a complete and total uber superstar. I don't know if there is actually a comparison on the Nuggets. I mean, I guess who's their second most important? Who's their second most
you're
important
looking
player?
at literally, and I'm looking at it as far as a team and what it means to the structure and what you're trying to do as a team.
Well, I'll give you this. I felt a certain malaise without Cale Makar around. And when you see Sam Malinsky's quote about we're going to have to try to get through without him, and yeah.
It's not good. It's not good at all. I mean,
No.
we talked about it all day yesterday when he misses game 1. To me, that's like as big of a warning sign as you get. Hey, you might not have him at all after a week off. For a hockey guy to miss game 1, dude, there's something real.
Well, we'll get to the reaction without Cale Makar, and I'm not trying to rain on parades here because I don't want to make too much out of something. I don't think the series is over by a long stretch. But there are certain realities that we're going to have to deal with, and hopefully Cale Makar comes back. Plus, we'll have a keyword coming up here at 12:20 for you to win Avs tickets. You can search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube for a full lineup of great videos, incredible content. We're live 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. so you can watch us, but we have all sorts of podcasts, shorts, Between the Pipes, great reaction after every Avs game. So subscribe to win prizes like playoff tickets. Just search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube. And find us on the Altitude Sports Radio app, which is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to WilhiteWins.com. That's WilhiteWins.com. Want to win Avs tickets for Game 2? Your first keyword of this hour coming up next.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the best dealership in Colorado. It's Phil Long Ford. You're going to love your experience at Phil Long Ford, and if you're anything like me, you're going to become a customer for life because I think relationships matter, and that's why I go back to Phil Long Ford every single time I need a new vehicle. I've done it many, many times. I know them. I love them. I trust them. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. They're going to respect your time. And you're going to get the best price on the vehicle of your dreams. No reason to shop all over the state because at Phil Long Ford, there's over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already on the lot at Phil Long Ford, and they've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. They also have an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to check them out online at phillongford.com.
it's a very hard team we're playing against. We know that. We know they're going to come with even more next game, and we got to be ready for that. But yeah, all the guys I've been playing with around me have been making life really easy. I think they've done a great job of finding holes, finding plays for me to make, putting themselves in good areas to let me do my thing. But just trying to go out there and have confidence and swagger. Something I always talk about. Try to always just go out there with the mindset of it's just another hockey game. Just go out there and do your thing. It's another opportunity to go out there and play the game. So
that is Mitch Marner. He is starting to tick me off for a weird reason. I'll tell you why in a second. But it is an Avalanche playoff ticket Thursday. Game 2 tickets. Okay. It was electric in the building until the air came out of the sail, and then it built back up. The crowd was great. And they don't want to wear T-shirts, though. Okay. They just we're not a T-shirt wearing crowd.
That didn't even look close.
No, it was. I'll tell you this, though. They like keeping the T-shirts. I searched in the lower bowl an hour after the game, like, not a T-shirt.
They want the free T-shirt. They're too elitist to wear it and conform.
Correct. We're not a bunch of goobers here in Denver.
Yeah, we're elitist nonconformists.
I'll take it. I'll take Denver and everything we got in a positive rather than being a big goober in Oklahoma City. Keywords every hour on the hour. Today's keyword, this hour's keyword is blackjack. Watching that guy. You watch that guy who just plays blackjack. I got $50,000. Let me put $5,000 on it. You ever see that video of that guy? You know what I'm talking about? Oh, my God. It's addictive. I don't know why my heart races watching somebody else play like $5,000 a hand in blackjack. Blackjack is the keyword, 303-504-0925. First and last name, and you're entered. ColoradoAvalanche.com/playoffs, the home for everything you need during this run. From Avs Alley info to game tickets and more, it's ColoradoAvalanche.com/playoffs. This hour's keyword, blackjack. We'll announce our winner at 2:55. Gosh, I wish I remember that guy's name. I was watching him for about like 20 minutes today.
Was he in a fly suit?
No, he's definitely like slick. He's got the rings and he's got a little Vegas-y thing, but you kind of root for him. He plays like 6 hands, $5,000 a hand. Let's see how it goes. And he gets really excited. Also, my heart starts racing. And I'm like, why do I care?
What if he lost all 6 hands?
He loses all the time. He shows his losses, which makes it interesting to see him win. It was like, you just lost $75,000. Okay, that was interesting. But then he'll win like $100,000 the next video you pop up. Anyways, blackjack. Here's why the Vegas is ticking me off like Mitch Marner. I want a reason to hate these guys, and I cannot find one yet.
How about the hockey flop of a lifetime?
Yeah, floppy punch guy.
That didn't help you out at all?
He just did the right thing. He embellished. I gotcha. But I
thought hockey was serious about embellishment, though.
Well, there's penalties for embellishment.
I thought they were supposed to be serious about that.
Colton hit him in the face. He hit him in the face. He didn't hit him hard. He didn't punch him. He kind of
did he hit him in the face?
Yes, he hit him in the face.
He shoved him in the face.
Well, there was a glove.
He hit him in the chest, and he grazed his hand up into the face.
And the guy was smart enough to embellish it and get the penalty.
And they don't check replays for embellishment.
Nope.
Oh, they can't?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I mean, you could correct us on the text line, but I don't think so. Colton, here we are. We're watching a video of it again. Yeah, man.
Just a little shove.
Can't do that.
That's all. It's just a little love shove.
That's 2 minutes. You can't do it. He got frustrated, and he pushed him with his glove in his face, and then Anderson sold it.
Wow. Whose side are you on anyways?
I'm on the Avs side, but that's a bad penalty by Ross Colton. You can't do that. You got it. Again, I'm listening.
Is it a penalty if he doesn't flop?
If the ref sees him, sure. Yeah, you just can't do that. You cannot do that. Not while the puck's in play. Sometimes you can get away with that when there's a scrum and everybody's tied up and, whatever. But, the puck's in play.
The shot to the gut was harder than the first one.
I gotcha. You can't do it. It wasn't the worst thing in the world. It wasn't, whatever. And Colton was pissed. He's in the box. He's screaming and yelling.
Yeah, I just say if SGA played hockey. That's what I say about that.
All right, well, I got you. I'm sure people were fired up because they thought it wasn't worthy of a penalty.
I do find myself.
Well, the announcers all said you can't hit him in the face, but he said, yeah, that's a great embellishment.
But that being said, if you're Colton, why even take that chance? What's the positive there? What's the upside? Well, what is it? It's just you got annoyed and you did something. And okay, it wasn't that bad, and maybe it shouldn't have been called. But I know what doesn't get called if you don't do anything like that.
Look, I don't think today you seem more down than I am. My takeaway of the game was not like, oh wow, the Avalanche can't beat these guys. No, like the Avs played okay, and they were still in the game. You know, they played okay. That's about all you could say. They didn't have Cale Makar. They played okay. They were still in the game. They felt uninterested for a while. I expect that to change. We heard Nate in the locker room afterwards. He sounded ticked off. A ticked off Nate usually results in something good. You know, if I felt like the Avs just got dominated, I'd feel really down. But I don't feel like the Avs got dominated, nor do I feel like they had their best out there. So I'm okay.
Well, I'm sticking with Avs in 7. I said if without Cale Makar, Avs in 7. So I'll stick with Avs in 7, but it's 7. I mean, if it's Avs in 7, there's going to be 3 losses in there.
You know what? One thing that bothered me, and I'd love Hockey Guy to text me and explain this to me, and I understand how they were playing defense in the neutral zone and everything, but you've now pulled your goalie. It's 3-2.
Yeah.
And they did this twice, and they got away with it the first time.
They pulled their goalie on the power play.
Yeah, but
6-on-4.
But they were dumping chasing. And I just think that is such a dangerous thing to do because you're clogging the neutral zone. You're playing guys are playing back. Now you dump it. And both times Vegas got to the puck. And I'm like, you got an empty net back there. The first guy missed it, got called for icing.
They were doing that.
Remember? He missed it to the right of it and got an icing call. But I'm like, dude, you're dumping it with no goalie. And I just –
They weren't in. Got to stay in control at that
They
moment.
got to get through the zone with control of the puck, especially when you have an empty net.
Well, that's the execution. That's what they were. That's literally what they were talking about there.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what Nate said. That's what they mean by execution. That we're not organized. We've just got to execute what we're doing better. So yes, they 100% agree with you.
So okay, so I wasn't just. I'm sitting at home. What are you doing?
No, you were.
And the
literally
one time they
saying
dumped it, you're right at the blue line. You just cross it, take it another step
Yeah.
or two, pull everybody inside. Now kick it left or right, and you dumped it, and the guy got a shot off. I'm like, golly, that's dangerous. And then you got. Listen, I'll say this: when you got the goalie out, and you get an icing, you're down there, and they lost 2 of these 2. You got to win the faceoff.
Yep.
You got to win that faceoff.
Yep. Yeah, hockey execution.
But I can't remember. Did we win that last one with Nate when he was taking it? The last faceoff when we had the goalie pulled?
I thought we lost the last 2.
Did we?
Yeah.
In their world, the parlance of execution, can we establish our style of play? Can we control the puck not only in our zone, but through the neutral zone into their zone? Can we just be organized to set things up? And they couldn't. Not well enough, for sure. And you left yourself open for goofy things to happen. My impression, though, of the Golden Knights, though, I like this team, man. I mean, they're a good
They're rock
team.
solid, aren't they?
Yeah, they got the right superstar. That Mitch Marner guy, man, like he's a cool dude.
Hey, yeah, this is gonna be way different than the Wild series. You know, that series was out of control, but we were sort of in control. You know, like it was insane. You felt like at any moment it wasn't going right, but like we were always in control. This one's going to be a grinded out. You got to earn it. Like I doubt if we ever feel like the Avs are just in control.
This Tortorella guy, this guy's a really good coach. And by the way, I get why he's popular, and he's not mean to the Muggles. He's not. He can just get snipey if things go wrong, and he kind of has a long history of all these sort of moments. But like when he was talking to his guys and afterwards, he's in control. He's respectful. He's thorough with his answers and everything.
But you also got to win on the road too. So.
And well, I'll tell you this. He wasn't arrogant. That's for sure. He was not arrogant. He was talking all about how we could be better. We need to be better. He knows. He knows I got away with one. That game could have gone either way, my friends. Could have gone either way.
Well, it was 3-2 with about 6 minutes to go, wasn't it? 5 minutes to go, 4 minutes to go? Plenty to.
It was less than that.
Yeah, it was 2.5 minutes ago when it became 3-2 and Gabe scored on the power play. But still, to your point, there was more time on the clock in a 1-goal game than there was when Nathan MacKinnon scored the tying goal against Minnesota. They had a chance. And they did pull the goalie again, and they did have a shot on net. But what happened? They did not score. And as soon as you shoot and you don't score with an empty net, well, I mean, then it can go the other way very quickly. And that's exactly what happened when Dowd threw it.
And I will say this.
He didn't throw it in. He iced it, right? And then Dowd was the one who hustled, by the way.
Yeah, well,
that didn't look great, did it?
When two guys just kind of stopped and then they realized, oh, crap.
Right.
Yeah.
That wasn't cool.
Yeah, that was lazy.
A little bit. I think they hustled once they realized what was going on.
Yeah.
But Dowd had the jump, not our guy.
And he was already full speed, and you're starting to go.
Full speed. And the puck bounced right. And
they could have scored a fifth goal on the same type of thing, and the guy just pulled it back.
Here's what was a little discouraging, my friends. And this is Paul Bissonnette. And let's talk about Kale, the impact of Kale. And here's what Biz Nasty had to say.
I can't believe McCarr didn't play. Biz, where do you kind of want to start it? It's just, it's not panic time yet, is it, for Colorado? One game, right? That's it.
If there's no McCarr this series, they're done, first of all. And, just watching them and, the first couple games of playoffs, even that first series, you could see Carter Hart finally finding his rhythm. Boys, he's locked and loaded right now. He is dialed in. So they got the goaltending. That back end, man, Hannafin, Anderson, McNabb,
Dylan,
Coughlin,
Theodore.
They're just that's a nice back end. They got a perfect balance of everything. And man, all these guys that you don't really hear about, like the Colton Sissons, all these role players they got, they're unbelievable. They're unbelievable. Dowd, look at Dowd's night last night, winning that draw to solidify things. So they got all things clicking, and then obviously the superstars are being the superstars. So I think that if there's no McCarr on the Avalanche side, boys, I think this could end in 6 games.
Listen, they're not done without McCarr. They're not done. We just watched a game that they very well could have won if they didn't. I think if they didn't have a week off. That's what I think. If they didn't have a week off and they weren't a little bit rusty and a little bit slow, there's a game that they could have won right then and there. They lost 3-2. Right? This is not an impossible task without Cale McCarr.
Yeah, they had a lot of time off against the Wild. They came out like a house on fire. They gave up a lead. They got it back. That was an insane game when they had you. That's a good point. First of all, that game could have gone either way. Neither team played all that much better than the other team. So that's an even game. So now what happens once you guys get back into the mix? How's it going to go now?
By the way, that was Biz's makeup for being called out by the entire nation for being an Avalanche homer. That I'm serious.
Well, he wanted to get a weekend off.
That was his makeup for getting caught on TV celebrating when the Avs scored in overtime.
Here's Bedsy about life without McCarr.
I mean, he's an important player, right? And he plays a lot. And some of the areas that we struggled with tonight, those are his strengths, right? So it affects. He's out there a lot with the McKinnon line. There's definitely, a trickle down effect to that. But he's not playing, so you have to find a way. I think the guys that we had playing tonight, not just the D, but we're capable more and capable of better, and it just wasn't there for us tonight, and we got to make sure it is for game 2.
Okay, what's your confidence level?
He just said he's not playing.
Well, I was just going to ask that.
If you want to read between lines, he's not playing, so these guys are more than capable. Oh, he's not playing.
Yeah.
I said it, 2-3 days ago? I said, I don't think you're going to see him to games 4 or 5, somewhere in there.
Listen how surprised the Spit and Chicklets guys were to him not playing. I told you what the vibe was with the media when that announcement came out yesterday. Everybody was surprised. Everybody thought, and there was video, you've probably seen it by this time, of Kale skating around before the practice got going yesterday. I'm not lying. Even, Kaner with his, is it a car thing? If you read it one way, it feels like he's going to play. Everybody was shocked Cale McCarr didn't play. Everybody.
So let me ask you this.
Except you.
Except me.
Except you.
I just saw how he acted in that game. Let me just ask you this. And I didn't see the video of him skating. He's skating around with the stick?
Oh, yeah. He looked great.
Is he taking shots? He took shots from the thing?
I only saw one video. He took one very controlled shot, the one that I saw. He was skating around looking good, and he took one very controlled shot. Did you see more than I saw?
No. I'm sure we saw the same thing. I think it was Jeff Howe from 7. Romy posted something, Channel 4. I'm going to get proper. These people show up like 40 minutes before the practice. I got to learn how to do that. That's when you see the secret stuff. The problem was, like, Kale didn't join the rest of the guys for the morning skate, which was an optional practice, but it was very light. Like, if you just wanted to work on some things or just get in the flow with your teammates and you haven't skated for a week, you would have definitely stuck around, and he didn't.
Well, the key today is, did he participate today?
We'll find out. I mean, I'd be shocked if he did. And I'm sure this is an optional skate, too,
Tyler
for the
says it all the time, 24 hours can be a heck of a healer.
I do.
You say, if you're broke on Tuesday, it would say you ain't going to be broke on Wednesday. Or in this case, Wednesday, Thursday.
I mean, you could always hit the lottery.
I still pick the Avs in 7 without Kale, but it's going to be tough. And it's not the same team. And it's a big-time player that you're missing.
I do freaking hate that we lost the first game at home. Like, that's the part that chaps me the most. Just that home game. That if it was the second one, I'd feel better about it. But obviously, if you win the second one, it's not a big deal. But now there's just so much pressure on that second home game.
You got to be like Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
Listen, man, there's a lot of reasons OKC could have had their dauber down, and they gave up a nice lead last night. And I'm like, here we go. Wembanyama, but they kept him under control.
But then San Antonio looked tired that late third and
well,
fourth.
You know what it is? And Bednar talked about it too. It's the chase back. It's so hard. It takes so much more energy to chase back than to keep the lead. Right. You can blow a lead and not exert any energy whatsoever. In fact, you're probably holding back.
Which
right?
you saw in game 1, right? 9-6.
Now, if you give up a lead, you got enough pep in your step to sort of take that breath, reset, and win. But you saw that last night with Oklahoma City. And the Avs got close. That third goal was, man. 2-0. At 2-0, I was like, it's all right. Not great, but we're all right. 3. And Bednar said, yeah, we just, we kind of just didn't give ourselves enough time. We ran out of gas a little bit. Because chasing is harder than protecting. No doubt about it.
Absolutely.
How many times in the NBA do you see teams make up a 20-point deficit? You know what happens all the time? It goes from 20 down to like 5 or like 3. And like,
and then you lose by 14 or 15.
Yeah. And then the other team just sort of, all right. And then it's back up to 7 or 9. And you're just
which was the OKC San Antonio game.
Exactly. And that's so exhausting. All right. The key word for this hour, again, is blackjack. That is blackjack. We'll get a report as to what's going on with the Avs today. We'll see if there's any Cale Makar news to share with you. It's PhD here on 92.5.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether that's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Pick up the phone, call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration, and do it today. Guys, you're going to love your experience at Advanced Hair. Call them at 720-459-HAIR. Call and ask about their Advanced FUE because nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, and that includes mine, by the way, and you deserve to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, they're simply fantastic at what they do, and they really believe in what they do to the degree that they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Pick up the phone. Call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you look at standing wise, but if you look at first periods, we haven't done a great job of getting out to leads early. So we're learning to play from behind, and we got to start to try to take the lead a little bit more in these games, and put our foot down and put pressure on teams to try to attack us instead of us having to attack them.
Devon Taves from about a half hour or so ago down there at Family Sports, and we'll hear more from him and Malinsky, and I think Jared Bednar is speaking as well. The Golden Knights get their media stuff going a little bit later. They're at Ball Arena practicing today. Today was an optional skate, and our buddy Jesse Montano from Guerrilla Sports will join us sometime next hour, right, Dan?
When Betsy's done.
When Betsy's done, okay. So we'll get a full report, but he's already put it out there on Twitter. Cale Makar did skate during the optional skate today. Now, he came on late, so he wasn't out there for the full time. But the video that has been posted does show him going all out skating-wise, stick handling, taking a couple of shots. And Dan's putting it up right behind us right here, so you can see it if you're watching on YouTube or on Twitch. And there's Cale, and he's, kind of mucking around with the puck a little bit. He's passing. He's, going relatively quick. Shink. I'm going to take a shot right there. And, whew, I'm tired. I haven't played hockey in a little bit. And there's that too, by the way, right? Like, you can lose some conditioning relatively quickly. You can get it back quick too, but, it might be a little bit something. So when you guys see that, as we're looking at the video, I tried to describe it the best I could. What are you seeing there?
Looks like guys go play game 2.
Yep.
Although you see, when it goes back again from the beginning, he's going to get the puck down the corner, whoever he's working with, and notice the guy pulls up and is not going to touch it.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I see a guy that's fast. I see a guy that's got great feet. I see a guy that...
Watch right here, right shoulder. Oh, don't touch it.
Yeah.
So he didn't touch it.
Stay away from you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see anything that is like, okay, his shoulder looks okay. He doesn't have to put it under any stress. Doesn't take any shots.
Alfred used to tell the story of their very first Super Bowl, and Gary Zimmerman was the left tackle, and his shoulders were gone. I mean, that's why he eventually retired, just because his shoulders were so bad. But he said he would make me, he said, I hated it. He said, I almost wanted to cry, stand out by midfield and do the pound on the shoulder pads. Boom, 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 to show everybody else, oh, there's nothing wrong with him. He's okay. And Zimmerman wanted them to see that on purpose. And he said the whole time he was like biting his lip and grimacing.
That video right there will absolutely, positively make the Golden Knights plan for Cale Makar.
Yes.
Zero doubt about it. Now, I'll tell you this. If you see somebody with video like that and they don't go, boy, we got an issue right there. We got some issues if he doesn't play tomorrow, if we're looking at that.
No.
Oh, I think so.
I think they're trying to sell it. I think they're trying to sell it there. But listen, if you got a second-degree separated shoulder, just because you did that don't mean the shoulder's good.
I got you. But that, to me, tells me he's playing tomorrow.
Why? Why does that tell you anything? Why is that any different than the video we saw the other day? I don't see anything in that indicates to me that his shoulder's okay.
I think that looks to me like a guy who's getting ready to go. And he's going to suck it up. And if he can't suck it up, that means, to me, if after seeing that and knowing he was on the ice for the pregame skate or before it got going, morning skate, if he doesn't go tomorrow, I'll be more surprised than him not going in game 1. Much more surprised now. Like, all right, why wouldn't he be going? Why wouldn't he be going?
Because he didn't go last night, and I don't know, like Scott just said, you don't go from bankrupt to rich in 24 hours, I guess 48 hours in this particular situation. If I saw something on there that I was like, hey, look at that shot. He really put some effort into that one. If he got hit, if I saw some contact and he played through it, I might feel more motivated to think that he's going to play, but that looked like a guy that was protecting things and didn't put his shoulder under stress.
I'd make the argument we don't got much time here, boys.
Well, of course.
Like, it's not necessarily now or completely never, but, I mean, we saw what it looked like without Cale Makar. And I'd make the argument I'll take 7.5 minutes of that over what, Jack Ashon gave us.
I was going to say a 70% healthy Makar, is he better than Ashon?
Of course.
Is he better than Taves?
70% better than Taves?
70% healthy. Is he better than Taves?
Maybe not. But he's probably good enough to go into some sort of rotation and direct the power play where you don't take contact. You're not taking any contact when you're on the point on the power play. I mean, anything can happen, right? Of course.
Yeah,
but
does that shoulder allow him to send a fireball shot?
Well, I don't know. I like his judgment, though. I'd like to see it. I would hope so. I think he goes. I think he's going to go. It'll be interesting to hear Bedsy won't say anything definitive likely, but that's a damn good sign, don't you think? I feel a lot better about things. You're saying I feel a lot better right now than I did at the beginning of the show seeing that.
God, I guess I'm just the ultimate pessimist right now. Did you not get that excited when you saw the video the other day?
No, because he wasn't out there with anybody.
All right, Dan, put up the old video.
He didn't stick around. From yesterday morning?
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't stick around for the practice. He left. He was off the ice before the guys were
going.
Well,
okay. All
so
right.
I was like, why'd he leave?
That's a fair point. That is a fair point, and I'll give you that. That's definitely a step up.
And today was an optional practice, but at least he's mixing it around a little bit. Those guys are probably just out there. I don't know. Some of these hockey guys.
Even that shot he took at the end, that was just a quick boom, wrister, right? You didn't see that big wind.
I don't know, guys.
That big Kel McCarr wind up.
No. You wrap it up. You take a shot. You go out and play.
This is yesterday morning.
Yeah, but it's just skating here. There's nothing here. And don't forget, when the other guys came on the ice, he left. He was out there for 15 or 20 minutes just completely by himself. A couple guys are dripping onto the ice.
No dumb question. Do they not do the red jersey thing in hockey?
They don't do it for optional practices.
Okay, because we're not supposed to hit anybody anyways. We're not supposed to touch anybody.
We're not in an optional. You're not even doing any kind of drills. You're just working with a skating coach.
Watch his shot.
Yeah, that's pretty ginger.
Look at that arm, just having fractured and dislocated my shoulder. That's my golf swing. That arm just stays like this the whole time.
The chicken wing.
Chicken wing.
All right. Okay. Are you more encouraged or less encouraged after seeing the video? And like I said, we'll talk to Jesse here relatively shortly. More encouraged.
You did convince me on the step up to practice. That's a fair point. I am not too convinced that is anything other than very intentional crumbs of evidence that you're trying to give to Vegas, making them think that he's going to play.
Okay. So you think it's a little psychological warfare?
Yeah.
Do you think he plays or not?
No.
Do you think he plays or not?
Do we not just listen to Bednar?
My initial thought is absolutely not. But do I think he's doing everything he can to make it game 2 instead of game 4 or game 3 instead of game 5?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, I think he plays. I'm gonna grab onto optimism here and say he's close enough.
If he doesn't, they win.
I think they win tomorrow no matter what, actually. I think they win with Kale or without Kale tomorrow. I think they'll be better organized. I think their execution will be better. I think they win. I think they're going to be like Oklahoma City. I'm not going to say it's a blowout, but what are we talking? Like a 3-1 thing and you get an empty netter, one of them doodads, something like that. I think they get an early lead and they just kind of hang on. That's what I think. I think this series is going to go 7. That means you got to mix in 3 losses. That means you got to mix in 4 wins. So to me, that makes sense that, all right, we're going back and forth. And there's a lot of emotion from Vegas. They just won that game. They already did their job, right? You did it. Congratulations.
Just on the surface of last night's game, because we did this with Minnesota, from the opposite side. Did what you see last night encourage you that the Avs team can win 4 out of 6 against that Golden Knight team?
Yeah, I think they can.
Let's get to that in deeper context coming up next. A reminder, Avs Alley is the outdoor party with Avs faithful for every home game. Tickets are $15. The proceeds go to Kroenke Sports Charities. If you'd like to purchase tickets, go to coloradoavalanche.com/playoffs. You can also win tickets by subscribing to the Altitude Sports Radio YouTube page. So keep your eye out for a video today that explains how to win. Search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube. Hey, do you ever wonder why Fanatics Sportsbook is America's fastest online growing sportsbook? It's DMac for Fanatics Sportsbook. Well, other sportsbooks, their rewards are the same old, but Fan Cash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack Fan Cash. With Fanatics Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers, win or lose. And unlike points that expire, you can spend your Fan Cash on official team gear across every team and league, collectibles, exclusive experiences, all on Fanatics.com. Fan Cash unlocks value you can't get at other sports books. Convert your Fan Cash to profit boost, and you can even bet with it too. With Fan Cash, you're getting access to the world of sports every time you bet with Fanatics Sportsbook. So switch to a sportsbook. It's always going to give you more to play with. Download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app.
I mean, they're a really structured team, so they're always in the right spots, and they're, big and strong too, so they're physical and hard on us defensively. But I guess to counter that, I think just getting back to pucks quicker and communication is always big too. From us D partners to the forward group as well.
St. Malinsky from earlier today. Jared Bednar just spoke from Guerrilla Sports. Jesse Montano, who is the author of one of the more classic lines so far of the playoffs.
I've just said execution like 5 times. I think that's what hurt us.
Thanks, Nate.
Cool.
Thanks, Nate. Cool.
Thanks, Nate.
Cool.
Jesse giving a sure signal to the rest of the media that Nate McKinnon is done talking, Jesse.
Yeah, PR hadn't stepped in yet, so I was like, you know what, I'll go ahead and take control of this.
Jesse was signaling to everybody else, Nate's done, everybody.
He's looking for an opening in the PR staff for next season.
Thanks, Nate.
Cool.
Okay. Jesse, good to have you on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident. You need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. With breathless anticipation, what was going on in family sports today with Cale Makar?
Yeah, he jumped out there a little bit late, but he looked good. He was doing some board battle work with some of the other guys out there. He was shooting the puck. He was skating. So I'm not ready to predict if he'll go tomorrow or not, but he looked a little bit better today than I thought he did when we saw him here a couple days ago.
Biz said that the Avalanche are done without Cale Makar. Do you agree?
No, I don't. They, Chris McFarland has spent the last several years building this team up to be not reliant on just one guy. I think, look, I didn't love that game last night. I think I've been a little bit harder on them than most people on that performance last night. Just too many lulls. But this is a deep team. When they play with structure, when they play their game, it is not reliant on any one player, even someone as good as Cale Makar. So does he make a huge difference? Yeah, of course. But I saw that quote, and I am just definitely not ready to go there yet to say that without Cale Makar they can't win. That's championship teams aren't just one guy, and this team is built to go on a run here.
Well, listen, was it the I don't remember if it was the LA series or Minnesota series now, but it was game 4 or 5 before the top line guys even scored, and they were winning games because of the depth.
Yep. And exactly. And Sam Malinsky's back in the lineup. You got Josh Manson back in the lineup. Again, I guess I'm not going to sit here and act like not having Cale Makar isn't, a thing for them. But yeah, you're totally right that this team is built to be able to sustain stuff like this. But that being said, you're trailing in a series for the first time, and any reinforcements you can get. But I'm of the opinion that you shouldn't just run him out there because of who he is. If he can't shoot, if he can't play, if he can't take the physicality, that will be a detriment to your team. So make sure he can actually go and hey, lean on the depth that this team has built.
What did Bednar have to say about Cale today?
He told us he didn't have an update, but that he's skating, he's feeling better every day, and he is saying he's an option. He's an option. Again, that's usually Jared Bednar speak for. We're not really going to say anything, but they're encouraged by the progress he's been able to make here in the last 8-9 days.
You mentioned that lull thing a while ago. Why do you think that is for a team as talented as the Avalanche?
It's a great question because I really liked the first 5 to 7-ish minutes of the game last night for the Avs. I thought they had pop in their in their skate. I thought they were generating chances, crisp passes, and then they took that penalty, which I didn't love the call, but that's neither here nor there. And it just felt like they kind of got back on their heels, and it took them 30 minutes game time to get re-engaged in the way they need to. So, look, these are long, seasons, long series. It's a mental grind. They had a bunch of time off. None of those are good reasons or excuses for the execution to go away the way that it did last night. But this group, they talked about it after, like, hey, that's easy stuff to fix. We can look at that. And Jared Bednar even told us, like, they had a bunch of guys looking at their tape today going, like, yeah, that wasn't good. I made a mistake there. I made the wrong read. I made the wrong decision. So it's stuff that's easy to fix, but yeah, this is the Western Conference Finals. You can't be disappearing for 30 minutes at a time.
Bednar said that the Avs can't baby the puck. Where did you see that showing up?
Number 88, number 7. I just thought there were too many times where, again, you're playing against the Vegas Golden Knights are essentially a more skilled, more talented version of the LA Kings. So they're going to clog a lot of lanes. They're going to play physical, and they're going to worry about their defense first. And the Avs were just too soft on the puck. Look, Minnesota, they wanted to play quick, get up and down. Let's do a skill game here. Let's open things up, speed. And Vegas just isn't going to let you do that. So the Avs got to get the mindset readjusted here that you have to be hard on every play, on every puck. You've got to send passes through lanes with some zip. And if you don't have anything, that puck needs to get deep or it needs to get to the net. And I just thought that too many of their top guys were the ones, babying the puck around and trying to be too fancy and put too much of a fine point on it. And look, Marty Netchis, I think he's done a good job to this point in these playoffs of kind of, shutting people up who have criticized his playoff performance. But it's those types of games last night. Those are the ones that have, gotten critics on him for the way he plays in the playoffs. Just not hard enough in the dirty areas, not, willing to wear enough contact to get to the middle of the ice. I think he will adjust that. I think Devon Taves will adjust that, but it was just too soft on the puck last night, and the decision making was coming a half second too late. And like I said earlier, they were just trying to put too fine of a point on every play. These are the types of games when you're playing against a team like Vegas, puck's got to go to the net and body's got to follow them there, and you got to be willing to take abuse. Both goals come from within just a couple feet of the crease. The Avs got to go to school on that and get to these dirty areas.
Well, Bednar switched up the lines during the game. Could you see some sort of adjustment like that going into game 2, like a more permanent adjustment?
Yeah, I would actually be, based on what he was just kind of talking to us about, he said that he liked the lines after he made some changes on them. So I think we'll probably see him start tomorrow with a lot of those same groups that we saw yesterday. But look, that's part of the chess match of this time of year is, how can you make those adjustments to get, a guy a little bit of extra space or, Arturi Lehkonen and maybe a little bit more of a favorable matchup, Brock Nelson, more of a favorable matchup. That's what it is this time of year. But, he changed up the lines. Their play got a little bit better. So I would be expecting that's probably who he's going to go with, at least to start tomorrow, similar to those groups we saw at the end of the game.
It didn't feel like Brock Nelson was afraid to put the puck on the net. I mean, I thought he was taking opportunities when they arose for him.
Yep, him and the other thing too is the Habs had, and there's 3 that literally come to my mind right now, and Brock Nelson was one of them. You got to hit the net. That's maybe it's a silly thing to say, like, what great analysis, right? Hit the net to score a goal. But there were 3 grade A's that I can think of off the top of my head where Brock Nelson just soared the puck over the net. Nazem Kadri soared the puck over the net. And again, when you are talking this stage in the playoffs, it is those little inches. It's those little plays. I mean, they hit the empty netter, but you claw that game back within 1. That means those little plays where you missed the net or overpassed it or, look to defer. Those all added up. Those caught up with you, at the end of the game. And I agree with you. I think, Brock Nelson, is one of those. And that's a guy, he has played well away from the puck in these playoffs. I'm not going to take that away from him. But the Avs brought him in here because he's a 30-goal scorer, scored 33 for him this year. These are the moments against these types of teams where you need a guy like Brock Nelson and Val Nichushkin as well to get the production up a level.
Why don't Avs fans wear the free T-shirts?
I don't know. I'll be honest, and I think you and I were even talking about it, DMac. When I saw those, I was like, I don't know why they do this. No one wears them. No one wears them.
They take them. They take them. They don't wear them.
Yep. Yeah, a bunch of people got a sleep shirt yesterday, which is cool. Maybe a souvenir,
Good souvenir. Yeah.
But I don't know why they do them because Avs fans just don't wear them.
Elitist hockey fan.
People wearing the blue ones. Yeah. The blue ones I thought stood out a little bit, but I didn't see much else.
All right, Jess, we'll let you go, and we'll follow you on Guerrilla Sports for incredible content and coverage of the Avalanche. Thank you, pal.
You guys are the best. We'll talk soon.
That's Jesse Montano on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Yeah, it just ain't, listen, man. You're rolling in there, and you got your expensive Quebec Nordiques throwback sack or whatever you're wearing. Everybody, I'll give Avs fans credit for this. They're all wearing gear. I don't care where you're sitting. Everybody's wearing gear. Like, for the Nuggets games, you think they're sitting on the seat? I mean, some people have gear. I'm not saying nobody.
But it's different, though.
It's yeah.
The sweaters are like pullovers. You put them on. The jersey don't look. In basketball, if you're going to put a jersey on, for example, I mean, other than Tyler, who can really wear them?
What's funny to me is the guys who wear the dress shirts, collared shirts, and throw on the basketball jersey over the dress shirts. It looks ridiculous. But that being said, you put that on. Do you really want to put something over it?
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Listen, I'll tell you this. If I don't see anybody else around me doing it, I guess I'm not doing it either.
Oh, so. I think there's a lot of peer pressure on that one. I saw a guy in the concourse between periods, and he put it on, and I was watching him try to peel it off, and I really thought he was going to need some
So they probably just go smaller
attention.
shirts. That's a problem, too.
Well, first of all, how big does that shirt got to be to fit a guy who's 6'1", 225?
Double.
It's hockey. Most people there could lose 20 to 30 to 40 to 50 to 60. I mean, it's, you know what I'm saying.
You need doubles.
At least. But think about it, if you're a female, if you're a woman, and you got one that fits you, the big guy, well, what am I going to dance in what am I going to do with this thing? I'm going to swim in it.
But we just need the color for TV.
It looked nice before the game.
It did look nice.
I look at this Oklahoma City stuff. I don't know how they get these people to do it. It's like a cult following.
Because it's
do they not do enough peer pressure on the jumbotron? Is that
they don't do any peer pressure.
I know. So I mean, is that the problem that they're not doing that?
No, because it would be ridiculous because so many people don't wear it in the first place.
Well, I mean, if you started putting the camera on individuals and the whole crowd is booing until they put it on,
I don't know, man.
They'll start putting it on.
Listen, man, I just do not think that's who we are. I think it's a cool souvenir, and when I see these other, Oklahoma City.
But you got to remember, that's the only sport they have there.
They are such goobers there, man.
It's the only sport they have there.
I am going to say this. I think we are too cool to put on the shirts like that.
Yeah.
I think these other cities are they're goobers.
Yeah. Fans are supposed to be goobers, not wine tasters.
Oh, man. Pretty loyal fan base, been selling out games that buys all the merch.
They're unbelievable.
Spends all the money, man. I mean, I don't know if they're not good fans. They're pretty damn good fans.
No one said except you that they're not good fans.
Oh, okay. So what are you saying?
I'm just saying that.
I'm just saying it'd be more fun if they put the T-shirts on.
Too cool not to, though.
I think they are too cool not to. I'm going to support you in that. We'll take a break. We have playoff tickets to give away. We have another key word. We'll roll that out to you next. It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Talking about low T, and because you're getting a little older doesn't mean you have to feel like it. If the energy is low, sleep is off, weight won't budge, what is going on? Could be low T. Well, if that's coming on to you and you just feel like you're not yourself, you deserve to feel your best. Be strong in the gym. Have a great workout. More driven at work. Better in the bedroom? Sure. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, their advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more treat low T and other hormonal issues to help you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, improve your sex drive, so much more. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. What you need to do is just go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take the low T quiz. They'll draw your blood and have your result within 30 minutes if you say, hey, man, I could be a candidate for this. It's only $99. Includes the consult, T and PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. So call today, 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We'll hear from Jared Bednar in just a little bit as he spoke to the media after the optional skate. Cale Makar was on the ice, and it's an Avalanche playoff ticket Thursday as we're giving away tickets to Game 2 tomorrow night. Keywords every hour and a pair on every show. Text the keyword roulette. You guys know how to spell roulette? What do you think?
ROULL. No.
You already got it wrong?
No, I'm correct. Hold on. I was correcting myself.
Start again, Scott. What do you got?
You can't. That's not fair.
Scott is correct.
Is that how it works at a spelling bee? If like you immediately put one too many,
you're done. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, like, no. They wait for you to
finish. Like you don't get a final answer?
They wait to you to finish your humiliation before they hit a pleasant ding, not a buzzer like that.
I knew there weren't two L's. Stupid. Stupid.
Text the keyword roulette, and it's important that you spell it right, like Scott Hastings did, because he went to Arkansas. 303-504-0925, first and last name, and you're entered. ColoradoAvalanche.com/playoffs is the home for everything you need during this run. From Avs Alley information to game tickets and more, it's ColoradoAvalanche.com/playoffs. Again, this hour's keyword, ROULETTE, roulette. We'll announce a winner at 2:55. You know what's funny? That little ding, that is actually what they play if you spell the word wrong at the Scripps National Spelling Bee. It's very pleasant.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's not some sort of ridiculous, you're a loser. It's like, ding.
They just clap if you get it right.
No. No, I'm not going to try it again. Wait, so was I right or was I wrong?
Well, there's only one L in roulette. I would not have been able to spell it right. I would have screwed that up one way or the other. Way to go, Scott.
You're welcome.
You nailed it. That's spelling bee right around the corner.
Really?
Yeah.
I used to watch that thing.
I watched it up until there was a year where 14 kids tied for first place, and then I'm like, okay, this thing is.
What, they run out of time or something?
They ran out of words.
Huh?
Yep, they ran out.
They did the whole language.
They did all the words they had ready. They were like, I'm not lying. You can look it up, man. 14. It might have been 12, a dozen. I mean, it was like a bunch. It was a bunch, and it was just round after round after round. And at some point, they're just like, okay, we're done. Well, Dan, look it up, man. What year was that? Like 14 kids tied for first place.
Good news that came out today. Joey Chestnut still going to compete.
Oh, how about that story? Did you guys hear?
Back at it.
Do you know the details?
No.
He punched some dude.
Right.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Wait. Joey got in trouble?
The story's unbelievable.
Who'd he punch?
He got drunk at a bar. It's not great to be blackout drunk, but he got drunk to the degree he did not realize what was going on. And he slapped some dude who was giving him a hard time in the bar. And he got charged with assault.
Oh, so
misdemeanor. Misdemeanor assault.
Was the story that there was debate whether they were going to allow him to
Correct.
compete?
Yeah, because the guy pressed charges. It's the whole thing. But it kind of begs the question, like, if you're in a bar and everybody's drinking and, there's a little row going on, I mean, nobody gets hurt.
No, the bigger question is
that really a criminal thing?
The bigger question is, why does a hot dog eating contest have a morality clause?
Well, apparently they don't, because he's in it. He got cleared to travel to it and whatever he's got to do.
How about the guy that got slapped saying, hey, he's been the champion of eating hot? I bet he's loaded.
Well, how much crap do you think Joey Chestnut gets from other drunk guys at bars?
All the time.
What kind of things do you think get thrown out to him in a drunken stupor?
Hey, I got a hot dog you can eat.
Exactly.
Took me a second.
I'm laughing at it because don't you think it's stuff like that all the time with this guy?
Yeah.
If he goes and he's drinking?
Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest. If we were in that particular mood and you saw Joey Chestnut, how could you not say something like that to him? But anyways, the news story, yeah, he hit some guy in a bar and he got, I don't know what it is, some sort of special permission to go eat hot dogs. So, yeah, there you go. Joey Chestnut. He says he doesn't even remember. He says that's how drunk he was. He has no recollection whatsoever of hitting the guy, and I tend to believe him.
Well, apparently somebody can outdrink him.
Yeah, I guess so. So, yeah, Joey Chestnut. How much of the game did you watch last night? Basketball game?
Off and on quite a bit during every intermission. And then when they got down 3-0, I went, really? And then I flipped over and then watched more of it, turned back, and they scored right away. So then I stuck with them and finished with them and then finished with the
Spurs got some issues, man. This hamstring
They
stuff.
look tired.
What is it with the soft tissue injuries in the NBA, man? So Dylan Harper, a very, very promising rookie. Now he's out with a hammy.
Jalen Williams.
De'Aaron Fox is out.
He's with an ankle, though.
All right, he's out.
Jalen Williams pulled his hammy again last night, and he only played like 30 games this year.
I wonder, I'm not saying Wemby's not the best because I think he actually is, but it might not quite be their time, the Spurs.
Well,
they're damn close, though.
Hey, OKC did what I said on the show that they got to do. Quit playing Caruso on him and put Hardenstein on him because at the very least it's another 7-footer that weighs 260, 250 that can beat up on him. And that's all Hardenstein did. And I thought by the end of the game, Wemby looked tired. And that goes back to your theory yesterday, his size. It may limit a lengthy career because Hardenstein just bodied him the whole game, and he wasn't as effective.
I would be fascinated. Boy, I don't know how you'd look this up, Dan, but it'd be cool. When teams in hockey or basketball get a win on the road in game 1, how often do they lose game 2?
Especially if they're an underdog.
Can we figure that out for hockey? Because I'd love to know that for hockey.
Well, yeah, that's I'm sort of comparing both. Like you did it. You pulled off. And yeah, maybe it's an upset. Of course, it's an upset. You're the away team for a reason, right? Like it's got to be an up. Well, theoretically, it's an upset.
I bet it's about 50-50. I don't think there's going to be a significant.
You don't think there's an
trend.
inherent advantage to the home team in game 2?
No.
So we lost
because at that point you've already lost a game, so you might just not be as good.
I do not know the numbers, so I'm just purely speculating.
Definitely not talking about the Avalanche there, by the way.
Well, I think. Oh, what do you got, Dan?
Roughly, when the road team wins game 1, 62% of the time they lose game 2.
Wow. Well, that makes sense, doesn't it? Because think about all the emotion, the energy, everything that goes in.
That's just NBA, right?
No, that's just NHL. Sorry, that's
NHL.
just NHL. 62% of the time. After the road team wins game 1, they lose game 2.
Well,
that makes sense to me.
I got the call the one time the Nuggets went down to San Antonio and surprised San Antonio during their big 3 years, right? Their championship years, and really just maybe played their best game of the year in game 1. Didn't show up because they thought they had done something. Got beat by 39 in game 2, and ended up losing the next 3 as well. Fairly easy.
I think it just goes to show it sucks that the Avs lost, but it's hardly a death blow. If you're going to lose a game, if you are going to drop
if
one.
If you were going to lose the second one, though. That definitely would have been my preference because now there's just so much heat. The pressure, it's cooking, man. You could just feel the steam trying to escape. And if you don't win this game, oh, boy.
Well, Jared Bednar said every game is game 7. So... They, according to Bedsy, they feel the pressure no matter what.
When you lose game 1 at home, it does kind of feel like every game is game 7.
Bednar just said.
Does game 2 not feel like game 7?
He just said every game is such a pressure cooker. Like even though they were 8-1 in the first 2 series, he felt like they were. It was stressful. It was exhausting the whole thing because the games are close. What's your NBA stat, Dan?
All right, do you think it's higher or lower than 62% that the NHL is in the playoffs?
I bet it's higher.
73% of the time, the road team that wins game 1 loses game 2.
Wow.
Jeez.
Wow. That's pretty crazy. So it does go to show if the Avs lose game 2, that is really bad.
But
it's really bad.
I think the good news, even for San Antonio, and it'll be now for Vegas, it's how you play in game 2. If you come up, like I told you, the Nuggets when got beat by 39, they knew we took the series, like you'd done something. They still got Tim Duncan and Tony Parker and Manu Ginobili over there on the other side. But I think if you win game one, it's important you come out to game two to send a message because the home team's supposed to win. But if they sit there and you ball and you show them we weren't satisfied, then all of a sudden they got to come in, man, we got a battle. Oklahoma City's going to go, we got a battle. You know, Wemby didn't play very good in game two, but we got a battle now. And the Avs come out and Vegas is excited about winning game one and they win 4-0 or something like that.
That would be really bad. My guess is that the road team is just settled in. You're in hotels, you're whatever. You're just kind of, hey, you did it. You won that game. I just think there's probably an inherent letdown for all road teams if they win game one. And the numbers would actually kind of back that up. So losing, I don't think it gives the Golden Knights like more energy that they won game one. I think it probably makes them a little bit more chill.
Well, that's what I'm saying, but it's still how you come out. In my take on all this, you got to come out in game two and say that wasn't a fluke, and you play like that. And even if you lose, you lay 3-2 in overtime or something like that.
Yeah,
the Avs are going to go, man, this ain't easy. Now we got to go out there. This ain't going to be easy.
It was interesting here. Jesse say his view of the Knights are they're a better LA Kings team, and the Avs swept the Kings, but did that felt stressful to me.
Well, it did. It didn't feel stressful, but it was slow as molasses. You know, it was just like you had to grind it out and you had to win every game. But I didn't feel stressed out during that series at all. So if his point is you're going to have to grind for every game, it's not going to be exciting. It's not going to be explosive like it was against the Wild. Then, yeah, that adds up.
Well, you certainly got to take advantage of any advantage given to you. You can't take dumb penalties, even if it was BS like the Ross Colton thing. You got to stay away from that. You got to be careful. But then again, you got to be yourself and you got to dictate the terms of the game.
You have to dictate the terms.
Yeah, not like that. What do you guys think about John Tortorella?
I liked him. I've always kind of liked him, and you know, their play-by-play guy that we had on the show yesterday, and he said, "Listen, he's got them. They block shots, they block passes." I thought the announcer said at one time in that third period they'd already blocked 30 shots or had 30 blocks already.
You know,
and I was like, "Are you kidding me?"
I don't like arrogant people, but I do kind of like a cocky guy. That's exactly what I was gonna say. But it's like a confidence cockiness. You know what I mean? Like it's not like a jerk cockiness. It's not an arrogance. It's an earned cockiness. And that's what that guy feels like to me. So do I like him? Yeah.
I like him too. How can we hate? What is there to hate about Vegas? What is there to dislike about them?
Well, they're a rival, so there should be some built-up hatred there.
Yeah.
That you don't have to work too hard to manufacture.
I mean, do we hate Jack?
Is that hate for manufacture? Hate for Vegas? I mean, they're on the rival list, bud.
I guess, but usually there has to be some reason, like to like hate them. Like there has to be some bad blood, like some sort of dirty hit, some guy that you just can't stand, an arrogant coach. I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? Like there's got to be something. Like the fans are jerks. Like who are the fans of the Golden Knights? Just people that they're cool people. They're just yeah, kind of.
People from Vegas are cool.
Well, yeah, they live in Henderson and they just wanted to get out of the cold and they really love their team. Like they inherited a really good team. They support their team.
Why are you doing this right now?
Well, that's who they are. Like, well, all right, so
I do hate Vegas. I hate the Wild more. Like
of course you do.
Just in terms of like rivalries, but Vegas is I hate their when they come in and their black jerseys take over. I hate them. I don't have to have a reason, but I hate them. They're on the rival list.
I'm glad you hate them.
Why do I hate the Wild? I don't know.
Oh my God, Minnesota.
I could give you reasons why you could have hated the Timberwolves, but I didn't have a reason like that with the Wild. I just hate the Wild.
They weren't as hateable as the Timberwolves. I'll give you that. The Timberwolves were. They're easy to hate. Oklahoma City is easy to hate. The Lakers are easy to hate. Dallas Stars are easy to hate. No problem there. Red Wings, I mean, it's a different conference, it's a different time, but I'll always hate them. Raiders, I will always hate. Chiefs, Chargers, I'm with you. I'm trying to work it up for the Golden Knights. You know, the black shirts. I like Tortorella. I like their goalie. Carter Hart's cool. I like Mitch Marner. He's just there for the first year.
You know, I heard this, and I don't know if it's true, but I heard it from source that might know. I guess the owner of the Knights actually was a West Point guy.
I can't hate on that.
And
that adds up why they're the Knights.
And their nickname's the Black Knights. And he tried to make it the Vegas Black Knights. And
it was an Army thing.
Yeah, West Point said, "No, we're not going to let you. We kind of already got that."
So
done
they're
over
the
here."
Golden Knights.
So they become the Golden Knights.
I went to a game there. It was awesome. Saw the Avs play the Golden Knights in Vegas. What a show. It really was cool. I don't know what to say. The T-Mobile Center is right there between like the New York, and like the Cosmopolitan or whatever. It's like right there. It was great.
The city of Vegas probably needs the Knights to make this a 7-game series and draw some interest to get them downtown.
Well, I don't know. I don't know, man. If they're 303-504-0925, I'm happy to have bigger Mark Stone, I guess he's punchable, but he's not even playing. There aren't a lot of guys from that team that beat the Avalanche in 21 that are just. Nick Waugh was on that team. Now he's on the Avs. It's a different coach. It's different players. It's just different everything. I don't know, man. I'm struggling here with these guys.
Does the winner of this series win the Stanley Cup?
No, not necessarily. And we'll see how the Hurricanes do against Montreal as that gets going. No, not necessarily at all. Hurricanes haven't lost a game yet. Where's their weakness? Where are they soft?
Well, we'll see.
Well, maybe. That was a crazy stat that Connor McGahey gave us, by the way. Like, that stat was so crazy, I don't know whether we should even believe it. That teams that go 7 games facing a team that swept, the team that went 7 games is 7-1 in those series in NHL history. That seems absurd, doesn't it?
Yeah, a little bit. Unless that rust is a serious thing and you go in there and steal not 1 but 2 games.
Well, when was the last
and
time?
Then all you got to do is win 1 of the home games.
Carolina hasn't played in 2 weeks. It feels like 5 seconds ago that Buffalo's heart was being broken. They were planning a 5th place parade or whatever you do in Buffalo now between now and the time that Josh Allen. Happy birthday, by the way, to Josh Allen.
30 years old. I saw that.
Josh Allen has the same birthday as our own Vic Lombardi.
Happy birthday, Vic.
By the
I
way,
didn't know that.
Vic took his birthday off today. Look at you. You and Vic. Taking that day off, right?
Smart.
June 3rd, just no way. Ain't going to work that day.
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen, 30 years old. All right, we'll get to no dumb questions, too. Maybe give us a reason to hate the Knights. I don't know. Tyler's already good with it. Scott, you hating the Knights?
I have sport hate for the teams that my teams play.
Well, of course.
But the Knights have cool jerseys.
They are black and gold.
Right.
That's why you have no hate.
PhD. The keyword one more time is roulette, 303-504-0925. We're giving away tickets to Game 2. Best of luck. It's 92.5.
Hey, let me tell you about my friends over at the Reputation Law Group. They specialize in 2 of the just horrible things that could happen to someone's life, divorce or DUI. And if you or someone you know is facing one of those tough times, don't try to do this alone. Don't go it by yourself. You need to get a hold of the Reputation Law Group. Set up a consultation. Once you do that, you'll figure out that you've got the right people in your corner, and you go from there. It's easy to get a hold of them. TheReputationLawGroup.com. TheReputationLawGroup.com. They can help you with the tough times, and really not much tougher than going through divorce or a DUI. Remember the web name. Was it web name? What do you call that? Web page. There you go, the web page. TheReputationLawGroup.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
When it comes to your retirement, there are no dumb questions. Seriously. Call Trajan Wealth today at 303-900-1189. Thanks, Nate.
Thanks, Nate.
Cool. Got a no dumb question for you.
Good.
Game 2, New York and Cleveland.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know what the average
Cleveland collapse.
Average ticket price for the Eastern Conference Finals in New York is?
I'm going to say
300.
Yeah, well, I was going to say 350, 300, yeah. Something like that.
1,274
to get in the building.
No, average.
No.
That's the average cost.
Come on,
1,274.
Wow.
Jeez,
yeah. That's crazy. Well, hey, good. They got money, I guess. Congratulations.
So would you pay it?
You think they're putting on stupid T-shirts?
No way.
So that's the life lesson here. The wealthier you are, the more you refuse to put on the T-shirt.
Of course. You got more expensive clothes. You got a more expensive look. You don't need that. I mean, am I breaking news here? When you roll up in your Maybach, you're gonna throw on a $5 shirt you can find at Sam's Club. We're joking here, right?
Or eBay tomorrow.
But if you're a goober and you live in Oklahoma City, you can't wait. You can't wait to put on the shirt. You're planning your outfit to put on the goofy shirt because you live in a goober town.
Well,
with a bunch of goober fans.
And I got goober family that lives there. And
they probably love it.
I've gotten them tickets for playoff games way back when.
Can't wait to put on the stupid shirt.
They found shirts on the ground, and they basically had T-shirts. Their family had T-shirts to wear for years.
Yeah, there's Ben Stiller and Spike Lee. There's
Chamalay.
There's Spike Lee. You think these guys are there's Tracy Morgan. Now he's got a Knicks sweater on, a jersey. He ain't gonna put on a T-shirt. We just saw on front row of the Knicks 9 people that are all worth $100 million minimum.
Big T-shirt guys.
Yeah, they're gonna put on a T-shirt.
Well,
no,
and you
saw
them guys. Now you know why the average ticket price is 1,274.
Yeah, exactly. Cleveland, that's a goober city. They'll probably throw on the shirts. They'd be happy to have them.
They're all broke out in Cleveland.
Sure. Buffalo, they'll throw on the shirts. They'll do whatever they tell you. Pittsburgh, they'll probably throw shirts on. A little attitude maybe, but they'll do it.
Carolina?
Probably because they'd be so excited to get to. Well, yeah. There are a bunch of goobers in Carolina. They'll do whatever you want down there.
Buffalo?
Yeah.
Boston?
No way. No way would they put on the goober shirts in Boston.
You never see the T-shirt thing attempted at NFL games.
How about L.A.? You think you're going to put on goober shirts in L.A.?
Kings or Lakers, no.
You'll see it at college football games, but how come you've never seen it attempted in the NFL?
Well, do you want to spring for 90,000 shirts?
Let's start there.
No, colleges do it.
But in colleges, they here's what CU does in these other schools. They announce a theme.
Yeah, they say blackout or whiteout or whatever.
Right. They don't give you it. They announce it, and everybody, everybody, but a lot of schools get a lot of enthusiasm, and they do it. Well, CU does pretty good with that. They do.
CU actually does shockingly well at that.
Especially with the blackouts and the whiteouts. They do good with that. But
the
they
Avs
don't
provide a shirt.
The Avs fans do good when it's a whiteout night, too, though.
I guess you're right. Do they not provide the shirts?
No.
They never provide the shirts?
No, they announce it, and then I'm finding this out firsthand, by the way. But, my kid will tell me, it's this theme, it's that theme. It's, they announce the theme. And then you do it or don't do it, and then you leave.
So kind of, this is kind of like, Scott, now it just hit me. It's kind of like when you've got a theme and you've got a team.
Right.
When you're on a team, everybody should be a part of the theme.
Right. All in. Like the whole team, right? Yeah.
Very similar to Bro Tank Fridays.
Exactly like Bro Tank Fridays. It's a theme.
It's
where the whole
announced-
team should be
It-
participating.
it's
But DMac doesn't
announced
provide the
tomorrow
bro
will be
tank.
Bro Tank Friday.
Okay, so if I
And-
provide a bro tank for DMac,
Well, I'm not the only one, by the way. You don't have Dan on board with this thing either.
I have a bunch of bro tanks.
I haven't seen you wear one.
I'm protesting.
There you go. Now, I will say...
if I provide you a bro tank, will you participate?
Don't bother, because I'm like an elitist Avs or Nuggets fan. I don't participate in the
clay court, boat.
Yeah, clay court. for
Exactly.
sure.
I'm like all the other people that went to the Avs game last night.
Yeah, all this talk about the T-shirts, and it's
Yeah.
just hitting me.
Yeah.
Boy,
Because now we're
you
fighting.
would think the team would
Yeah.
be united.
Yes, but
like
we-
if a coach says, "Hey, we're all wearing suits on the plane," what are you doing?
I don't know. I guess I'd wear a suit. If my boss told me to wear a suit,
What if you're? Are you the
So
captain of
it-
the group? What if what
So,
if the
if
captain
Kevin
said?
comes in here and goes, "Hey, DMac, tomorrow's Bro Tank Friday."
yeah, I wouldn't wear a bro tank no matter what.
Wow.
No, I guess I'd go against my boss on that.
Wow.
But I'll tell you, we've also concluded here that I'm an elitist fan, but we've also concluded that people wear themed clothing are goobers.
What's wrong with being a goober?
Nothing's wrong with being a goober. If you want to be, let your goober flag fly. If you want to be a goober, but people that wear themed clothing are goobers, and people that don't want to go along with the team are elitists. So we got,
So you're an
couple of-
elitist.
Sure.
I'd rather be a
I'll
goober than elitist. I know
Well,
that much.
congratulations.
You are.
There you go.
No problem.
You may be both.
Nailed it.
You may be both.
I do.
You may
I
be
dive.
both.
I dive into both worlds.
Yeah.
You know what
yeah.
you are?
may be both.
You're like an urban cowboy.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah.
Did you ever see
Yeah.
that movie? You're more like you drive the pickup and got the boots, but
That's
you
okay, like-
but you never really rode the horse. And
You're not
roped
wrong.
The calf. Yeah.
Like I can admit that. You're not wrong.
Dude, check this text out. eBay, goober shirt and pom pom, $49.95 right now.
On eBay.
Now, if
So somebody's taking their
so if I
pom-poms.
buy that for you and I cut the sleeves off of it, will you wear it on Bro Take Fridays?
I think we firmly established I'm an elitist and I'm not going to.
Jeez, man.
Was something unclear to you in that explanation
No,
that we
no,
just
I
went
just-
through?
I got it.
I mean, you got it, right?
Yeah. ROULETTE.
That
I don't
it-
know. I just keep thinking like the team would perform better if we were all in.
Well, no.
Pretty difficult to perform when we're on different pages.
Sure. Peer pressure always works well. I'm an elitist. You're a goober elitist. And Scott, you're just,
He's an urban goober.
you're an urban goober.
Urban goober.
You're just
A goober.
You're fine. You're fine with that.
I've been
You-
there.
You're
too
good
long.
with that. Yeah,
Yeah.
sure. And
You know,
Dan is high.
Are you saying hello or
What's up, Dan?
I said hey.
Sup?
Hello. Hi, Dan.
Sup, dog?
$49.95. So that is pretty funny. Somebody has taken their
I knew that would happen.
free T-shirt and pom poms, and they've tried to turn it around.
Trying to cut that ticket price down a little bit.
Well, in fairness, it wasn't just the people in the fancy seats that had the T-shirt and pom poms. It was the whole building, But I don't know what it cost to get in the door last night for the Avs. I know this.
Is it a white T-shirt or a red one?
Well, I don't know. That's a good question, Texter. Let us know what color. It's probably white. I mean, the red and the blue T-shirts, there weren't that many of them overall.
That's why I think you get a higher dollar.
You probably could get a higher dollar for the red or the blue one. Although, again, those are like in the best seats. I'm laughing to myself. If somebody that's paying $1,000 a seat is parking at the UMB Reserve Club with their Mercedes, is trying to hawk something for $50 on eBay.
You got to ask your friends.
Listen, I can ask them what?
Yeah, ask them what color T-shirt
that's
did
a
they
good question.
get.
You want Billy and what do you call them? Billy and
Billy and Sally. Bill and Sally.
Bill and Sally.
Yeah, Bill
you
and
know
Sally.
what? I will reach out to Bill and Sally right now and see what they did with their shirts. They were supposed to text me a photo of them in their shirts.
That didn't happen.
They did not do that. I will reach out to Bill and Sally. The big news of the day is Cale Makar back on the ice. What's your confidence level? Cale will return for Game 2. That's next. It is DMac for Fanatics Sportsbook, America's fastest online growing sportsbook. Other sportsbooks, well, their rewards are just the same old. But Fan Cash, that is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack Fan Cash. With Fanatics Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% Fan Cash back on all your wagers, win or lose. And unlike points that expire, you can spend your Fan Cash on official team gear across every team in league, collectibles, exclusive experiences, all on Fanatics.com. Fan Cash unlocks value you can't get at other sportsbooks. Convert your Fan Cash to profit boosts, and you can even bet with it too. With Fan Cash, you're getting access to the world of sports every time you bet with Fanatics Sportsbook. This is fantastic. So switch to a sportsbook that will always give you more to play with. Download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app.
real quick because we have to ask. Kale is out there. Is any updates?
No, I don't have an update. We'll see what tomorrow brings.
When you have a blueprint now with Kale not playing last game, and I'm just saying if you were to play, can you polish things up in that confinement? Did you like enough what you saw on your decor?
Like I said yesterday, I thought there was times in the game where our decor had a little bit of a rough night. You know, with the efficiency of our puck moving, that has nothing to do with Kale. Like, I'm just looking at the guys that are in the lineup, and I think I've seen them play a lot better when it comes to the way we move the puck, the way we... Like, I think the defending side of it was there, but, like, most of the chances that we gave up were more execution issues, mismanagement of the puck. There's some decision-making in there that wasn't great. Some of it is on our forwards getting to the right spot so we have easy outlets, and I think we can make their job easier as a forward group. So, like, to me, it's about the guys that are in the lineup, whether that includes Kale or not.
Big question of the day, and that was Jared Bednar from about an hour or so ago after the Avs optional practice today. How much do you think Cale Makar's absence impacted the game last night? And what's your vibes after hearing what Bedsy said and seeing him skate a little bit at the optional practice? What are your beliefs that he'll play in game 2?
I personally remain incredibly skeptical. It's definitely progress that he's skating with teams, so that's good. I don't know what's to be made of these practices. I mean, we saw the video, and he definitely kind of like, I can't remember who was close to him, but he kind of like shoot him off, don't touch my shoulder. And he skated, and he looked fast, and his feet looked great, but I didn't see anything with my own eyes that made me feel like, boy, that shoulder looks like it's ready to take contact, or that shoulder's ready to fire a shot, or whatever it might be. And if he missed game 1 after an entire week off, the likelihood of another 48 hours being a difference feels really low to me.
But 96 might be better, which would be game 3.
True.
I think I saw a guy who's trying to get out there, and I think I saw a guy who knows, and they are better when he plays. I'm like Tyler, the couple little flip shots you saw, there really wasn't a lot of movement in the shoulder. And that was one thing they were talking about at the end of that Minnesota game, how he was turning down that slapper from the wing, that he'll shoot it all the time because maybe he just can't get that right arm up in the air like he needs to. So, you know, I got to see that. I saw a couple little wristers, but I haven't seen a real full swinging shot.
If Cale Makar played last night, did they win?
What does he prevent, or what does he do? I mean, I'm not gonna.
Well,
I'm not thinking about offense because I think that's too hard to quantify.
Miscommunication on the first goal with the 2 defenders staying down on the puck and no one sliding back to the middle. Maybe the communication is a little bit better. Maybe they just know, okay, Cale gets the puck, I protect middle, and maybe that first goal doesn't go in. If that first goal doesn't go in, I think it's a whole different game. So yeah, I think they had a better chance.
I mean, Logan O'Connor's shot goes in; it doesn't hit the post. You're up 1-0. Although the Avs have been up and giving goals away quickly, it's been kind of a little bit of a bad habit. But at least you're not losing, I suppose. I think they win the game if Cale Makar played last night.
Yeah,
I think the team was just I think everybody felt it. I think everybody felt that he wasn't there. I think they were a little rusty. They talked about, let's go to Nate about the execution thing.
Yeah, we just weren't sharp. Execution was poor from everybody. Just got to be sharper than that.
What did you guys? I mean, there's always a feeling out process to new teams. Was that basically kind of what you're expecting from them once you guys, once they got a lead? A lot of packing the house, blocking shots.
We had chances. They didn't do a whole lot either. It was kind of a nothing game, and then they got a few goals and. Really good team, obviously, but I thought we did a lot of damage to ourselves. Guys kind of everywhere. Execution, like I said, needs to be better, and obviously we're capable of being a lot better than that.
Then he was asked another question and said,
I've just said execution like 5 times. I think that's what hurt us.
Thanks, Nate.
Cool.
Thanks, Nate.
The pause. It's the pause. Is anybody else gonna?
Moser was there. Where was
Moser? Doesn't do post game locker room. What are you?
Oh, that
is
was post-game.
way beneath Mark Moser. What are you, nuts? You think
I
Mark
was
Moser would do
I was
that?
saying in today's morning skate.
Do you think Mark Moser would get in a locker room and hold a microphone
If I'm
in a scrum with a bunch of other smelly muggles?
if I'm an urban goober, what is Moj?
Oh, he's the king. I mean,
He's just a goober.
Oh, I wouldn't say so.
Well, he's definitely elitist too.
He's the lord of Ball Arena.
But he is a goober.
Oh,
King Goober?
King Goober.
He could be King Goober, maybe, but he is.
He might be King Goober.
He might be, but you think he's
Vic is more in your category.
Yeah, Vic's just an elitist.
Oh, well, listen, you can say whatever you want about me and Vic, but me and Vic will get in there with the muggles and then throw microphones in there and do reporting.
You told us today you were scared of Nate Dogg.
I am, but I was there. I'm there. I'm right there next to him. I might be scared, which, a little intimidated, but I'm not there. And I'm in there cramming. I'm getting, people are piling on top of me. And Vic will do that too, by the way.
Yep.
I've
done it.
You've sort of done it.
I've done it.
Okay. You have done it. I know you've done it. Especially with the, but you also get people brought to you too. You're kind of a combo meal.
No.
Sort of.
Whenever I do sideline, I'm in there. I'm in the
true.
The muggle things and
well, but that's true.
When I
That's
worked
true.
the
You're
NBA,
right. You're right.
NBA playoffs for TNT,
You're right.
I was the guy that was in there.
I didn't do it like a lifetime like you, but I did do it for 3 years when the Broncos were their worst with my friends that were still on the team. That was horrible.
Yeah.
Your advantage is obviously you have a size advantage, which is ridiculous in that setting. Like you kind of establish the perimeter, which is good. It's an advantage. People have to figure out how to get around you, not the other way around.
Right.
When you're a little muggle like me, it's,
I'm like the big satellite, or I'm like the planet, and I have these little satellites.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm the planet goober.
You must do it, and you must feel microphones and stuff like underneath your armpits and stuff.
I've held it for smaller people.
Because not only are you size-wise the same, length of the arm is a huge advantage. Yeah. Like you kind of got it all. But that's true. You do that.
I had one time when Marissa Stark was with ESPN, and we were in New York, and we're in their locker room. Wasn't a big locker room, and I'm doing the interview, and she's trying to get in there, and so I grabbed the mic and kind of help it.
Yeah, Altitude has Kate Pedersen now, and used to have Rachel Toss. Now Rachel Toss was unreal. She was like 11 months pregnant, leaning on her stomach and with her arm outstretched. She was in my viewfinder. I was like, what is Rachel Toss doing right now? And I'm like, that is impressive. And Kate Pedersen has to do that now. But do you think Connor McGahee or Mark Moser would sully their suit jacket by actually being in the mix with those other people? Scott.
I feel like Connor's done it in his past, though.
Whatever's happened in his past, he is on a different level now, my friend.
Yeah.
Connor's a pretty muckety-muck guy, too.
Oh, yeah, he's a muckety-muck
down there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's levels down there at the old hockey arena, like who's who.
Yeah.
There's a lot of peacocking going on down there right now. You know why? Because all the Canadian national people are around. So, you got to fluff your feathers a little bit when that's going on. Anyways. Cale Makar, will he play? What do you think? Yes or no?
I say no. No, I don't see anything changing in this amount of time. And you know what? When I hear Bednar talk, that's really what does it for me. Maybe Bednar's playing games, and he could be trying to play games either way. That video that popped out today, that could be a game that he's trying to play with Vegas, trying to make him think that he is playing. He could be saying things in a negative light publicly, trying to make him think that he's not playing.
I remember a playoff series, again, going back to the Nuggets, right before the week before Golden State, and we're watching Jamal Murray going up and dunking the basketball and doing warm-ups on the floor, and we're like, oh, my gosh, he may come back for the playoffs. Didn't see him till next year.
So what's your prediction? I think I'm up in my prediction from Game 5 to Game 3. Okay.
I do not think he plays tomorrow, but I think he plays first game in Vegas.
Let me ask you a question about that, Jamal.
Because that would have been an extra 5 days, right? Total. So that's a week plus 5 days, 12 total days, 13 days.
Do you think there were teammates of Jamal's that told him, shut it down, bro? It ain't worth it.
No.
No.
I don't think the teammates do that.
No, I don't think teammates.
Definitely not when they're trying to win something.
And especially back then. Yeah, we're not thinking longevity. When you're a player, you're not thinking longevity. Now,
someone on another team might have.
There could be old veterans. Remember, they didn't have a lot of veterans either. You know, I guess Boogie Cousins might have told him.
Do you think there were players on the Nuggets that were saying, no, Jamal, you got to come back. We need you.
Yeah.
I don't know that I agree with that either. I don't think players put that kind of pressure on each other.
And I also think the players know whether he is or isn't. Anyway.
Yeah. I mean, nobody's sitting there telling you, hey, man, I don't think you're as hurt as you think you're hurt. You better get your butt back out there. I've never seen that done before.
Bednar just said, and we'll be okay whether Kale plays or not. What you don't want to have, and I really still think that happened. You had a good game 1 with the Nuggets in Minnesota, and then game 2 we learned literally 30 minutes before the game that Gordon's out. And all the stuff Adelman talked about, that kind of surprised him. They didn't have any chance to plan for that. And he probably shouldn't have played in the series, if we're being honest.
Do you think the decision for Kale to play is up to Kale? 100%.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Yeah. It just hockey feels different. I mean, we got dudes playing the Stanley Cup that are 7 days out of surgery, putting a plate in the thumb.
So I don't think teams protect players. No, they probably should, but basketball players get protected by teams. That does happen.
So if his teammates are not maybe saying anything, but okay, social media, everybody is saying, hey, he needs to play. It's 100% up to Kale. Kale's practicing. Why wouldn't he play tomorrow?
Why didn't he play in game 1? All that was true in game 1. What would be the difference between game 1 and game 2?
You got to be honest with yourself also, and I'm going to go back to this. I'll keep harping on it. If he can't raise his arm up in the air and take a slap shot, you've taken, I would say, more than 50% of his game away. I mean, we talked about it yesterday. He's a good defenseman, but he's a 10 times better offensive defenseman.
The truth is, too, he knows he'll be a target.
Oh, God.
Right? I mean, they'll be taking runs at him left and right. Right?
Yep.
You got to be kind of mentally aware of that, huh?
Yep.
Like, I'm about to experience some serious pain here in this game.
And to avoid that, you either don't play or you turn away from the corner on pucks.
All right, well, we have quite the drama going on. And it will center around Cale Makar. There's absolutely no doubt about it. Hey, if you've been putting off fixing your smile, maybe today's the day to change that. Restorative Dentistry Group. Get the smile you deserve at DenverSmileAgain.com. That's DenverSmileAgain.com. We have another keyword for you to win Avalanche tickets for Game 2. Let's football go. And Jeff Flagwald all still to come right here on PhD. It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Hey, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel like it. If your energy is low, sleep is off, weight won't budge, your mind feels foggy, your sex drive just isn't what it used to be, it's time to switch things up with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Guys, low T, it's something men younger and younger are experiencing, and maybe your game just isn't quite what it used to be. But at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, there are advanced medical strategies, including TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. This is the trick. Treat low T and hormonal issues to help you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve your sleep, and so much more. Take control of your life and be more confident in every part of it. Just go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take the low T quiz. Only takes you a couple of minutes. They'll draw your blood results within 30 minutes. You go from there. The cost is only $99. You get the consult, the T, and a PSA test. If you're signing up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, it is free. So don't ignore the signs. Call today and take the first step towards feeling better again. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Future therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Let's go. It's an Avalanche playoff ticket Thursday. We're giving away tickets to Game 2. We're doing it all day today. Keywords every hour on every show. Text the keyword craps. Craps right now. I don't know why I'm laughing. It's just a gambling term. It's fun to say craps. Craps.
So you're doing that in
It's
the
a complete
plural sense.
crap.
You know, the more you say it, kind of the craps.
But it's plural.
Craps. 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you're entered. ColoradoAvalanche.com/playoffs. Last night, craps. It's the home for everything you need during this run, from Avs Alley info to game tickets and more. It's ColoradoAvalanche.com/playoff. Again, this hour's keyword, craps.
Runs.
It's a complete crap.
We'll announce the winner in about 30 minutes. Best of luck. All right, some football news. Dan, what do you got, pal? Thank you, Mountain High Appliance. Thank you to Brad and his crew, who are amazing. Visit them at mountainhighappliance.com. Jeff Legwald will actually be on with us in about 6.5 minutes. Dan, Bud, Squints, Tanner, let's football go, friend.
Guys, do NFL players like playing for Sean Payton? Here is Broncos rookie running back Jonah Coleman on his opportunity to get to play for Sean Payton.
It means a lot to me, honestly, because, I grew up watching a lot of football, and I seen Sean Payton coach. And plus, being with Jeff Fish, he's been with Sean Payton before. So they share a lot of similarities and values, and as far as how they run their programs, how they run their offense and things like that. So I feel like it's definitely going to be an easy transition for me as far as, on the field and off the field, as far as how Sean likes his teams ran.
Do you guys think, whether it's a rookie or a 10-year NFL vet, do you guys think that players like playing for Sean Payton? Is he a like free agent destination type coach? Like, hey, I need to go play for that guy. Do you think Sean Payton still carries that sort of weight?
Yeah. I mean, in terms of, do they think they're going to have an opportunity to win a Super Bowl? Yeah, I think players feel that way. I mean, if the question is, do they like playing for him, like in terms of, is it the most enjoyable environment of all time? The answer to that's probably no, but that's usually not the ultimate decider on whether you want to go to a new city or not. It's usually money and can I win a championship?
Yeah, my guess is there's a lot of eye rolling with Sean Payton as he Sean-splains everything. But again, does he give you a good chance to win? Are you getting paid?
I don't think he'll keep guys from not coming up.
Yeah, I think he's good enough. And I think the guys that do like playing for him, they legitimately like playing for him. I mean, you win with Sean Payton. You do.
Well,
look at his career.
It seems like if you're one of his guys, you're one of his guys.
Yeah, there's that too.
Yep.
There's that too. And you know what?
Most coaches are that way, by the way.
Sure. And if you're not one of his guys, you probably, don't have as many things,
You become a backup quarterback for the Giants and the Jets. And
if you're an inside linebacker for the San Francisco 49ers, you're probably not a big fan.
If you're not one of his guys, you end up retiring like Justin Simmons.
Yeah, I mean, do you think Justin really has a lot of good things to say about Sean Payton? I mean, I don't know, man. I'd be surprised if he did. Maybe he does. He's probably,
you mentioned inside linebacker. How big of a miss did that turn out?
Greenlaw, that was so surprising. That's probably the most, that's a surprising miss, I think.
Well, the biggest miss was whatever culture issues there was, right? Because the injuries, you knew that was a risk. That was a part of the story when you signed Dre Greenlaw. And that's why I thought that they were going to bring him back for another year, because it's like, hey, you know how good he is when healthy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how they misidentified the culture fit, though.
Got me. It did not. It was not a fit, period.
Like,
well, Sean said
it sure wasn't like peas and carrots.
It was not peas and carrots, Forrest, Jenny. I'll tell you this, though. Sean, you remember the beginning of training camp? Sean was like praising him. It sounds different when Dre Greenlaw hits people. You know, it's just different. I mean, it was like really high praise.
Mm-hmm.
But then he got hurt. And my guess is you go down in Sean's book, the
less you play.
It feels like that. And I don't know if that's common with coaches too, Tyler. If you just can't be healthy, you kind of lose their trust.
Sure. Didn't do it with the running back, though.
Who? JK? Well, you know, they got JK on a bargain.
You know what Sean loves the most about JK? Just a guess. It's really not even what he does on the field. I think he just loves the personality. I mean, you guys remember that being out there during training camp? JK's he plays offense like a defensive player. Like he doesn't shut up. Like yap. And it is good to have a guy or two like that on offense, because oftentimes during practice, you know, defense has a bunch of fun. They start yapping and offensive guys just go back to work, you know? So it's good to have a little bit of balance like that. I think Sean just loves the dude.
All right, let's sneak in one more before we get Jeff there.
All right, let's hear from Raiders head coach Clint Kubiak. They have the first overall pick in quarterback Fernando Mendoza out of Indiana. How's he doing so far, Clint?
Impressions of Fernando Mendoza thus far, and the way he's been trying to pick up the offense.
As advertised, you know, he is not disappointed. He's working his tail off. It's very important to him. Asks a lot of great questions. When he gets on the field, he's no BS. He's all ball.
Okay, so as advertised, says Clint Kubiak so far. When do you think Mendoza starts for the Raiders? Is it Kirk Cousins to start the season, or do you think Mendoza starts week 1?
Mendoza started on the depth chart right now.
Third?
Yeah.
Who's second?
What's the guy's got a funny last name? Was there last year?
I don't know, but he's definitely not behind whoever you're talking about.
Well, according to the article I read, they have him at third because they don't want it. They don't want to rush him in. I think he's your second best quarterback.
What's the Raiders' record in Week 6?
5-1.
Well, then he's going to sit on the bench. They're 5-1. 5-1. Kirk's rolling. Get a good look, Fernando. You know, 5-1. 1-5 is a different story.
Yep.
2 and 3 is probably a different story.
They don't bring Kirk Cousins in unless they're planning on starting him.
Right.
No, I mean, wouldn't you give Kirk a shot? I mean, it's your team, Kirk. Let's see what you got. Fernando's going to be here for 15 years.
I mean, as long as you're in the hunt, Kirk will keep going.
Why wouldn't he? Yeah, man, let's not forget.
I don't think they're going to be in the hunt very long, though. And I'm a big Kirk Cousins guy. But
I don't think so either.
You know, Kirk's past his prime, and Raiders got work to do.
If you can spark some sort of miracle, I suppose you keep going. But, I mean, you know, the torch will be passed probably at some point. I mean, unless Kirk Cousins can be like Alex Smith when Mahomes was a rookie, and Alex Smith was great. They were a playoff team. There was no reason to play Patrick Mahomes. Got one start against the Broncos at the end of the year. But, I mean, there was that was it. Because why mess around with it? Now, Kirk only gets 1 year. By next year, this will be Mendoza's team no matter what.
Yeah.
But, you know, shoot, I mean, they'll run him as
Kirk
far as
doesn't
they
even
can.
get a year. He just gets one crack at it.
Well, that is correct. That is right.
Kirk somehow pulls a miracle and they go 13-4. He may not be the starter for the Raiders next year. He's going to start somewhere again.
He'd be the next Sam Darnold.
Well, how old
I
is
don't know.
Kirk?
Kirk's old.
How old is he?
35.
Probably.
I think Kirk, if he's okay being a backup, could play in the league for a long time.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I mean, there's always dumb teams out there. Pittsburgh will probably start him.
He could start if he went to Pittsburgh right now.
Yeah. Jeff Lakewald
got Aaron back, you're right.
joins us. Ooh, I need a sponsor there, Dano. I know it's IBEW. But
Bill?
Start with the
Local 68.
IBEW Local 68. Start with the job.
End with the career.
Ooh, we got it. There we go. What's up, Leggy? How we doing here? What's occupying your time before we get a little bit more serious about these OTAs?
I'm serious all the time. No, it's we're cleaning up things now. Doing a few draft lists coming out of the spring, and we're doing a little draft work right now.
Draft work. Wow.
Huh?
Like evaluating the drafts or preparing for next year?
Just getting the list ready for next year.
Wow. You're working on the draft for Scott. Are you listening to this?
Yeah, I can't believe
Well,
it.
I cover a team, so I can't do this all the time, like our draft guys. So.
Well, Scott is just repulsed by the idea of draft talk. I mean, up until
As
about
he
like
should be.
No, I'm
As it should be.
repulsed of mock draft talk. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I don't talk about it, because it's repulsive to say in May, Memorial Day weekend. Yeah, I'm getting my list together for next April. It sounds like a moron quiz. I passed.
Yeah. Yeah, you find a 6'8" tight end for the Broncos that has 75 catches this year. You might have to change your depth chart and mock draft as far as getting another tight end.
Caleb Lohner with 75 catches? That'd be a year.
But
that'd be something.
If he did, you drafted a tight end next year? Nope.
Nope.
Seems like they draft one every year now. Yeah.
What do you think the over-under on catches in the NFL in a season
The
is for
tight
Caleb
end as
Lohner?
a group this year are going to have 80 catches.
As a group?
Yes.
They better have more than that.
They didn't have 80 last year.
The group didn't have 80?
I don't think so.
No way.
Jeff, what'd they have last year? Do you know off the top of your head?
Well, Ingram had 50, right? So I think Troutman had 20-something. It's the touchdowns I'd be concerned about which was 3.
Yeah, 9. Lohner's going for 9.
All right, is Lohner going to play, Jeff? How about we just start there? Do you think Lohner will actually play for the Broncos this year?
Well, I just, we all, and I've, guilty as charged. I've talked about the tight end position plenty for them, but Jalen Waddle is getting a lot of targets that are coming from somewhere. So an awful lot of the target catches list from last year is a moot point because the ball is going his way if things turn out the way they want it. So I think that could limit non-scoring chances for the tight ends. But I think in the red zone is where they could see an uptick.
All right, what about Evan Ingram, though? I mean, I know you're saying they're going to be limited, but do you think Evan Ingram ends up with more production than he did last year?
Well, again, the catches were good production. It's just, it was pretty low impact work, as it were. I mean, the ball wasn't going very far, and he didn't score. So I would think they want more, quality in that context somewhere. Give us first downs and give us touchdowns type that stuff. So I think there's a chance he could be more productive in those situations because Sutton and Waddle present a different problem than the Broncos presented last year.
By the way, we got to give Scott a gold star. Scott, did you know that, or were you just riffing off the top of your head?
No, I study.
I guess.
Unlike you guys, I try to pay attention to things.
78 total catches by the tight ends.
It's the luckiest guess I've ever heard in my life.
And I said Lohner's going to get 80 next year.
That's good. I got you. I got the humor.
No, I didn't actually. You know what I did? I said the tight end group will get 80.
Listen,
so
the fact
that wasn't really a stretch.
The fact that you were that close is kind of mind-boggling. I guess I just assumed they had more. That does not seem like a lot to me for an entire group.
It wasn't a lot. We hardly ever talked about tight ends.
Well, that's why we're obsessed. Jeff Legwald with us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Jeff, your colleague, Bill Barnwell. Geez, does Bill write all these articles on his own, or does he get help? Because, I mean, it is like 30,000 words per article, Jeff. It is mind-numbing how long it is.
Well, they give him some time to put those together.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
Well, the concept here is best and worst moves in the offseason. And for the Broncos, his best move is re-signing J.K. Dobbins, and goes on and on about it. He says his worst move is failing to address the departure of John Franklin Myers. Although I guess you could make the argument.
Didn't they try?
Well, that's what I was going to say. What's your reaction to Barnwell and his listing of those two things?
Well, I mean, it tells you where the Broncos are. If losing John Franklin Myers is the worst thing that happened to you in an offseason, you're a pretty good team. So But by the context of, I mean, I'll just quote Zach Allen. Zach Allen, as always, says if he buys a beach house, he's going to call it the John Franklin Myers house because he owes it to John Franklin Myers. I mean, Zach Allen led the NFL in quarterback hits last year. That didn't happen by chance, by accident. Yes, 80% of that is Zach Allen's effort, talent, whatever. But for him to lead the NFL in quarterback hits, there's an awful lot of stuff happening around him that enabled that to happen and that kind of impact. And Franklin Myers was a under the radar quality NFL player. Those are the kinds of guys that don't get talked about much, and they are missed. Now, those snaps are going to have to be filled by somebody else. They hope the rookie can do some of it. They don't expect him to walk in and perform like John Franklin Myers immediately, but those are 500 snaps that have to be filled in some way, and they were filled pretty well by Franklin Myers. He just didn't get the stats, the stat love, the tackles for loss, the sacks. We grade a lot of things on that, but in that interior, a lot of things need to happen well for other people to flourish.
Hey, Jeff, the Broncos schedule, the first 6 weeks is brutal. Six playoff teams. Really the first half of the season, but the 6 games in particular. What's the record?
5-11 win teams. 4 12-win teams?
Yeah.
Both NFC conference finalists. I mean, that's I don't know if Sean Payton made somebody mad at the league office, but that's quite the haul.
Do you buy the conspiracies?
I don't. I mean that they want good TV matchups, and when you're good, you're a good TV matchup. The Broncos, I work for a fairly large television network, and the people there always tell me the Broncos get a great number in ratings, and it doesn't matter what their record is. So when they're good, they're going to be in those. They're going to be put in those slots, and sometimes it's just unlucky. Like your stadium is available and somebody else is in it because they have a tractor pull or a concert or something. So sometimes those dates just pop because you can be there, as it were. But that's a brutal 6 games. I'm not, look, the strength of schedule doesn't always work out the way we think it's gonna, the next year, because some teams, suffer an injury in training camp or 2 that matter and all of that. But that's a brutal 6-game stretch. And I think if the Broncos somehow get out of there at 4-2, you're going to call that a great success.
Yep.
But it's also, I think, the underlying, thing that we're not with the 6 games is easily the most important thing about that schedule. But I think how heavily weighted it is in the division before the stretch drive is too. I mean, you could get to Thanksgiving and you're going to have a hard time making up ground on AFC teams and divisional teams.
Yeah, that screws you right there. By the way, I just want to point out by Jeff invoking tractor pull is now slid into the goober category. And that's an honor unless you're DMac. He's an elitist, so you're now officially one of our goober insiders.
Welcome to the party, Jeff.
Yeah, so welcome.
Well, I have to always admit my history as a sports writer, but early in my career, maybe my second year as a sports writer, as an intern. As an intern at the Peoria, Illinois Journal-Star, I actually drove one of the tractors they use for those things for a story. So there you go.
Did you do the tractor that pulls the sled back into place, or?
Yeah, no, I did the guy,
race thing.
They let me drive one of the competitive tractors they use for that stuff.
Wow.
And I almost flipped it. So they said, you need to get off there and move on.
Jeff, so what kind of torque do those things have? Do you know?
I almost broke my own back when I threw the thing into gear. So I mean, it's unbelievable. But
What kind of torque did they have?
Well-
what do you? A lot. What do you expect them
No,
to
see,
say?
that's an elitist answer.
Oh, no, what's the answer? No,
Goober-
what is it? What is a real answer?
Goober might say like 4,200 pounds of square torque.
Pounds of square torque.
Yeah.
You think pounds of square torque is
4,200 pounds of torque.
4,200 pounds of torque.
Sure.
Yeah.
Because I know exactly what that means.
Okay.
You guys don't know what torque means?
I mean, I know what torque is, but I don't know what is good and what is
Yeah,
bad.
I definitely don't. But I would be
high
blown
numbers
away.
are good.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
square torque is a measurement. Square torque. 40.
It means a lot of power for the gear you're in.
Yeah,
Let's just-
see to me, Jeff, a lot would be an acceptable answer. How much
Well,
torque?
I almost broke
Lots.
my back. You don't hurt your back when you put your car in drive, so that's not a lot of torque.
By the way, the new purpose-built heavy modified tractors will generate 7,500
What?
feet-pounds of torque.
Okay, feet pounds of torque. That sounds like something.
I said pounds of torque.
You said square torque.
I said square pounds of torque. It's feet pounds of torque. Sorry,
right.
my bad.
Did you say square footage?
Boy, Jeff, can you tell that?
But see, an
we're
elitist
not-
would correct that.
we're-
You know what I'm talking about? You're sitting
hold
there, we're
on,
trying to
Jeff.
talk about tractors
Listen,
and 7,500.
You're headed in. It's a quality topic headed into the holiday weekend.
So,
You're ready
Jeff,
to go.
what should we have asked you something else about the Broncos?
No, I don't. I can go anywhere. I
Okay.
can go anywhere on this ride.
Well, what do you think about your hometown team going to lose Giannis this year?
My hometown team.
Milwaukee. You grew up in the
I'm not-
suburbs of Chicago, Milwaukee.
The mean streets of Milwaukee suburbs. I wasn't there. Yeah.
Jeff,
if you say so.
we'll let you go. Thank you.
7,500 feet-pounds of torque.
Yeah. No, get some feet pounds
Feet
working.
pounds, yeah. The feet
But by
pounds
the time when
measurement.
he was riding it, they probably hadn't modified it up to 7,500 yet. So 4,500 might have been pretty
Of
close.
feet pounds of square torque.
The torque
Feet
you
pounds of
All
torque.
all I know is I was making like $6 an hour, and I almost tipped over a $200,000.
Yeah, $500,000 rig.
All right, Jeff.
What's the torque required on cow tipping?
Oh boy.
I don't know.
Yeah, I would have to ask my cousins that, but I can get back to you.
Okay.
So there you go.
Jeff,
See you, fellas.
we'll let you go.
Goodbye.
Jeff Legwald, brought to you by IBEW.
I thought that was a great hit.
It was spectacular.
Local 68.
Start with
A job.
end
With a career.
All right. The
But
latest.
the drivetrain gear reductions are crazy on those things.
Yeah. What are those?
431 to 1.
Mm. Mm.
Massive.
Cool story, bro.
That was a solid hit right there, Dad.
So if we're goobers,
Yeah.
and he's an elitist,
He's high.
is he checking out the elitist hot dog every once in a while over there behind the glass?
Well, he's definitely an elitist suck up. We know that.
Yeah.
Thanks, Nate.
Cool.
Okay, it's PhD here on 92.5.
Hey, if you got spring cleaning on your to-do list, don't forget to refresh your finances as well. Trajan Wealth's family office can help you tidy up scattered accounts, taxes, and estate details all into one clear plan. Call today and let them help organize your wealth management strategy. 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1. When you picture your retirement, what do you see? Everyone's goals are going to look a little bit different, and that's why your plan should be a little bit different as well. The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth take the time to understand what matters most to you and build a plan around it. Find out how at TrajanWealth.com. The fiduciary advisors at Traded Wealth work as a true team, collaborating with you to fine-tune your investments and weather any market shift. Because your wealth plan should fit you, not the other way around. So learn more at tradedwealth.com or call 1-855-TRADED1. Advisory services through Traded Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at tradedwealth.com.
We'll announce our winner of those Avs tickets in just a couple of minutes. Nate and Andy will have more keywords during their show, and we all take a bit of a breather here between games 1 and games 2. How do you think the fans are handling this loss today? What's your vibe on that?
Well, first tell us how Kitty Cat's doing.
She was bummed. She was upset.
But
she doesn't give up. I mean, she's diehard, so she's a true believer no matter what. She's like a fan, you know, like she's the type of fan that would never be overly upset with anything going on with her team. She's like that.
I think that's what my vibe on the fan base probably is. Tell me if I'm wrong on the text line, but I'd be surprised if there were very many fans out there that were feeling like, wow, we can't beat this team. Boy, even if Kale's not there, there's no chance of beating Vegas. I don't think people are feeling that after that game because that's not what that game looked like.
Yeah, the vibe. I think everybody's going to hang their hat on Kale didn't play. I mean, I really do. I think, oh my gosh, they could have done better. And Bedsy has said it. The players have said it. They've got to clean up some execution things. I think they probably give 2 goals away that were self-preventable, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got to hand it out to their goalie who played pretty good, especially the first. Who do we have? Do we have somebody on? Jesse was talking about the first 5 minutes or so. You know, that guy kind of saved him a goal or so, and then maybe the whole thing's different.
Yeah, Carter Hart played well. I mean, he's a good goalie, and Torts likes him, and everybody likes him, and you know, they kind of had a 2-goalie situation, but they've settled in on Carter Hart, and he's their guy. Carter Hart is their guy. Kale, yeah, all right. I think he goes, but we'll see. I mean, you know, he was out, if you missed it earlier today, he was out later in their optional skate today at Family Sports, tooling around. There's video all over the internets about that. You can judge for yourself, I suppose. We'll see if he's out for morning skate tomorrow. The Avs have been going at like 9:30 because of the 6 p.m. starts. The Golden Knights have just they barely they're barely skating at all these days. Like Tortorella is something else, man.
Is that a fear thing of media, or is that like philosophy?
Oh, it's definitely a philosophy. It's got nothing to do with the media. I mean, some of their guys are skating because some of the guys don't play, so they get out there.
It was a little bit weird having our guys sitting in the box watching them during their skate. That's a little bit weird.
So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. He's a different cat. I mean, it's hard to argue with whatever he's doing. Yeah, his argument is we're better off looking at tape than
resting.
Yeah, and if you need to get out, like they can if they want. If any guy on the Golden Knights says, they had the Ball Arena ice to themselves today. I'm not exactly sure what they did, but they had the ice to themselves today. Maybe Nate and Andy will have some info on that later this afternoon. And the Avs elected to be over at Family Sports. They were scheduled kind of around the same time. So I wonder if it's just easier to use 2 different sheets of ice to do whatever they want to do. And then you go from there. Congratulations to Zach Hernandez. He is our winner of Avs tickets. Way to go, Zach. If you want to be like Zach, keep listening for keywords. It's KKSE FM HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. So how are we feeling about game 2 then? If this is where we are now, and it's everybody's maybe a little down in the dumps. And now we know, that was a fun research. We find out that teams that lose game 1 that are home teams, 62% of them win game 2.
Yep.
And it's even a higher percentage in the NBA. It's around 73%. So there's a 62% historic statistic that the Avs do win tomorrow.
So there's a
So you're saying there's a chance?
There's a 62% chance. Did I get something wrong?
Probably goes to 72 if Kale's playing.
But there's 38% that they don't.
Well, is the class 62%?
Do you like those odds or not?
38%.
I mean, do you like it?
You playing Russian roulette with 38% chance of
No,
not?
sir. Sure not.
You going skydiving if your parachute only opens 38% of the time?
Or 62% of the time.
You are if you're the Dark Wizard.
Yeah.
You finished that, by the way?
I got one more. I got to watch him die.
It's called The Dark Wizard.
Since you told me it, I got to watch him die.
Yeah. A documentary.
As if it wasn't leading up to it.
Right.
I'm shocked he didn't die in China.
How crazy was that?
How the heck did he do the tight? How the heck did he accomplish the tightrope?
Yes.
When all of his that dude couldn't figure it out to save his life,
and he desperately needed money, so he just risked his life.
And then he did it.
He did it.
He couldn't make it like 5 feet in his practice.
No, or he's going to die. You're either, and no safety line. We can't have it.
He refused to allow them to have a net below.
You're right. The Dark Wizard. China. Should have been dead. Should have been dead there.
Alex Hahn comes across as a real Richard.
I saw a podcast with Alex
Real
Hahn.
Richard.
I was cast as the villain. It was the first time he's ever been cast as a villain.
Well, he did it to himself. If he thinks that they manipulated it, he did it to himself.
Who's the villain for Vegas? Like, who's the villain here? Who do we hate? Who's
Carter Hart.
We hate the goalie?
Well,
yes.
Dude, there's reasons
Yes.
unrelated to hockey.
You want to go back on that?
Yes.
Oh, all right. Well.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. He's starting 12th in line, so it's tough for him to get to the front of likability right now. So he's pretty high on the list. What about Rasmus Anderson?
You're down on him for flopping?
That was. I mean, hey,
was it a penalty or not?
No. Well, it's a penalty because they called it, but dude sold it, man. Dude sold it. Good on it. Which that's his job. Get calls. Who cares? And you got a power play goal. That's your job. But that makes you a villain. Means everyone's gonna hate you. So yeah, I'll go with Carter Hart and Rasmus Anderson. Also, Dylan Coughlin. You have 6 career goals and then you just score. Cool guy.
Did you hear what Moser said about that?
What's that?
He said that he wasn't even aiming for that. It was a mistake.
It's probably true.
That's what Moser said.
Yeah.
McNabb. Everybody will hate McNabb by the end of it.
Okay.
He didn't do much last night.
Yeah, but he got a pretty good punch in on somebody, didn't he? He got one of the late punches in. I don't know.
It's a sport where you're allowed to just punch each other.
You know what I hate? It's funny because I hated him so much more with Pete DeBoer. I really hate Pete DeBoer, the coach.
Yeah. You don't hate Tortorella?
Tortorella doesn't bother me. I don't know why.
I like
now,
Tortorella.
Look, by the end of the series, he might bother me, but I don't know. Tortorella reminds me of my uncle. So maybe.
Who's your uncle?
Tommy Cangelosi.
Tommy Tortorella.
Maybe we're going for a certain vibe here. Maybe we got a little Sopranos thing going on with both of them. I don't know, dude.
I like Tortorella, man. I think he's a good coach. I think he's got his players' respect. I think he's a big believer in rest over burning guys out.
He had them ready to play last night too, and to me, I was telling Andy this last night before the end of the show. We're up at Ballpoint, and I was like, I got a bad feeling about this game.
He did. He goes, I think they might lose.
Yeah,
Can I tell you, everything was off yesterday. Did you have that vibe? Like, just nothing was kind of fitting last night.
No, yes. It was coming from a vibe, and it was a Cale Makar inspired vibe, which is a very big thing. But the Avalanche came out last night and were flying. And the crowd was just geeked, and it was electric, and they kept getting scoring opportunities and then not scoring. And as I'm watching it, I'm going, you need to come out of this with a goal. Like, you've got the flurry going on right now.
Almost.
You need to come out of this with a goal, and then they didn't. I mean, Manson had a big shot with a couple of bodies in front. Brock Nelson had a hell of a shot last night. Wedgwood had the big save on the breakaway. It was like, oh man, the Avs they're beating them to every puck. They had all the speed. They were flying around, and then they never scored. And Tortorella made a comment after the game about it of like, I like opening on the road. Like and he knew, and I think he had his guys ready for it. You got to weather this storm. Like, they're going to come out and they're going to be flying, and just weather it. And they did. And then the Avs were, for the next 20 minutes of hockey, and Bedsy even called them out after the game, they were flat.
If Logan O'Connor, if that shot goes in, do they win the game? Doesn't hit the post?
I'd like to hope that they would have, but God, man, that wasn't the only one though. There were other opportunities at good looks.
Andre had a great shot.
There was a magnet to the middle of Carter Hart's damn logo on his jersey. They just kept shooting the puck into his chest.
Well, look, man, again, it is amazing when they don't win, the complaint's the same. Okay, I can harp on it again. I can cue up a speech from I can go back to last year.
Cue up an Andy rant.
Dude, you got it. How many times Hart gave up rebounds? Nobody was there to knock him home. Playoff hockey, you get it off the goalie, you knock the shots home.
Yeah.
They didn't do it. Nobody was in front of the net. They weren't in front of the net enough anyway.
Or
when they finally got a couple guys in front of the net, what happened? Gabe scored.
Or they
Val
were
scored.
But Andy, they were also the kind of rebounds that were right in front of the goalie.
Yeah, which
they
but
weren't.
you got to get there. You got a guy there.
You have to get the damn puck off his pads. You have to get the thing deflected. You have to get him out of place. They never did last night. He was just comfortable.
Well, but you aren't screening shots. And I don't know.
Not
and
enough.
Look, here's what sucks.
Not enough.
The first goal was soft as hell. Matter of fact, and I love Wedgwood. I praised Wedgwood. That might be the worst goal he's given up literally all season. You got to have that one. How the hell did that one get through the pillows? Come on, man.
Moser said it was an accident.
Okay, but still, I don't care.
If Dylan Coughlin is scoring, it's an accident.
From high enough up ice, he was starting to close the pill. You got to get that. You got to have that one. You got to save that one.
This is how Moser put it. He said all the body language from Coughlin was that he was going high.
Yeah.
And he screwed it up.
Did you
to
guys
the degree
see-
that Wedgwood might have been reading a higher shot?
Okay, but again, you can't let that one in, man. Because that's when you're chasing at the end.
I didn't scroll all the way down on anytime goal scorers yesterday, but I saw it going around Twitter afterwards that Coughlin was plus 8,000
Oh,
to
yeah.
score.
They mentioned it on the broadcast.
Plus 8,000.
All McDonough said it, and all Ferraro said was, I hope somebody had that one.
6
that made you a few bucks.
goals.
Well, he hasn't scored since, what, 21?
He has played... So he was with Vegas in 21. That was the last goal that he scored.
Isn't that crazy?
He's played for 2 other teams since then and been in the AHL most of the time. And now he's back with the Vegas Golden Knights in the playoffs, and he scored a friggin' goal. Yeah, they said it last night on Altitude. He played for Carolina and Winnipeg between scoring 2 goals for Vegas. His last goal, December 17, 2021. Which, okay, think of the factors in that game, okay? If you're Vegas, you have to win the game that Colorado doesn't have Cale Makar. And we're hoping this is the only one.
May not be.
Right. But you have to get that game because you don't because they don't have Cale Makar. And then Dylan Coughlin scores. You have to win the game that Dylan Coughlin scores. You have to do that. You cannot waste that opportunity. And credit to Vegas, they didn't.
Well, look, you got O'Connor ringing the pipe.
Yep.
And I know it was, and I heard Moser this morning. I realize it was. I'm a Brett Kane guy on this one. I realize it was the dumbest bounce in history. Sam Malinsky, if you're going to shoot a shot with 4 seconds left to go in a power play, you better know damn well that thing is getting through because you can't have, a guy's springing from the box.
It was a panic shot.
And you cannot have that ball, you cannot have the puck hop out to him.
Yeah, it was
now,
desperation.
I understand it was a miracle bounce right to the guy, but guess what? It's hockey. Stupid bounces happen all the time.
Well, and you didn't have a shot like that.
No, you did. You really didn't. Matter of fact, most of the night, they didn't have a shot because Vegas just went right in the wind, right in the lanes.
Passes that puck.
Yeah.
Or Cale Makar holds the puck. That's when you have Sam Malinsky in that position. You get desperation and panic, and it then leads to a stupid breakout.
And honestly, I thought Sam played a pretty good game. Really did. He got up ice quick. I thought he had his legs with him. He didn't show any effects of the injury to me. The guy I worried about a little bit last night, you and I were talking about doing call-outs. The first guy I need to call out, Josh Manson, I love you. That was not a good game last night, dude. You turned the puck over at weird spots. You had some weird passes. You were behind plays. You didn't look yourself, man. You just looked, to be honest with you, there are a number of guys that look slow. Manson and Kadri were chief among them for me.
Brent
just
Burns
looked slow.
Brent Burns looked 40 years old last night.
He had that terrible hook.
Bad
I
penalty.
think was the first penalty of the game.
He had the bad turnover that opened up a 3-on-2, which it was a great save by Wedgwood. Did not have Vegas score a goal right there. He wasn't good last night.
Yeah, and I said Wedgwood gave up that bad. Wedgwood was fine otherwise.
Otherwise, yeah.
Let me ask you this. Is he going to pull the old switcheroo?
I don't think so.
Does this open the window for this? And I'm not saying
he
should.
could.
I would ride Wedgwood. Don't mishear me.
If you were going to do it,
that would be the reason. We lost, so I'm switching him.
Right?
Because that's what we did all year. He could go back to this is what we did all year.
That feels like a gust of sin for Volstead.
I'm not.
Now.
Let me be clear. I would ride Wedgwood unless he gives up 7.
Yeah, I agree.
Because you notice he's not giving up rebounds last night. He just isn't.
The second goal certainly wasn't on him. That was a slick little play on the power play. Then the third goal,
well,
you brought up.
Somebody, please. The dude just walks in. You're just going to let him walk in? I know he's on the power play. There's 4 of you right there.
And you know what's funny about the penalty kill? I'm watching it, and the first penalty kill unit was great. I was like, wow, that's really good. Why they didn't get set up at all.
Then there's a change, and the second penalty kill unit came on, and it was like that.
Well, and again, it was unsettled. That's what was funny about it. That was an unsettled goal. That's how he snuck in like Kulak did on the winner against Minnesota.
It was Brent Burns watching the puck.
Yeah.
And then Dorofeev just waltzes in.
And then again, the guy I thought maybe played the best game last night was Nathan McKinnon. But how do you not hustle back on the final? You have 50 seconds left, and you don't hustle back and get beaten back so that it's not an icing to end the game?
They got surprised.
Come on.
Speaking of
what
guys
are we doing?
Not getting back on the Coughlin goal, Brock Nelson and Val Nichushkin, it was like they had pianos on their back skating back down the ice. That was why Coughlin was so open.
Well, hopefully got their legs. Hope you boys got your legs back. Because, again, I'm not panicked about this. I still think you're the better team. But what do we talk about? Vegas is a really freaking good hockey team.
Yep.
They are better than Minnesota, and they are big. And, yes, I had heard this going into it that Vegas is a bigger, more talented LA Kings, and the Kings did a good job of not letting you score a bunch of goals because they are willing to wear the shots, as the Canadians say, soak the shots so they don't get through. And all Vegas did was soak your passes and your shots so that, again, the Avs had to accept this will not be a pretty series. You're going to have to win this thing ugly. You're going to have to go muck it up in front of the goal. You're going to have to go and get beat up a little bit, and all this extra passing crap's got to go out the window. If you got the shot, you got to take it. Just got to happen.
Vegas last night, they won all the dirty statistical categories. They won face-offs last night, 58-40, basically 59-41. Blocked 23 shots to 11 by the Avalanche. Everything was off of a Vegas Golden Knight last night. Nothing clean was getting through. They just packed it in.
But all that being said, Tortorella, you realize after the game, still said, we got a lot to improve on. Like
he's not wrong.
They weren't perfect.
They weren't playing their game either.
They gave up a million different opportunities, and the ice was definitely slanted in the Avs' way for a good chunk of time.
And yet the Avalanche just couldn't cash in.
Well, and look at the end of the day, you better not get goalied because Carter Hart's he's on
pretty good.
He's playing pretty good.
Wedgwood makes a save on that 2-on-1.
I know.
And the puck bounces the guy. I thought he threw the puck in the net.
Yeah, when they showed the replay,
I'm sitting up high.
I was like, I got to see this replay.
I'm like, there's no way that's a goal. He just threw it in.
And he did.
He found a way to get the blade on it.
It was unreal watching the replay. Like, I cannot believe that guy just did that. That's incredible.
That was the glove save in the night.
But now look, you know what last night looked like though? Game 3 in Minnesota where the Avs coughed one up and didn't look like they were interested all night long. Yeah. So answer tomorrow night. This thing's this is going to be a tight bunghole series. That's all this is going to be.
Squeaky bums all over the place. DMac,
yes.
What was the you were in the building last night. What was the reception like for the trio of Broncos stars that they showed? Mike McGlinchey, Will Lutz, and Jarrett Stidham.
It was solid.
It was solid?
Yeah, everybody claps when they put Broncos on the board. They put them up in the jump. It was fine.
Okay.
It was fine.
Okay.
It was okay. Why
Bold
are you hearing?
Bold move to send Stiddy.
I'm a little surprised by that.
We did not have Bo Nix and Frank Fromm in attendance.
Wasn't exactly Nick Bonito, Pat Surtain, Bo Nix.
I wonder if it was just like
Cortland Sutton.
Is it one of those things where it's like fast enough that like the crowd doesn't have do you need a beat to think about it? Of like, oh wait a minute, I hate Stiddy.
It's I don't think you think the Broncos fans are hockey fans.
I don't think they're thrilled about it.
I think it's
backwards chest pass.
They put so much information up on so much is going on.
Right.
It really goes
a lot to pay attention.
A lot of times it goes in one ear. Well, this guy, that guy.
And you're trying to get a beer. You're just your free T-shirt.
We're gonna have a staring contest. It's a little guy. It's the guy with the dog.
By the way,
a lot of stuff is going on.
By the way, you know who hates Stiddy the most? Possibly his coach.
Maybe.
Hey, you can't tell me Sean isn't going to.
By the way,
every time Stiddy walks in the hallway, Sean's going to be like AFC Championship backwards chest pass.
I'm going to save our company, which we love dearly, a couple of bucks. Don't worry about the T-shirts.
I know.
Nobody wore them. You brought it up yesterday. Nobody wore them.
It was kind of like, you know what they did though? They did take them.
Did they? Twirl them?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
You
gotta take
out. No, because we had pom poms too. So you had. They actually loved the shirt as a souvenir.
Sure.
They're just not going to.
You ain't wearing it that night.
So after the game, I was like, I wonder if a few of these are, kind of not
Snatched
a shirt. Oh, they're all gone.
You don't pass up a free shirt, but you also don't need to put it on right away.
Correct.
Especially if you've got your $275 authentic jersey already with you. You know what I mean?
Correct.
But you know what else is funny is my buddies and I was watching with a couple of my friends, so we pop over to the stupid Oklahoma City San Antonio game. All those people got the memo.
Sure
All
do.
those, and wait till they go to San Antonio.
Sure do.
There's no more color coordinated arena in the league than San Antonio.
Those Goobers cannot wait to put on their t-shirt.
Oh, they'll do it in San Antonio
and they're
too.
like the ugliest colors.
They don't care.
They love it.
They're
They love
dying to
it.
put on the t-shirts.
By the way, guys, I probably watched more of that basketball game last night than you guys did. The Nuggets are it's a different stratosphere of basketball.
It's so
Yeah, you
depressing,
probably need
isn't
to
it?
quit watching if you don't want to have Nuggets.
They
sadness.
are. It's Andy. I'm telling you, man. Like this feels like it feels like when Golden State when the Splash Brothers went to another level. That's what I feel like I'm watching right now. Like I feel like when Jordan took over the league. It feels like when LeBron took over the league.
It's
like,
a different type of play.
But it's both teams. It's both of them are doing it right now. Every guy is so big and fast and athletic and skilled. And the Spurs, they're young. The Spurs are children.
I know.
And they're out there. I mean,
the Nuggets feel like an old age home compared to these guys.
Put back last night, and then the Stephon Castle dunk. His body was outside the restricted area, and he threw that thing down.
Harper got hurt though, man. They don't have Fox either.
They lost Dylan Harper. Jalen Williams went out with injury last night.
Didn't AJ Mitchell get hurt? Right?
Jalen Williams did. Yeah.
No, who got hurt at the end?
Oh,
he got. Like, I couldn't tell. He got his knee whipped.
Yeah, I think that happened.
But he was rubbing it like he got a Charlie horse, and I'm thinking he didn't get Charlie horse. What's going on there?
It's the battle of attrition that is the NBA playoffs.
By the way, did you see the interesting video with who was the Spurs player that tried to come back, and then somebody stopped him and asked him to go back the other way, and people are claiming they might have a connection to FanDuel?
Really?
Oh, you haven't seen this on the internet?
It's
Maybe.
not a concussion thing?
He looked like I don't know. I don't know what to make. It's on stupid Twitter. All I know, they got the video.
Andy.
They got the video of him making his way halfway to the court. Someone stops him and turns him around and tells him you got to go back to the locker room. So maybe it was a concussion thing. I don't know. But people noticed some money was made by the books, and one of the guys that helped him make it did not return to the game.
Guys left with injuries last night.
Yes. And listen,
guys were banged up.
It's probably a bigger discussion for over the summer. The NBA's got to figure something out. You've got an injury problem like I've never seen.
Can't keep bodies
Guys
on the
cannot
floor.
handle the schedule and the pace of the game do not fit together. And you brought this, I give you credit, you brought this to our attention, in December?
Yeah.
Mid-December, when everybody was going down?
Last night in the fourth quarter, Mike Tirico compared that game to Hagler-Hearns. He was like, these are two unbelievable teams bludgeoning each other right now. There is no let up. Somehow they both keep going, but the bodies keep breaking down. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We have got a keyword for you on an Avalanche playoff ticket Thursday. Listen for that. Win tickets to Game 2 next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman, and I am here for my friends at Roller Auction. The June 2026 Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction is coming up. It's going to open up on the 27th of May, guys. That is next week, and it will close on June 3rd. Best place to get a used car, a well-maintained used car, directly from government service with up-to-date service records. And you can get a great price and buy it all at public auction online. Don't have to deal with dealership hassle, a salesperson, anything else like that. Sedans, SUVs, vans, pickup trucks. You're looking for plow trucks, utility trucks. Get to roller.bid and check it out. It is the June 2026 Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction. It opens May 27th. That is next week. Make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. That's roller.bid/altitude. It is an Avalanche Ticket Thursday. Your keyword this hour, Dean. Dean.
You know, you're like the dean of students of these things right at 3:20.
Dean. We're giving away tickets to Game 2 tomorrow night all day. Keywords every hour and a pair on every show. Text the keyword Dean right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered.
Well, I wonder why he came up with this.
Dean?
Well, I see the 3.
Mm-hmm.
There is a theme today.
There is.
I like the theme.
It's a theme.
But I wonder how we got there.
Who are they playing?
Okay.
Where did those guys hang out a lot?
All right.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Did you know the dean for Dean Martin? That I had read something that, I always walked around in the shows with the bourbon, that it was never bourbon. He just wanted people to think it was because he wanted to be part of the cool kids. He's like our friend Nathan McKinnon, who just wants a non-alcoholic chili one so he can have something in his hand and continue to socialize. But apparently it was like a ginger ale with a little more Coke in it to look like bourbon, but it was not bourbon.
We
He
used
did not
to
drink as much as people thought he did.
You knew in a previous life, I worked at Comedy Works for a number of years, and there were some comics that, especially like a part of their shtick was like, I'm the booze bag.
Sure.
They would tell the lead cocktail waitress, like, just bring me water.
Right.
Just I'll take shots of water all night long. So anytime somebody in the crowd would be like, I want to buy him a shot, and they'd bring it up on stage, it would just be like, hey, it's tequila with lime. That's water. Yeah. It's all a part of the show. But what's funny about it is, these guys have to learn that lesson about like getting super tanked on stage and then forgetting their entire act and then being like, I probably shouldn't do that anymore. The keyword is Dean.
Dean of
Text
students.
that to 303-504-0925. ColoradoAvalanche.com/playoffs is the home for everything you need during this run. From Avs Alley information to game tickets and more. It's ColoradoAvalanche.com/playoffs. Again, this hour's keyword is Dean. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. Best of luck to all of you. Yeah, you want to be there tomorrow night to hopefully watch the Avalanche play better than they did last night.
They're gonna. It's gonna be fine. I want everybody to not freak. You know what? Do you mind? Can we just do the beef tweets? Is that okay with you?
You got beef?
You okay with that?
You got.
Well, it'll set up the theme. I think of a point I want to make, if you don't mind.
This isn't like dark NBA conspiracy Twitter. This is just beef tweets.
I'll send you the tweet.
Okay.
I'll send you the tweet.
I'm not going to take it seriously.
Well, look, dude.
Got to get off the For You tab, Andy.
No, I don't even know this stuff. I did that. I followed your suggestion months ago because things were getting me down. So I went to my following, and now my following is throwing this in there somehow.
But you've got to go to chronological order.
Okay.
Go following chronological.
Fair enough.
And only look at it during games. That way, it's like it's an ongoing discussion. The rest of it, put it directly in the sewer where
You're
it
right.
belongs.
Well, you know what? Just get off Twitter.
Yes.
The further we go, the less I really need it. People know how to get a hold of me other ways. That's all we need.
Yes. You can always reach out to us.
Get back in because we got to have the music. It's not, you know what? It's like a good bouillon, a good beef talent. See, without that, it doesn't feel like beef tweets.
Now it's beef tweets. You've got beef, we've got beef. The best in town, Southern Steer Butcher in Greenwood Village, presents to us beef tweets. Andy, who's beefing?
I spent a good chunk of my paycheck there today. But it's going to be a great Memorial Day weekend, my
Sounds
friend.
good, yeah.
Ryan Whitney of Spittin' Chicklets has a little bit of beef with Avalanche fans, okay? He says, and this was something I saw last night in chronological order, my friend.
Okay.
Avs fans are being very whiny on Twitter. Guys, you're losing. It's okay. 7-game series. Yeah, I did find out that the Avalanche fans, I don't know that I'd go whiny, but I find listen, hot kettle here a little bit, okay? I'll admit that. But the amount of panic I saw that everything is over because you had a bad game against a very good team. I mean, guys, this is not going to be easy. This is not going to be 22. It'd be fun if they'd have swept them again, and then you could have won the Cup in 6. I got news for you. If they go on to the Cup, I think you're winning that in 6 again either. That'd probably be a 7-gamer, especially if it's against Carolina anyway, right? But there were a lot of, this all sucks. I mean, just a week ago, everyone's partying, and now everything sucks and nobody can skate. Why is this guy playing? And just take a breath. Have we been too spoiled on the playoff runs that have been successful? That's what I started thinking. Because remember, that 1-22, dude, that was fairly stress-free, despite Jared Bednar's comments to the contrary in between series here. Because you swept 6, sweep 6. Remember, the Avs, when they won the Cup prior to that, had to win in a 7-game series. Not only did they have to do that, they had to go to New Jersey and sweat out a 1-0 game in Game 6 to get it to 7 games. That's usually what the playoffs are like. Not a 4-0 and a 4-1 and an 8-1 record in the series.
No, they're not, and this is going to be tougher. And I agree with everything that you said. I do.
It
think,
bothers you though, right? You don't want to.
Well, it all speaks to me what is a bigger issue plaguing modern sports fans, or maybe this is just how sports fans have always been. And now there's just an outlet to write it on the internet, and then it gets beamed to our phones, and we all have to look at it. Like you sent this tweet over last night from Ryan Whitney of the Spittin' Chicklets, okay? Avs fans are being very whiny on Twitter. Okay.
So is the rest of the...
Do you want to be accurate? Lop Avs off the front of that sentence. Fans are being whiny on Twitter.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. And maybe that's what it's there for, right? So don't look at it, but...
The Broncos were 14-3 last year.
Yes.
And after and every time that they punted, fired Sean Payton, Bo Nix sucks. This is all terrible. This is the worst offense I've ever seen. I hate this. It's because my MO, Andy, is I write snarky things on the internet. I'm trying to bring some levity to the, hey, that sucked, right? But let's have a laugh about it. It's sports after all, and it's just everything that comes back is fire it all. This sucks.
Yeah.
And every game the Nuggets lost this year, and granted, it ended poorly, but every game that they lost. This team is cooked. They suck. This is garbage.
Fire Adelman.
It's every basically, unless you're watching Wemby, you're gonna be whining on Twitter because that's what every friggin' fan base does all the time.
It's a good point. We could bring this back up because the thing that shocked me during the Nuggets-Wolves series, I knew that the fans would be out for blood, and I got it. That was a very disappointing series to watch, and as you said, the more basketball we watch in this playoffs, the more disappointing that it gets because you feel like you're so far. But I did not expect to see what it felt like, and again, I will admit also, sometimes what can be 10 to 15 tweets feels like the whole world saying it when really it's just 10 to 15 people. But the number of people I saw talking about, you got to trade Nikola Jokic. No, you don't. You really don't.
You don't.
No, don't ever. That will never really be a thing.
Never, ever,
if
ever
he's
do
in
that.
his final year of playing and someone wants to still give you 4 first-round picks for him, then I guess I could consider it.
And it's him ring chasing at the very end.
Yeah.
Sure.
That's a different deal. But right now, in his prime, second in MVP voting, you don't need to trade Nikola Jokic. That's not the way to fix this.
What stuns me about it, Andy, the phenomenon that we speak of is in the playoffs, I get it. It's very high tension. I'll say this. I think if whining on Twitter is your thing, this is the time of year it's appropriate.
And you know what? Let it out. I get it. If it makes you feel better, then do your thing.
But what always blows my mind is the people that for 82 are just, when they win, highest of highs, and when they lose, fire everybody.
Yep.
Trade everybody. Blow everything up. People do it in baseball. There's 162 of those things. They play every friggin' day. I got to be honest with you. As a Cub fan, I just watched them get swept by the Brewers yesterday. They had what felt like 97 errors to lose that game 5-0 yesterday. I'm a little down on my ball club right now. I'm also aware they have 2 10-game win streaks this year, and there's 100 of these things to go. It's okay. I'm annoyed, but it's okay. All right? But I'm telling you, look at the response to like any reporter that is tweeting about that ball club right now, and this can be any team in the world that's struggling at the moment, and it is just everything sucks and everybody is the absolute worst.
Well, we also do it with that was the greatest game ever, or that was the greatest moment ever in sports.
Yeah.
Just because we're living in the moment and we're feeling however we feel about certain things. I mean, it is just the world of Twitter. So I was going to bring this up, and we got a text that I don't need to necessarily bring it up. I don't know how people feel because I know, depending on how this series goes, if the Avs lose, I guess the only thing that would maybe change possibly the discussion is if they get swept by Vegas, which I just don't see happening. Last night changed my mind about one thing in this series. I think it's going 7.
Okay.
I really do.
Okay.
I don't think it's 6 games anymore. Because, again, Vegas is really good, whether you like it or not. But someone just texted in. Where are we here? Fellas, let's just say hypothetically the Avs lose this series. Bednar is gone, right? Jared Bednar's 8-2 in this. Nothing, Jared. See, again, I look at last night. He played all the guys he needed to play.
Yeah.
I mean, whether you're going to choose between Blankenberg, Ashawn, or the new kid Gagne, as we've been told.
Played 7.5 minutes last night.
Yeah, I don't know.
But what was stunning to me last night was just how pedestrian your decor looked without Cale McCarr.
No, you're right. They're not as fast. I thought Malinsky still had his jump, but they weren't. There were a lot of really weird passes last night, too. There was the one, I think Malinsky was guilty of it, and we love our guy Malinsky. I don't, again, I think overall he had a pretty good game. I think he and Taves were both solid, but even Taves was having a little bit of trouble from the point, getting that shot through. They all had trouble getting the shot through at times.
Bedsy said last night, the puck wasn't moving fast enough. And there was, I think it might have been the first period power play. There was a Taves pass over to Natchez, and Marty got a good rip on that thing. I mean, it was a good one-timer. And, Carter Hart could not have been there, in better position.
Yeah.
And again, it's like that pass needed to snap. You had to hope you still had Hart on the move, and maybe either you get a deflection or you sneak that thing inside the post. But instead, he was just there to swallow that thing. And it was like, that's too easy.
Yeah.
That's too friggin' easy.
And he knows
right
that's
now.
a shot you're looking for.
Yes.
When you're going cross crease like that.
But the way that shot can be successful is if the puck is bang bang.
Yeah.
And instead it was like, here's the pass. And it was like they were stuck in mud last night. There was some of that in that game. Beef Tweets brought to you by Southern Steer Butcher in Greenwood Village, Denver's new modern butcher experience. By the way, your keyword to text in on an Avalanche playoff ticket Thursday to win tickets to Game 2 tomorrow night. Dean. Text Dean, D-E-A-N, Dean, right now to 303-504-0925, along with your name, and you are entered. Andy, after Broncos losses, we point the finger.
I want to call a few people out. You all right if we change up the vernacular?
Yeah. We don't point fingers in hockey?
No.
Okay.
That's being a bad teammate. It's not good for the room. You're going to start with yourself.
It's the team first.
So, Nate,
sports.
I didn't wear my Nathan McKinnon jersey that's been undefeated in the playoffs last night. That's on me.
Oh, so it's on you. Okay.
So that being said, now I can point the finger. Look, dude. Gosh, there's so many. All right, how about I start here? I had a whole list. And this isn't the sky's falling. This is you guys just got to play better. Because if you do, you're going to win the series. I think he's been phenomenal in other areas of the game. But Marty Natchez, bro, you're making $11 million to put pucks in the net, and I need you to start sniping a few.
Goal.
We need you to snipe a few.
One goal.
We need
in
you
the
to pick
playoffs.
corners and hit corners like Nate did to get that thing tied against Minnesota.
Yeah.
There's just not enough scoring happy for Marty Natchez. It's got to start happening. And whether it's better looks, like you said, whether it's got to happen quicker, the path, whatever it is, you've got to find your scoring touch again because, again, the $11 million, they're paying you to put that thing in the net. It's got to start happening.
I
you want to take turns or you want me to keep going?
I got the next one for you. Don't worry. I got the first guy that I'm circling on this one. By the way, I just want to – this, by the way, is Avalanche goal scorers in the playoffs. So Gabe got his 4th last night. Cale has 4. He didn't play last night. I mean, after that, Lekkonen's got 3. Nick Waz got 3. Taves, Kadri, Nichushkin, Drury, Parker Kelly, Brock Nelson, all with 2 goals so far in the playoffs. Brock Nelson has 3 points in the playoffs. And Brock Nelson is another guy.
Yeah.
You need to score a goal, my guy, 4 shots on goal last night. Nazem Kadri, by the way, had 5 shots and did not score. He had golden opportunities.
Oh, he had that one with the glove. He had half the top of the net to work with.
And he
put
shot
it right
it low.
at the glove.
And he shot it low. Yeah, and Carter Hart went down, and he needed to go up, and no, they didn't score on that play. Brock Nelson, he had 2 good looks at wristers that were on his left side early in that game. He put them both directly into the chest of Carter Hart. They were bad shots. He had the pass from Lehkonen, the great saucer by Lehkonen. That was early third period, and the puck is bouncing, and he backhands the thing, and again, backhands it directly into Carter Hart. Just he has no scoring touch right now. And then, oh, by the way, on the Dylan Coughlin goal, who was it lumbering into your screen as Coughlin scored that goal because he didn't get back. He and Nichushkin didn't get back. Now, I know Nelson fell down, but it's like, guys, Dylan Coughlin, you cannot let that guy score a goal. Brock Nelson did not play well last night. He had a really bad game.
Okay, I'm going to continue with the guy that we already mentioned right there. My man, Nazem Kadri. We're all excited that you're back in an Avs uniform. And look, you're an older version of yourself, but you have he's had some of the choicest looks in the playoffs.
Sure has.
Knockout in. You're another guy. I've got to have you find that scoring touch, dude.
Yep.
Got to have you find that scoring touch. And I know the hands may be still messed up. I know he's probably not a whole person, but again, you're going to be out there.
You're going to be on your top power play unit.
Yeah, and there was a first-round pick dealt for this thing. We need you need to be a little – you don't need to be who you were 3 years ago. That's not fair. 4 years ago now. That's not fair. I know you're not the same age you were in 2022, but it's got to be a little bit better than some of what we saw last night. You got another one? Because I'll keep going.
Nazem Kadri was the next one on my list.
Okay, go ahead and give your reasons.
5 shots and nothing.
I know.
Just 5 shots and that, and you brought it up before, that look on the power play right at the end of the first period. You got to score that puck, dude. You have to. That thing
go
is
on the board.
You have to figure out a way to get it past the goaltender and not shoot it directly into him. There was 2. Carter Hart had too easy of a night last night, and he played well, but he had too easy of a night last night, and it was really disappointing. Brent Burns did not play well last night.
No.
Brent Burns had a bad turnover that led to a 3-on-2. He had the bad penalty last night. He is the one that got beat on the Dorofeev goal. There were a lot of bad Brent Burns moments last night. And it's when the domino effect of not having Cale Makar and having to rely more heavily on dudes in bad matchup situations it's not great. And Brent Burns did not play well last night.
I already said it the first segment, but for those who maybe missed it, Josh Manson, I have got to have a better game out of you than what I saw last night. And again, I love you to death, and I don't know if you feel all the way great, but you look slow. You had a lot. Not only were there just some dumb turnovers, you had passes to nobody, and he wasn't the only one. Look, Nate, we'll play do you want to play the Nate cut? Nate talked about the execution. He's not wrong about it, but there were way too many times. There was a time, I think Sam Malinsky or maybe it was Kadri, somebody threw it over to a place where nobody was. Kulak had already left. You can't just throw it to middle ice. Nobody is there.
I actually thought Brett Kulak played well last night.
No, I'm not calling out Kulak.
Yeah.
I'm saying Kulak saw they had a break, so he went back because he didn't want him getting a jump on him. But he was not in the spot anymore. You got to know that and not throw the puck over there.
In all seriousness, my list of Avs that I liked last night, Nathan McKinnon, Logan O'Connor, Brett Kulak, and that's about it. The end.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of guys that I thought really went out there and played good games.
And it sucks because you know who could have made the list was Wedgwood, but you cannot give up that first goal, man.
No. Let's hear from Nathan McKinnon. Last night, Nate sat and answered 3 questions, and his buzzword, his keyword, and he made it clear it was his keyword. By the way, your keyword to win Avalanche tickets right now on an Avalanche Ticket Thursday is Dean. Text Dean to 303-504-0925 along with your name, and you are entered. But let's listen to Nathan McKinnon from last night.
So you're expecting a 7-game series. I guess just what were you guys able to kind of take out of this one tonight?
Yeah, we just weren't sharp. Execution was poor from everybody. Just got to be sharper than that.
What did you guys, there's always a feeling out process to new teams. Was that basically kind of what you're expecting from them once you guys, once they got a lead, a lot of packing the house, blocking shots?
We had chances. They didn't do a whole lot either. It was kind of a nothing game, and then they got a few goals, and Really good team, obviously, but I thought we did a lot of damage to ourselves. Just guys kind of everywhere. Execution, like I said, needs to be better, and obviously we're capable of being a lot better than that.
Is there anything to really take from how that game ended, or is this?
I've just said execution like 5 times. Like, I think that's what hurt us.
Did I stutter?
I don't mean to laugh, but I don't know the way he just was like, and you know why? You know why I laugh? I've been guilty of it. We all have been guilty of it in the media, but normally I'm like, calm down a little bit, guy. But in that case, Nate is like, I have given you every angle I have to give you here. All right?
Yeah.
That's it. It's the only answer I got. All right?
And when he's saying execution,
yes,
what he means is we played like crap.
Yeah. Like when we're ripping passes that are too hot for someone to handle when they're wide open on a breakaway.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hey, a lacrosse stick, man. That thing's going to hop off the blade. You got to leave a little touch so they can corral that thing.
Yes.
And they've done it a bunch this playoffs.
Bedsy went into greater detail after the game, and I want to hear from Jared Bednar, including his criticism of Nathan McKinnon's line from last night and the way that they played. We'll get to that coming up next. You've got a couple of minutes left to text in this hour's keyword to be entered to win tickets to Game 2 of the Western Conference Final tomorrow night between the Avs and the Golden Knights. The keyword is Dean, D-E-A-N, Dean, like Dizzy Dean. Text Dean to 303-504-0925. Right now, you are entered. We'll announce our winner this afternoon at 5:55. Best of luck to you.
Guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let's talk about your testosterone levels. And if you've been feeling maybe a little bit tired, brain fog, no gains in the gym, lower sex drive, not getting the energy you need to get through the day, if all this is going on, time to get the old testosterone checked. If you've got this along with your body not looking the way that you'd like it to, ask them about what they've got going on with their new 4 targeted body composition plans that feature that will help you lose weight, support metabolism, improve gains in the gym, and more. These are GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, and PDA. I did the GLP-1, lost the weight. Again, hit my 200-pound goal here in the last week. Very excited about that. All with the help at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And it wasn't just because I got the medicine. It's because I got great guidance over there. So here's what you do. You make your first visit. Schedule your first visit, your first appointments, pop on in there and talk to them about what's going on with you. They're going to draw your blood. They'll have answers for you in 30 minutes. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider about the results after you have a T and a PSA test. The cost of that appointment's $99, but if you sign up for testosterone after having the discussion the day of your appointment, that visit's free. So get on in there and see what they can do for you like they help me, especially in the weight loss category. 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Hey, if you've been putting off fixing your smile, maybe today's the day to change that. Restorative Dentistry Group. Get the smile you deserve at DenverSmileAgain.com. Jared Bednar, after the game last night, some interesting comments that he made, but he was asked specifically about Cale Makar's absence. And I want to get a little bit deeper into this. John Michael Lyles is going to join us at 4 o'clock. We love when Johnny Lyles comes on the show because he teaches us a couple of idiots about hockey. And he teaches us the way the game is supposed to work and the way the game is coached and what systems are meant to do. And he does it very patiently, I might add. So we always appreciate him for that. But something that Bedsy said last night, I think really it requires follow-up questions. This is Bednar last night.
I mean, he's an important player, right? And he plays a lot. And some of the areas that we struggled with tonight, like those are his strengths, right? So it affects. He's out there a lot with the McKinnon line. There's definitely a trickle-down effect to that. But he's not playing, so you have to find a way. I think the guys that we had playing tonight, not just the D, but we're capable more and capable of better, and it just wasn't there for us tonight, and we got to make sure it is for game 2.
Left side.
Yeah, the things that Cale Makar does well, you did not do well last night.
Yeah, but, so here's what disappoints me about that. And you're right. Look, man, they missed him. They certainly did. They could have won that game, though. Had you played the right way, had you executed a little bit more, had you got bodies in front of the net, had you hit your shots, you're still winning that game. That's what bothers me. It's not like they were just, I saw a cut today on, again, here comes Twitter, but Paul Bissonnette was apparently saying on a podcast he thinks the Avs got no shot if Cale comes back. That's not what I gleaned from last night's game. You're going to have to work harder at it. You're going to have to be better in your execution. You're going to have to take advantage of your power play chances. But don't tell me you watched last night and thought they don't have a chance at all without Makar. You've got to execute and do your things that you do well better.
We played the McKinnon audio before the break. Execution, execution, execution. He said it 5 times. I think he only said it 3 times, but still.
He made his point that execution was the problem.
Points taken,
and the
sir.
Jedi Stutter is now a new favorite drop on the show.
Points taken, sir. But Bedsy, he was asked about McKinnon's comments last night about the lack of execution. This is what he said.
Yeah, it was definitely better in the third period. I liked it early too. I thought we set the tempo of the game the way we wanted to. I don't know. I can't pinpoint exactly why it went away. I think there's some we got to make sure we're working for outlets for our D to make their job a little bit easier. I thought some guys struggled with the puck back there a little bit tonight in all 3 zones. So yeah, we'll look at it and improve upon it. And I like to see the urgency and the sort of the relentlessness that we had in the third period earlier in the game. For longer stretches during the game. So lots to improve upon, I think, for our group going into game 2.
Again, that's something that I want Johnny Lyles to get kind of specific on with us, but the getting the puck out of their own zone was a problem last night. It was not getting up the ice with any kind of energy. And when they scored the Landeskog goal last night, which was all McKinnon. But and granted, I know you're on a power play and the goalie is pulled and it's a 6-on-4, but that was one of the few times where the puck really was carried into the Vegas zone with intention last night. And I think a lot of the struggle was just, again, getting the puck outletted and getting the puck up the ice. It was starting slow, and thus it was entering slowly last night. And it was just too much chip and chase hockey, and it wasn't creating situations by which you had mismatches or Vegas was a step slow or anything else like that. They were just every time you chip and chase last night, that just meant that Vegas was going to get set up in their own zone, and then too much perimeter, and it was going to be pucks were going to be hitting bodies.
Yeah, I'm with you. And they wanted to get the breakouts and they couldn't. But listen, Jared Bednar nailed it right there. He nailed it right there. You got to show up with that same energy and be consistent. It's almost like the Avs didn't let the fact that the Kings wouldn't let them play wide open frustrate them in the first series. Last night, I don't know if it's because Minnesota, we talked about it. Minnesota didn't go to these tactics. Minnesota was not blocking 1,000 shots or sucking everybody in and putting them in front of the net and giving you no room to pass the puck around. And I don't know, maybe they just needed a game to get over the fact that you've got to go back to a different style of hockey that, let's be honest, the talent on this team doesn't like to play. But you're going to have to go back to it or you're not going to win the series. It's that simple. Because like you said, the whole dump and chase and try to go beat everybody, that you didn't win enough races to the pucks at times. And even when you did, you still are not getting the passing like you said you wanted because Vegas is back. They've got it set up and there's no room in the passing lane.
Yeah.
So you can't let that happen.
Yeah. John Michael Lyles is going to join us coming up at 4:00. And again, he's going to whiteboard some of this stuff for us. I was watching him and Kyle Keefe and Rycroft last night on the Altitude post game. Those guys do a great job. And listening to Johnny Lyles break it down and talking about getting the puck lower, getting more bodies inside Vegas's zone, being more effective in that way. The Knights were just they blocked everything off last night, and it shows in the box score. 23 blocked shots last night for the Vegas Golden Knights to 11 for the Avalanche. So we're going to talk to John Michael Lyles coming up here at 4:00. Plus, we have got another keyword for you on an Avalanche playoff ticket Thursday. We'll give you our next keyword at 4:20. You text it in to 303-504-0925, and you are entered. Guys, we give you 3 keywords over the course of the show, 320, 420, and 520. Enter every time. Enter all day long here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Enter all day long, but enter all 3 times on our show.
And you got a 20-minute window to get them all in.
You got a 20-minute window to do it.
40 of that hour, it's closed down, and you won't get it in anymore.
And we'll announce our winner at 5:55. But do your best. Be listening at the 20s. Get all 3 keywords and enter 3 times, and give yourself the best chance to be able to win tickets to Game 2 and be there when the Avalanche hopefully will be evening up this series. John Michael Lyles of Altitude TV right after this.
Tell you what, guys, if you're looking for truck and 4x4 accessories, maybe you want to go to the mountains. Now, you know what? It's not ski season. If you're watching Twitch and you see what Nate Kreckman's wearing, you think it's ski season, but it's not. We'll explain later. Colorado Off-Road, though, is the place. You need a ski rack, they can get that for you. How about a bed cover? Bed covers are really the way to go. I love my bed cover. Matter of fact, I ended up getting a new truck about 3 months ago. Yeah, about 2 months ago, 3 months, whatever it's been. But I made sure that I got the bed cover off my old truck and put on a new truck because that's how much I loved it. Jerry's like, I can just get you a new one. I said, nope, I want the old one because that's how well it's worked for me. That's the way to go, especially this time of year. You got the softball equipment. You're in one of those softball leagues, or maybe you're playing soccer, football, whatever you got going, but you need the gear in the back. You don't want to waste your truck space. That's what the bed cover's for. It'll keep everything dry when it rains, and it'll keep everything safe from getting it taken out of your truck. Maybe you've got tools because you're a craftsman. It'll do the same thing for you there. You want a lift kit, you want a tow winch, you want any of it. Jerry's the place to go. We're talking about a 20-year Colorado business here. These are good Colorado folks. It is Colorado Off-Road, the folks I've been associated with for almost 7 years. You got to go and see them. They're 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street, 303-761-1264. The number or cooffroad.com.
All right, let's dive right into it. It's time to welcome in John Michael Lyles. He is with us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Johnny Lyles, Avalanche fall 4-2 last night in Game 1. I want to get into some of the specific stuff, especially what Jared Bednar had to say after the game. But specifically, he brought up that the Avalanche need to create outlets for the defense to make it a little bit easier out there. Mentioned that some of the guys were struggling with the puck inside their own zone. What did you see in that regard, and what is the adjustment that has to be there for Game 2? What was lacking for the Avalanche in their D-core last night?
Yeah, I think it was the clean breakouts and the efficient exits from their own end. You think about the Avs, and when they're at their best, they're coming at you wave after wave. But the other thing they do so well is that they get back to pucks quickly and they break the puck out efficiently. Now, no Cale Makar last night, so that's obviously that's going to be a different a difference maker that's out of the lineup, especially when it comes to breaking pucks out efficiently with his legs and with those passes. But you need it's a two-way street in the sense of when the D get back and create a lane, there has to be a forward that has moved into some of those openings and presented that their stick, so that D can make that pass, whether it's in the neutral zone, whether it's a longer stretch pass, or even just short support passes. That's one of the things in the NHL that I think people don't realize is just how good every player is at not only moving to open ice, but timing those movements through the open ice so that they are available for a pass, and making sure that those sticks are always in a lane, whether you're receiving a pass from a defenseman or from another forward. So I think that's what Bedsy was probably speaking to. And yeah, it just felt like, the Avs were a little off at times in that regard. I thought, for good portions of the game, I thought they played a solid game. It was relatively low event, for the first, call it 30 minutes of the game. And Vegas played a very solid road game, which is kind of what you're, expecting from a team like Vegas coming into a really tough building like Ball Arena.
All right, I like it when you educate us, because I'm guilty of this today at least. But take me into this situation and let me know what's fair as far as criticism, okay? Mm-hmm. Sam Malinsky, I thought overall played a pretty good game, honestly. Mm-hmm. That shot with 4 or 5 seconds left, when the clock's going down and a guy's going to spring from the box. Johnny, you were a defenseman. How smart do you have to be when you're in that shooting position that can end up in a danger zone? And I realize it was a 1 in a million bounce, like from Seinfeld, 1 in a million, Doc, but the 1 in a million happened. How smart do you have to be in that situation? What's fair as far as criticism there?
Yeah, I think, and listen, Bezzy said it today, like when they watch video, everything's on the table. The good is on the table. The bad is on the table, and they're going to show the things that need to be worked on and the things that can't, the mistakes that can't be made again. And so for Sam Malinsky, you're down 2-0. You're at the end of a power play. Scott Wedgwood is slamming his stick on the ice to let you know, just like a goalie's supposed to. And so I get what he's trying to do. He's trying to create that last couple of seconds of offense, trying to take advantage of still having that man advantage. But, that's the one thing that you cannot do there. I get it's a very tough bounce in the sense of, it goes off of, I believe it's Howden's shin guard up over Malinsky and ends up landing on the tape of Hutton, who goes down, who's a D-man and not an offensive D-man by any means, takes a shot that goes up in the air, and Howden's able to somehow glove it down and get a stick on it before it goes over the goal line and is waved off for putting the goal, or for putting a goal in with your hand. So there's a lot of, I would call it like kind of a waterfall scenario or a snowball scenario where one thing happens and then everything just seems to compound off of that. But if you're Sam Malinsky, your job there is you have to get that puck by the top forward. You cannot get that blocked at the end of a power play, because it very well could have been a breakaway for Hutton coming out of the box, or if it's anybody else, if it's a William Karlsson or a Jack Eichel coming out of the box, I mean, it's
it's even worse,
much more dangerous.
Yeah,
exactly. So yeah, I think that there's probably some deserved. I don't want to call it necessarily criticism, but hey, like these are the things that we can't do going forward in the playoffs. Like these are the little things. Now all of a sudden you're down 3-0 instead of 2-0 when you're on a power play, and that completely flips the momentum. Not only does Vegas kill the power play, but they score right after. And it really felt like a lot of the air was completely sucked out of the building at that point. Now, Avs put forth a really good effort to try and get it tied up. But in the playoffs against really good teams, especially when you're as deep as the Western Conference Final, it just gets so hard to make up multi-goal deficits.
Yeah, technically not a shorthanded goal, but it basically was for Vegas in that moment, which would have been their 5th of the playoffs, by the way. John Michael Lyles is our guest after a 4-2 Avalanche loss in Game 1 last night. Game 2 tomorrow. You want to win tickets. Your next keyword to enter to win tickets coming up at 4:20. Johnny, something else that Bednar said after the game last night, he shortened his bench, mixed up the lines in the third period, separated Natchez and McKinnon. He made the assessment the top line was spread out, not as connected as they needed to be against Vegas's D-zone scheme. What is the fix for that in Game 2 and going forward?
Yeah, listen, I said it earlier. Vegas played a really good road game, and I think what Vegas does so well is they clog up the middle of the ice through the neutral zone, but especially in the defensive zone. It's so hard to penetrate and get any sort of grade A chances, call it, inside the hash marks down on Carter Hart. They've done it very well, throughout the playoffs, but even throughout the regular season when it was Bruce Cassidy that was their head coach until Tortorella took over with 7 games left. So there's, they do these things well. And when you have a disconnect, when you're trying to force plays through the box or through that, that really tight defensive structure, a lot of times it's going to get broken up. The passes are going to get tipped. It's going to be very, very hard to receive. And so I think, that just, from an outsider's perspective, not standing in that coach's room, I think that's probably part of it. Maybe a little bit more north-south. And when you do split up Natchez and McKinnon, both of those guys have the ability to go east-west. And so you add a little bit more north-south with those guys. I believe Landeskog, McKinnon, and Lehkonen were together.
Yep.
And then Natchez dropped down to that second line.
With Nelson and Val,
with Nelson and Val. And it was great to see Val get on the score sheet because he's a guy they really need, to contribute. You go back to 2022 and how good he was in that playoff run, and not just on the score sheet, but with the way he hunted pucks. And I think, when his legs are going and he's getting to those dirty areas, which is exactly where he scored that goal last night, that's when he's most effective. So, listen, Jared Bednar's not afraid to kind of mix lines up in the middle of a game, in the middle of a series to try and, counter what maybe another team is doing or another team's defensive structure. And I think last night was a perfect example.
All right, John, this is how the playoffs go sometimes too, right? Are we? Yeah. I feel like we are a little bit spoiled with how easy sometimes these runs go when the Avs go deep. Yeah. But I think an interesting question from the text line, how much better do you think Vegas can play? Because in some ways I feel like Vegas is the team on a roll like the Avs were the last time they met Vegas in the playoffs, and then a funky bounce goes off the rear end of Grubauer and the whole series changes. If the Avs can just kind of get some good rubber tomorrow night, you can maybe can you take them out of the comfort zone, or do we just need to remember how good this Vegas team is and they just basically underperformed all year?
Listen, Vegas is a really good team, and I hate to point at regular season results because sometimes with a veteran team and you have injuries and, maybe, there's, obviously Tortorella's come in and is getting that group kind of all on the same page. So I don't know. Like, I feel like maybe a lot of people were underestimating Vegas just given where they were, how they finished in the Pacific. I mean, this is a really good team playing some very good hockey. But I think we all saw for a good portion of the third period last night when the Avs have their legs and they are skating and they are relentless on the forecheck. Like, Vegas didn't make a whole lot of exit passes out of their own end in the third period last night. Torch talked about it in his post game. They were flipping the puck out a lot. They weren't making a lot of passes, and I think a lot of that had to do with the pressure that the Avs were putting on them. The ability to have sustained offensive zone, call it shifts. And I just think that if the Avs are on their game and playing well and doing the things that they can do and really kind of pushing on, and I'm not even going to say Vegas, just on another team. You go back to the Minnesota Game 5, like they can hem teams in for a long time. And now Vegas seems content to keep things to the outside, but all of a sudden, if you're out there for a minute 20, and you're a defender and your legs are just gassed and you're not forcing, pressuring an offensive player, that's when mistakes can be made. So I think when the Avs are on their game and really doing, really kind of executing their game plan, regardless of what Vegas does, the Avs are going to have success. They didn't get to that game plan enough last night, and that's why I think you saw the lines being mixed up a little bit, trying to get a spark. And listen, once again, Vegas, good team, playing really good hockey. Carter Hart was seeing the puck last night. But if the Avs can get some sustained offensive zone pressure tomorrow night, and then also get some more bodies in front of Carter Hart consistently, that's going to make a huge difference.
It's going to be everything. Guys, nobody breaks it down better than John Michael Lyles. Make sure you're watching either on Altitude Plus or on Altitude TV. Change away from ESPN. They're going directly to basketball highlights. Go to Altitude because Rycroft and Johnny Lyles and Kyle Keefe are breaking it down post-game. It's excellent stuff. All the press conferences inside the locker room, all the analysis. It's really, really good. This guy didn't finish 17th in the Norris Trophy voting in 2008 for nothing. He is the great John Michael Lyles. Johnny Lyles, well done as always, man. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you having me.
All right. Really good stuff right there. We got to react to a lot of that. Plus, we have another keyword for you on an Avalanche ticket Thursday. We will give it to you right after this break.
Guys, Andy Lindahl here to tell you about things going on at Southern Steer Butcher Shop, my new favorite butcher shop. They're over there in Greenwood Village. Again, I spent a pretty good amount of money there today because they had a lot of really, really good-looking meat, and I'm getting ready for Memorial Day. If that's what you are into, if you're getting ready for Memorial Day with a barbecue, or maybe you got a grad party or whatever else is going on, maybe you're thinking about Father's Day a month away, go ahead and head on over to Southern Steer because right now, the things I always tell you about, some of my favorite pieces of meat in there are the steak tips. They are now on sale for $19.99 a pound. Marinated steak tips. They taste fantastic. I picked up the teriyaki and the steakhouse today because those are my two favorite flavors. They also have a couple more great flavors like Korean barbecue that you could check out. But they're on sale, $5 off this week, $19.99 a pound. Get on in there. They also have some great marinated chicken and pork tenderloin for $5.99 per pound. And they've got hot honey in both the chicken and the pork tenderloin. So if you're into hot honey, it's all going on now at Southern Steer. Check them out in Greenwood Village. They're just off Arapahoe and I-25, 2 streets down on Dayton at Dayton and Arapahoe. That's Southern Steer Butchers.
Time for your next keyword on an Avalanche playoff ticket Thursday. We're giving away tickets to Game 2 tomorrow night. This is your keyword to text in right now. Text the keyword Sammy. Sammy. Text Sammy, S-A-M-M-Y, right now to 303-504-0925. Sammy to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered. ColoradoAvalanche.com/playoffs is the home for everything you need during this run, from Avs Alley info to game tickets and more. It's ColoradoAvalanche.com/playoffs. Again, this hour's keyword, Sammy, S-A-M-M-Y. Text Sammy to 303-504-0925. Do it right now, and you're entered. We'll have another keyword at 5:20. You should enter again, and then we'll announce a winner at 5:55. But you can enter 3 times during our show to give yourself the best odds to be able to win tickets for Game 2 tomorrow night in Ball Arena.
Is P1 listener Sammy Kreckman going to be excited he's a keyword?
I think he's going to be pumped.
Yeah.
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 He's going to be fired up. He, by the way, he's heavily invested in this Avalanche playoff run.
Good.
Yes.
Going to get him a jersey?
No.
Yeah, you need to.
He was. I've seen what those cost. That kid grows too fast.
That's, you know what? That's a fair point. You're at that rough age where nothing fits for more than 3 months if you're lucky.
Exactly. He did want to watch Wemby last night, and I had to be like, we'll flip it over at the intermission, bud.
And then the second period happened. You're like, let's watch Wemby.
Yeah, this would be a lot more fun. So yeah, text the keyword Sammy. We have unbelievably shocking and sad news from well outside our usual realm of sports talk to share, but people will want to know this.
You and I don't watch a lot of NASCAR, and we know who this guy is.
NASCAR icon Kyle Busch, 2-time Cup Series champion, has died today at the age of 41.
And this all went down quickly, Nate. For those that are wondering what the heck happened, I had told you I saw a tweet around 1 or 2 o'clock. Matter of fact, we've got an older episode on ESPN2 of some of the shows running. They haven't even updated their timeline yet. He went in for an undisclosed serious illness, and we just found out what you said probably around 4 o'clock. The news broke that he's passed away.
It was right around the top of the hour. He was slated to race in Charlotte this weekend. Again, he was hospitalized, as Andy said, with a severe illness today. No cause of death was given. Here is a statement from NASCAR. On behalf of the Busch family, everyone at Richard Childress Racing, and all of NASCAR, we are devastated to announce the sudden and tragic passing of Kyle Busch. Our entire NASCAR family is heartbroken by the loss of future Hall of Famer. Kyle was a rare talent, one who comes along once in a generation, fierce, passionate, immensely skilled, and he cared deeply about the sport and the fans. Kyle Busch dead today at the age of 41, and by all indications, extremely unexpected. So, very, very sad news.
And I'd asked you, I went and looked it up, and I remember Kurt Busch racing for Furniture Row.
His brother,
I want to say Kyle and Kurt both were out at Broncos camp once upon a time. It's just crazy. And again, I guess I'll just put it as nothing NASCAR. I don't love it. I don't hate it. Nothing else on. I'll watch a race for a bit, but that's one of those guys where you don't have to be a big fan of the sport to know who he is and know the name.
Yeah. Again,
some of the lore behind him.
He's a 2-time Cup Series champion.
Yeah.
He's a legend.
41. It's
41.
Crazy. And again, the news literally broke post lunchtime that he was going to the hospital with this illness.
Yeah. So whatever happened, scary stuff, heartbreaking news. Again, Kyle Busch passing away today at the age of 41. Andy, let's make the always awkward transition back into hockey discussion here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. First period last night, shots were 10 apiece. But I pointed this out to you, and I said this to you and DMac during Cross. The way the Avalanche started the game last night, it was all buzz.
Mm-hmm.
It was electric. They were flying. They looked like they had a different gear that they were ready to go to a Western Conference Finals gear that they were going to be playing in, and they were absolutely friggin' buzzing at the start of that game last night. And, you know, Manson had a big shot from the blue line. You know, Val and Colton in front. Nobody was able to tip it. Wedgwood had the save on Colasar. And then, you know, it kind of – you had the Brent Burns turnover and the 3-on-2. And then, you know, Brock Nelson had a couple of good looks, but he wasn't able to get him home. The Avalanche were creating opportunities, but not cashing in. And as I was watching the game, it was one of those where it was like, oh, they're flying. And then after like 4 minutes of it, I was like, oh, this isn't going to last. They need to score. They need to score now. Like you don't want to come out and sort of blow your energy that hot early on at the start of the game and not have a 1-0 or even a 2-0 lead to show for it. They didn't. After the game last night, John Tortorella talked about this, and Tortorella said it after the game, but I remember thinking as the game settled down later in the first period, like, this is going to bite the Avalanche. Here was Tortorella after the game.
Yeah, and it goes back to a couple of the earlier questions as far as I think they've seen it. Most of the guys have seen it, have felt it. As I've said in the prior series, I think it's sometimes easier for the away team in these type of situations to play. I think you can use it to your advantage. Great building tonight. Yeah, they understand the situation. It doesn't need to be explained to them. I think they're prepared and expect what's going to happen before it comes their way, and they just go out and play.
Yeah, he went on to talk about the Avs try to blitz you, and he got through the first period at no score. And he said that's a good road period for us.
Yeah.
Because Andy, like, and you really noticed it after the Logan O'Connor shot hit the pipe. It was like, oh, now the Avs they're on their heels. And they were flat, and Vegas sort of just, okay, they circled and they watched and they absorbed some body blows, and then they found a couple of openings, and that was the Coughlin goal and the Dorofeev goal. Now, the Dorofeev goal was because of a stupid penalty and a nice acting job by Rasmus Andersson, but still.
Can't do it, though.
Yeah.
I love Ross Colton. I really do. Cannot get your hands up in the guy's face like that.
Yeah.
If you do that and he flops, it's going to get called every time, whether you like it or not.
No, you're right about that.
And then you're left crossing your fingers hoping they call the embellishment, which they didn't.
And boom, it's 2-0. It's 2-0, and you're in trouble now.
Well, and again, just a word to the wise, that power play's been hot, and Dorofeev has been hot. You cannot put them on the power play.
Cannot lose him the way that they did, but Brent Burns lost him. You know, Logan O'Connor he forced Mitch Marner away from the front of the net. Like that's a win by Logan O'Connor. Now the pass by Marner.
Ridiculous.
I mean, Andy,
look, they're really good.
It was like what you know when Jokic does the whip around passes to the corner, and
you're like, how did you see that?
Yeah, exactly. That's what that pass looked. That's what that reminded me of. It was incredible. That dude he's special.
Yeah, he gave no hints of where he was going with that, which is part of the reason why nobody turned to look at Dorofeev.
Right. And that results in a goal, but the Avs, they cranked it back up in the third period, but it was, and Betsy talked about it after the game last night, it was too little too late. They didn't have it.
Yeah, this is not a team. You can't be going with the Minnesota formula of we're just going to smother you. Now, look, it's great if you can. Here's what's wild about it. You talked about it right there. They come out, they have the big emotional explosion. And what usually happens, if you can get a goal, then the building explodes with you. Everybody's energy's high, and then you feed off that for the entire first period. And then maybe go reset yourself at the intermission. The problem is you had the big emotional explosion. You don't get anything from it. Vegas answered back. Ray Ferraro broke that down. We just keep seeing momentum shifts one after the other after the other. The problem is Vegas turned their momentum shifts into goals.
Yeah, and
then the building went quiet.
2 goals quickly, and then the fans are
like, "What are we doing here?"
Yeah, I mean, McDonough said it several times in the third period of like you could hear a pin drop.
Yeah,
in this place
talking
right
about
now.
how quiet it was, and I get it because the part of the
There's
problem
no
is
juice.
Well, this is also a very educated fan base. People knew it. It's not good when you're trying to make these passes and all you keep doing is hitting their players. Something has got to change. And what did John Michael Lyles? I know people get sick of me saying it. So how about we talk to the guy that wore the sweater for a while? You got to get guys in front of the net. You got to take the eyes away, and you got to get those rebound home. You talked about it. There are a couple rebounds that didn't go too far from Carter Hart. But if a guy is in a position to be at the top of the crease, you're still dangerous to knock that home. And there are a couple that he gave up that dribbled outside the paint. They were still around the paint. But he gave one that ricocheted off the chest, the shot you and I don't like, but it did land like to the right of the goalie on the crease, and nobody was there to do anything about it. It was nothing but Vegas guys. You can't let that happen in the playoffs.
Yeah, the tip opportunities weren't really there. That said, Val's goal was pretty sick. That was a tip between the legs.
That was a ridiculous tip.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a
good
tough
to see
question.
him score.
Because tomorrow's a Landeskog Friday, so we're gonna do nothing but celebrate Landeskog Friday. Tomorrow.
We're gonna be at Ballpoint tomorrow. We're gonna be back out there.
We had a texter earlier when we were doing our call outs. We do point the fingers during the season, but we don't point fingers in hockey. So we just did a little bit of a call out like Jared Bednar does from the podium sometimes. Guys, did you hear me say this? What do you do about Landy? Is Landeskog worth a call out? Because here's what I wrote back to the texter. I agree that maybe Landy's game wasn't everywhere I wanted it to be last night, but he did get a goal. He did find a way onto the score sheet. Now, lucky the blade was there, but nonetheless, the goal went in. Just like lucky the puck hopped over everybody after the shot by Malinsky and found its way to a Vegas. That's hockey. There's luck involved in it all the time. You talk about how it drives you nuts. But Landy, again, this is the first full season. Like, I feel like Landy's given everything that he's got. I just think we have to remember what Landy's top gear is not what it was. I talked about it with Kadri. Neither one of these guys had the same top gear they had 4 years ago when you won the Cup.
No, and that's why you put him on a line principally with McKinnon and Natchez, because there's enough speed and world-class skill for everybody.
Right.
And then Gabe can do what even at a, I hate to use the word diminished, but he's not the same player he was when he was 29. Okay, you could write a movie about everything. In fact, there's been a movie about everything that has happened. I guess it was a TV series.
It's a documentary, but
yes.
nonetheless.
But either way, but he can still do the things that those guys aren't really adept at. Nor do you want those guys doing that. You want them buzzing, and you want Landeskog parked, and that's what he does really well. Honestly, like of Avalanche that I was displeased with last night, Gabe Landeskog. He didn't make my list.
Yeah, I'm with you. And I said to the person that was texting, we appreciate them going back and forth. But look, I called out the people I thought had more to give, and we didn't get it all. That doesn't mean you suck. Let's be clear. But there are guys that you're going to have to play better if you're going to win this series. I think Landy's giving you all he's got.
Your keyword to text in right now to 303-504-0925 to be entered to win tickets for Game 2 tomorrow night. The keyword is Sammy, S-A-M-M-Y. Sammy. Text Sammy to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered. Is this in honor of Sammy Gerard? No?
No, I would say Dean and Sammy. You hit it well.
You think there's something else going on there?
Can put a theme together for the next hour.
Okay.
They used to play a few lounges, I think, out in Vegas.
It's not a good PB&J Sammy, the likes of which Jim Harbaugh can't get enough.
No, I don't like a hammy Sammy.
Hammy Sammy.
Not a hammy guy to go with the Sammy. I don't mind a turkey Sammy. I like a good roast beef Sammy.
Huh? Power ranking Sammys right now on the show.
I told you one time we let why am I forgetting his name? Trevor Simeon do it. He's all about the cold cuts. He said the cold cuts make the Sammy. I really don't even care what kind of bread you have. If the cold cuts stink, there's no saving it.
I think that's true.
Get some cold cuts. Get some cold cuts. Get some cold cuts.
I think
was that the Icky Woods one?
Some truth to that. Yes, I believe you're.
Wow!
Yeah, I believe you're right about that. Mm-hmm.
Good old Icky Woods.
By the way, and I know this one was a little bit down on the on the sports totem pole last night, given there was Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. There was Game 2 between the Spurs and the Thunder that was fantastic. By the way, they're not ruling out as of right now. Dylan Harper is not ruled out for tomorrow night.
Good.
And De'Aaron Fox is not ruled out. So hopefully both of them will be able to go. But Andy, did you happen to see what Shohei Ohtani did last night?
No. What did he do?
Yes, he last 3 starts, Roberts has not put him in the lineup when he's pitched.
Okay.
Put him back in last night. Homered on the first pitch of the game. Went out and threw 5 scoreless innings to lower his earned run average to 0.73.
He's pretty good.
0.73.
5 scoreless, huh?
Yeah. It is the 7th time that Ohtani has homered and also thrown a scoreless start in his career, including the postseason. Breaks a tie with Bob Gibson for the most such games since at least 1900. Bob Gibson, pretty good hitting pitcher in his own day, but Shohei Ohtani now is in that sort of rarefied air. So that guy has not stopped being the best baseball player and one of the best athletes on the planet. He's still out there doing that thing. And last night he destroyed the Padres with very little effort put out. So nice job, Shohei Ohtani. You're still worth watching.
What's he making, like $1 million?
I think it's $2 million.
Because he deferred everything?
Yeah, so it's
you're not going to find a better value.
In like 40 years.
Yeah. He'll be the new Bobby Bonilla. It'll be new Bobby Bonilla day. It'll be Shohei Ohtani because they'll still be paying him.
Except his check's going to be a lot bigger.
Oh yeah.
Plus whatever Shohei is pulling down right now in Japanese endorsements.
Oh my gosh.
I think he's doing okay for himself. Good on him. By the way, Rockies Diamondbacks tonight after the Rocks dropped 2
in Arizona or are they here?
Against the Rangers in Arizona.
So that's a 7:30 start time, probably.
It's yeah.
The Colorado Rockies.
If you want to watch some later Rockies baseball tonight, you will have that opportunity.
Does it lose something with both names in there? Should it just be the Rockies? Should you just save that one? The Colorado Rockies. It's not like the Broncos.
I think they're all working.
The Avalanche.
Because remember,
that's what last night was.
Nance has both Broncos and Denver Broncos, so it works.
Okay,
I'm okay.
The Denver Broncos!
And then, of course,
the Broncos!
Drop of the Year award winner. First of 4 tonight against the D-Bags, and then they'll go to L.A. to play the Dodgers 3 times. Rockies now up to an NL worst 31 losses on the year. Your keyword is Sammy. Text Sammy right now to 303-504-0925. Sammy, along with your name, and you are entered to win tickets to Game 2 tomorrow night. Go to coloradoavalanche.com/playoffs. That's the home for everything you need during this run. From Avs Alley information to game tickets and more, it's coloradoavalanche.com/playoffs. Again, this hour's keyword is Sammy. We will announce our winner at 5:55. Quick break. When we come back, Andy, I do want to spend a minute talking about the ESPN presentation of Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals last night and why, for the love of God, we need Mark Moser and Mark Rycroft and John Michael Isles calling Avalanche games again. That's next. Kreckman, Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Guys, Memorial Day weekend is nearly upon us. You need to get out and get on the grill and grill yourself up some burgers. Colorado Beef Council is they're out there, and they're keeping an eye on your grill. They want you to grill up some good burgers. Or you can always go out for a good burger. And we want to help name Denver's best burger. Go to altitudesportsradio.com/burger right now and vote for Denver's best burger, powered by the Colorado Beef Council. Again, altitudesportsradio.com/burger. Vote on Denver's best burger.
The results to this point are in.
What do we got?
Right now, Bob's Atomic Burgers leading the way.
Oh, those are my guys in Golden.
Quite healthy. It looks like we got a ton of votes coming in for Bob's Atomic Burgers yesterday.
Is Bob's Atomic, are they packing the ballot box?
They might be. The Cherry Cricket is
currently in second.
Now, I'm telling you, all we heard about was Bud's Burger Bars. Where is our guys Bud's?
Get the voters out there.
Oh, they're coming in fourth. How about that? My Brother's Bar fifth, Bad Daddy's is third, and Candlelight Tavern is sixth. Crown Burgers, which is one we heard about late, they're in the mix in the top 10. But listen, we got a bunch up there. You go to altitudesportsradio.com/burger
and vote.
You got to get some vote. Listen, if you love the Cherry Cricket or Bad Daddy's or Bud's, you got work to do. There is a healthy lead for Bob's Atomic Burgers.
So go to altitudesportsradio.com/burger, and you're wondering to yourself, like, why should I do that?
What will motivate me?
Well, one voter will win a $250 gift certificate courtesy of the Colorado Beef Council. That's a lot of beef. $250. So go to altitudesportsradio.com/burger and get your vote in, and do it as quickly as you possibly can. We got the high five coming up at 5 o'clock. Andy, last night, Western Conference Finals Game 1, ESPN has the series. TNT will have the East, which starts tonight, Carolina and Montreal. But we're getting the ESPN side of things. So last night, our crew, Sean McDonough, Ray Ferraro, Emily Kaplan, 3 out of 3 of them are pros. We've had Ray on the show before. He's great. They're very good at what they do. This is not a critique of the broadcasters. My critique is of the style of broadcast ESPN is presenting.
Okay.
That game last night, as you tuned into it, was the presentation was, and I know exactly what ESPN is doing, but the presentation was, hey, have you never watched either of these teams or ever heard of any of these guys?
Let me tell you about it.
Exactly. And so the broadcast is storytelling,
which is like a Super Bowl pregame show
instead of the hockey game.
Yeah.
And I get it. You are broadcasting to a national audience, and so that is the presentation. So here's, the story of Scott Wedgwood, and here is Dylan Coughlin scored. Here's the story of Dylan Coughlin, and here's the story of Mitch Marner. And there's a lot of that going on in the broadcast, okay? Which is fine. Andy, honestly, if I was watching two teams I didn't care about, that would be fine with me.
Sure.
But I'm watching the Avalanche, who I watch all the time, and I frankly don't give a rip about Vegas's formation story.
Yeah.
I know everything I need to know about Vegas. They won't let Bruce Cassidy interview. They don't like talking to the media. Carter Hart has a unsavory history. LTIR, we know it all, okay? We know what's going on with those guys. I just want the hockey game called. And that's where you get to this time of the year, and to have a presentation with Mark Moser and Mark Rycroft and John Michael Lyles doing the game is great. And some of you, and I made a crack last night about ESPN last night, and some of you tweeted at me saying, hey, I'm listening to Connor. Awesome. That's really, really good stuff. nicely done. The reason why I specifically bring up the television call is because it's when they go to replays, I'd like to, get an in-depth analysis from Rycroft and Lyles on the replays. But again, I want the hockey game presented to me and give me a little less story. Again, McDonough and Ferraro were pros. Third period was the hockey game, which I appreciated, but just too much expository. Here's the tale of these two hockey teams that just appeared on planet Earth and you are now watching.
Yeah. The whole thing really didn't do it for me.
Okay.
And not just from the angle you're talking about. I like the other guys better.
Of course.
That's all I could say.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say.
You like the
and look,
broadcast?
I do like PK Subban. Mark Messier's got that we were better in my day feel to me
Sure
a little
does.
bit, which is why you and I have a laugh about the Messiers all the time.
Yeah.
But I just feel like I get a little more from the other staff. Now, look, Sean McDonough is a pro's pro, as we like to say.
Yes.
He can call anything.
He's really good.
It isn't necessarily doing it for me, and so whatever. I understand what you're right. We don't need. You got to balance it. Look, I understand they're in a tough situation. They've got to balance it for the newcomers that may be tuning in. Hey, I don't know anything about these guys. But then you get to a small part. You don't know about Mitch Marner. You don't know about Jack Eichel.
Well,
you don't know about Nathan McKinney. You don't know about Cale McCarr.
They're also they are broadcasting the games on a network that does not prioritize the sport. They are They are doing the game because, and like I joked about it before when we were talking to Johnny Lyles. Like I flipped to Altitude last night after the game, and that post-game show is great, and it gives me everything that I want to have the full context of everything that happened in that hockey game. ESPN goes to Scott Van Pelt, and it is there was game 2 of the Western Conference Finals in the NBA tonight, and look, nobody is more geeked up about what is happening in that series between the Thunder and the Spurs than I am. Okay, like give it all to me, but also I'm also in Denver and I'm heavily invested in the Avalanche right now, and that's what everybody is into in our city at the moment. So you got to get over to Altitude. Wouldn't it be nice if in the middle of it there was just, I don't know, the game?
No, I'm with you. Well, but to your point, you bring up the post-game coverage. And once upon a time, ESPN, when they had Gary Thorne and Bill Clement, they would hang out and talk about what just happened.
Yeah.
And to your point, it's like they just go to something else immediately. Can I just have a little something? That is literally what you just broadcast.
Yeah, but
you literally just had this game on your air.
But Wemby and Shea, and they get right back to their bread and butter. Which look, I get it.
Sure, but 5 minutes on or 2 minutes on the game you just did?
In the national world, the NBA is here and the NHL is here. We get all of that, but
you can at least give it a quick salute before you move on.
I do want to one thing I've always loved about Sean McDonough is he can get a little teenage sometimes.
Sure. Yes. he gets excited.
Yes. He can get a little, the voice will go every now and then. And he used to do this on Monday Night Football when he did it. And he does it at college football games. Again, I love McDonough. But did you catch him last night on the Nick Dowd empty netter last night? Give it to me, Spring.
One cleanly by Dowd into the corner. McNabb lost his footing. McKinnon moves it back. Taves a shot. Rebound free. Eichel at the empty net just wide. But Dowd is down there. Dowd scores into the empty net. 4-2.
Excuse me? I haven't.
Dowd.
Dowd scores.
That's
Dowd scores.
Look at that. It happens to all of us. It's something that happens every now and then. Hormonal changes, etc. Hey, you know what? He's at altitude. Got to stay hydrated. You get a little dry sometimes, and the voice goes.
Well, I think it surprised him too, right?
The Dowd scored.
Yeah. What you gonna do? Like you said, it all happens to us. Just
every now and then.
That was an exceptional example of it.
He was excited about an empty netter. That said, I didn't think Dowd was going to be there either. So he scored.
Oh boy.
Just put the game on altitude. Just
Well, yeah, just let it.
Did I just go burnout?
No, to your point, just can we in market? Because I'm sure Vegas would take their guys too. Just let us have our guys.
Let us have our guys.
Okay?
Let us. Everything about watching sports is more difficult anymore.
Boy, he gave him a pretty good Krecker again yesterday. You know what's funny?
He never misses it.
You played the Krecker. Mark looked confused, and then he called you Krecker 2 seconds later.
He sure does. He gets right to it.
But he gave us a look like, where the hell did that come from? And I was like, dude, we got 1,000 Kreckers.
Also, you just called him Mark.
The Moser. I'm sorry. Golly. I know first names. Good night. Wait, do you not... Are you a coach?
You're the only person on the planet that calls Kaz Jason and Moj Mark.
Because he's Mark to me. Some days he's dead to me. You're lucky we're on speaking terms.
Well, that's fair.
We're just messing around.
That's understood by everybody. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a break when we come back. 5 biggest stories coming out of Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. Plus, we got Prime Cuts coming up at 5:20. All of Connor's highlights of Game 1 as we will break down where it went wrong for the Avalanche coming up. Your next keyword to win tickets, we'll give it to you at 5:20. But right now, it's time for the 5 biggest stories of the day coming out of Game 1, Knights 4, Avalanche 2. Spring, break it all down for us.
If you are wondering what's for dinner tonight, you need to try Papa Murphy's Pizza. They make delicious pizza, and you bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com. Nathan McKinnon talking after last night's loss. Here is Nate's full post-game comments in the Avs dressing room.
So you're expecting a 7-game series. I guess just what were you guys able to kind of take out of this one tonight?
Yeah, we just weren't sharp. Execution was poor from everybody. Just got to be sharper than that.
What did you guys? I mean, there's always a feeling out process to new teams. Was that basically kind of what you're expecting from them once you guys, once they got a lead? A lot of packing the house, blocking shots.
We had chances. They didn't do a whole lot either. It was kind of a nothing game, and then they got a few goals. And really good team, obviously, but I thought we did a lot of damage to ourselves. Guys kind of everywhere. Execution, like I said, needs to be better, and obviously we're capable of being a lot better than that.
Is there anything to really take from how that game ended, or is this?
I've just said execution like 5 times. I think that's what hurt us.
I don't know why I think that's funny. Because again, it was a fair question.
I have nothing to add.
Yeah.
I understand you want me to tell you what we didn't do well enough. I'm going with execution. Yeah. Translation. We have to play better.
Yeah. I'm annoyed with the group.
Yes. I'm not thrilled with the way that everybody played. And there was one of the things I'm highly entertained by Nathan McKinnon. I'm entertained in watching him play the game because he's one of the greatest to ever do it. But I also am entertained, knowing within the context of that, also what his personality is and what a fun, uber serious weirdo he is. And last night in the third period, some of those where he was just carrying into the zone and trying to make plays by himself, it just had an air of, if the rest of you guys aren't going to do anything, I'll try.
Bleep it here, I'm going.
Thanks.
Yeah. I'm done with the team game stuff.
Right.
I guess I'll just go make something happen.
I'll
and
go
maybe
try
one of you will join me.
Create, and maybe there will be a rebound, and maybe one of you will be nice enough to do something about it.
It is funny. I bet you I'd be curious. I wouldn't be shocked if it only hits you and I that way is funny, because we were lucky to have him. I'm being dead serious about this. We were lucky to have him in studio, and we at least got a feel for him a lot quicker than you are in a 5-minute, or in that case, a 1-minute group session. Because
it also
like
wasn't
you
right
said,
after a game they lost.
No, it wasn't. But there is what I got from him, and there are a lot of athletes this way. If I don't know you, let's not bro around. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I'm fine to be cordial with you.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to bro. I've got a line. I'm going to let you know. And so right there was, I've already given you my answer. Please find another thing to talk to me about.
Yes.
And I'm not knocking the reporter that kept at, because I do think the follow-ups were fine.
Yeah,
but he's letting you know all you're getting out of me tonight is execution.
Yeah.
That's what we got to do.
No, he was on to Cincinnati.
That's a great, he Belichicked.
Yeah.
There you go.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, let's hear from Jared Bednar, his initial thoughts on last night's game.
I thought it was good at times and not good enough at others. Like the start of the game, good energy, good pace. Thought we faded away for 20 minutes in there. And not from lack of effort. I think it was I didn't love our puck play tonight, our execution coming out of our zone, through the neutral zone a little bit, even O-zone play. We gave them a handful of odd man rushes that came off our turnovers and missed execution, even if we were doing the right thing. And I liked the third period. I thought we had a lot of juice and energy in the third period to try and fight our way back into it. But you're going to have to play a full 60 better than we did tonight, especially with the puck.
Wow, Betsy worked in a good times, bad times reference and a not fade away reference in there.
Yeah, again, you know what? We're all thinking of John McKay, the Bucks coach. How about the execution of your team? I'm for it. This has got it all over it, right?
Good at times, not good enough at others. And we got to play a full 60 minutes of hockey. That's something that Bedsy called them out for, specifically about the big flat spot that happened from basically, the back half of the first period to the second period until the Knights started scoring, and then desperation started to kick in again for the Avalanche. But they were sloppy in there, man. Just not creating good scoring chances, high danger scoring chances for too much of that game last night. And then the couple that did present themselves, they didn't score.
Can I just put it out there too? I said it to my buddies, and of course I knew it would happen. Didn't love the 6-on-4 power play. I don't love the extra guy in that situation. I just don't. I know it got him a goal, so I need to just shut up.
Oh, interesting.
I think you put one more body out there that causes more traffic, and they then get an open chance to just fire away with no icing to worry about at all, trying to hit an open net. I just don't love it. I just feel like there's one extra. I'd love to know, how often are you practicing 6-on-4? How often do you do that for a power play?
It's a good question.
To me, just keep doing your system. Just go get a goal with your guys, and don't let them just. Now, it worked out last night. I get it.
Yeah,
but I don't. When teams do it, I just don't like it. But that's me. Because I think you need more room out. Like the Knights were clogging enough things up without a sixth guy in the mix. But that's of course when Val got his goal. So I think was it Val, right?
I can't believe that I'm having the same debate on my radio show that I had with my 8-year-old daughter last night. She was just like, "Why'd you pull your goalie? That doesn't make any sense right there. You already have an extra guy."
Yeah, it's not about pulling the goalie.
And I was like, because now you have 2 extra guys.
Yeah, but when they needed
plus
more.
2 is good.
They needed more spacing. They didn't need an extra dude clogging it up so that they could fire freely at the open net.
They scored.
Okay.
Like scoreboard.
Yeah, sometimes.
Like I know scoreboard is a bad retort, but scoreboard.
Sometimes bad decisions work out. So.
Wow. I would say +2 is better than +1 and scoreboard.
Now, when you're looking for more space and trying to move it around,
you always want more bodies in
I
front
don't
of the
want
net.
my net wide open when you've done a great job of giving up the puck the whole night. Jared Bednar just told you they didn't control the puck enough. So here, have an open net to shoot at.
Can't please this guy. Go ahead, Sprig.
High five. Jared Bednar on the Avs not having Cale Makar last night.
I mean, he's an important player, right? And he plays a lot. And some of the areas that we struggled with tonight, like those are his strengths, right? So it affects. He's out there a lot with the McKinnon line. There's definitely, a trickle down effect to that. But he's not playing, so you have to find a way. I think the guys that we had playing tonight, not just the D, but we're capable more and capable of better, and it just wasn't there for us tonight, and we got to make sure it is for game 2.
Amen.
Breakouts and point play, man. Breakouts and point play. Those are the 2 things that they sucked last night, and those are the 2 things that Cale Makar is the best at the world at.
Well, and maybe he does help with the frustration when they stop what you ideally want to do, but they let themselves get frustrated.
Yeah.
You know? And I think I hate to keep picking on Malinsky because he's not the only dude that shot and hit somebody, but I do think his is one of those plays you can point to where you got desperate and they forced you into decisions you don't normally want to make, right? So
what about
it's fine. Just go get it tomorrow night, boys. It'll all be fine.
What about the top line? Jared Bednar did not spare his top guys from criticism last night.
Yeah, I just felt like there'll be some things to show those guys too, and it'll be there's some things they can do to make their job a little bit easier. I felt like that group was a little bit spread out tonight, and not as connected as they needed to be against their D-zone scheme in order to create some time, right? When they found time and they did the right things, they came up with some decent looks and did some good things. But we need to do it more often, right? So we mixed it up a little bit in the third and got Marty and Mac on different lines, and they both helped drive the lines that they were on, and were pretty successful. I liked the sort of sustained pressure from line to line in the third period, even though it was a shortened bench, but we should be able to continue that whether we keep the lines the same or mix them up or not.
And you know what he said early in that answer, I thought the top line was a little bit spread out tonight. And when again, when Ray Ferraro talks his hockey and is
Yeah.
breaking it down, he does a great job. And he talked about that. He said the Avs have been pushed to the perimeter, and you're not going to beat them on the perimeter. You've got to get inside. You've got to go take a few lumps if you're going to score on Vegas.
Yep. Too many perimeter shots, too many blocked, puck not moving quickly enough. And finally, let's hear from John Tortorella, the Knights coach from last night, Spring.
Yeah, John Tortorella was asked if he thought that his team, top to bottom, had a near perfect checking game. Here's Torts.
Yeah, I thought we checked. I thought we checked fairly well for a number of minutes of the game. There are some things that we have to improve at. They're going to be better the next game. We're going to have to be better. Again, we have. There's plenty to do as far as we get ready for game 2, but we're going to have to check first. It's too dangerous of a team. We have to get better at that part of the game. We had some good minutes, but we still need to put more in.
I mean, Andy, he's not going to go overboard with praise for his team. He doesn't want his team to celebrate a Game 1 victory against the big bad Colorado Avalanche too much, but at least to the question asker's credit, that was a pretty damn good checking game from the Vegas Golden Knights last night.
It was a hell of a first game.
Yeah.
It's how you draw it up.
Yep.
To go and steal, you store. You know what? You've already accomplished what
Right.
you needed to.
Yeah, and
now you can try to really do something next game.
Psychologically, Tortorella does not want his guys taking their foot off the gas in the slightest bit. He is going to push them even harder than that. We have got another keyword for you. Your third and final keyword of the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Your final keyword of the day on Altitude Sports Radio to enter you to win tickets to Game 2 tomorrow night. Get that next. Your keyword to text in right now to 303-504-0925, Frank. Text Frank to 303-504-0925. Frank, F-A-R-A-N-K. If I may be frank, you need to do this now. 303-504-0925. Text in the word Frank, and you're entered to win tickets to Game 2 tomorrow night. Avs, Knights, Colorado trying to even things up at a game apiece before heading off to Las Vegas for Game 3 on Sunday.
So we've had Dean, Sammy, and Frank. For those that don't know, Dean Martin, Sammy Davis Jr., Frank Sinatra, the Rat Pack, famous to play Vegas. By the way, there's some breaking news I want to give you.
Okay.
And I'm befuddled by this.
You're befuddled by the news.
We don't have to take a long time, but Spring, if you don't mind. The New York Giants, in their infinite wisdom, have chosen to re-sign GM Joe Schoen to a multi-year extension. Joe Schoen, the guy who we famously saw on Hard Knocks offseason, and a matter of fact, I think so many of his decisions, chief among them, letting Saquon Barkley go to the Philadelphia Eagles, as he said, I don't think it'll be a big deal. And so after he did it, I'm almost positive. We don't know for sure, Nate, but you and I have talked about this. I'm almost positive every other front office said, oh, hell no, are we doing that? That was one of the most interesting. I just had a little McDonough moment right there.
No.
That was the most interesting Hard Knocks in a long time because we actually got to see, even further into how the sausage is made than what we'd seen before with all these front office discussions and who should we say. And he makes one of the worst decisions ever caught on TV tape, if you will. And you're going to resign the guy? What? Why? Are you kidding me? Somehow Daboll's gone, and the guy that said, "No, we don't need Saquon." You kept him.
So, let me attempt to justify this.
All right, please do.
Because
maybe I'm just being too hard about one decision.
You did get the hit with Jackson Dart.
Fair enough.
He's got to stay healthy.
But how much did Daboll play into that? Your coach has got to have a plan if you're going to draft a guy like that, right?
Absolutely.
And you fired him.
You hit with Scattaboo. Again, another guy that's got to figure out how to be able to stay healthy. You hit with Malik Neighbors. Like, there's talent all over the place on that team. Like, they should be considerably better this upcoming season.
Sure. Well, you got Harbaugh there. I mean,
you drafted Abdul Carter. Like, you got Arvell Reese. And now, granted, you racked up a ton of high draft picks because you sucked, but there is a bunch of talent on that team. But this is the other thing that I wonder is with Harbaugh there, does Harbaugh have I'll equate it to what Sean Payton does here, and then you can push Joe Schoen back to, instead of being the lead personnel voice, you are the operator of the scouting department system, because I'm assuming John Harbaugh, because what did he get, $20 million a year or whatever the Giants gave him to go coach those guys? I'm sure John Harbaugh was like, I want personnel power. And if you're going to hire John Harbaugh, I'm sure you're going to give it to him. So Shane can stay on in a lesser role, and I'm assuming does so with the endorsement of John Harbaugh.
So he's a little bit like George Payton here, but
Right.
I've always felt like George Payton's reputation was far and above as a better scout and draft guy than what Joe Shane's done. But look.
But remember,
you said
when
yes.
George Payton had full personnel power, he kind of sucked at it.
Well, but he was also drafting for two different coaches. And one, I'll say this. You know what makes a personnel guy good? A coach who knows what the hell he wants.
Exactly.
So
exactly,
you're probably right. Shane will probably look better after this is all said and done.
It is crazy, though, that especially given off-season Hard Knocks, that guy keeps his gig. I'm with you. It's time for Prime Cuts. Let's dive into it. Your Prime Cuts brought to you by the Colorado Beef Council. Beef, it's what's for dinner. There was no goals scored in the first period last night. We do have one highlight, though, from the first period. The Avalanche got themselves a late power play at the end of the first period and had a golden opportunity to be able to score, not a Golden Knight opportunity, but a golden opportunity after Barbashev was sent off for holding. Final 10 seconds of the period. Nazem Kadri, wide open net. Why didn't you score? Here's Connor on the call last night.
10 seconds to go in the period. McKinnon fakes the one-timer. McKinnon holds. Back for Taves. He fakes it 2. 4 seconds to go. Towards the net. Save made. Rebound! Hard to stop. Oh, goodness me. Hart at the horn. Kadri got shoved over after the green light turned on and the whistle blew. It was a perfect setup, and Carter Hart makes one of the stops of the tournament from our point of view so far.
When they go low, you got to go high, Nazem Kadri, and unfortunately, he went low and you went low, and they didn't score.
Nope. And there was plenty of juicy room right above
Sure
that.
was.
There was a whole
see all
top
that?
corner that you could have. Now, listen, I mean, it's
netting up
easier
there.
on the slowed down replay than
I saw a lot of room.
you know what I
up
mean.
there.
But but see, he only gets that when he's trying to think of a point. That's his. That's it. We all have a time buyer, and that's his.
Well, mine is. I'm feeling
Long
free to quote
silence
it whenever I want to. I have absconded with Berto's crutch, and I will use it when I see fit.
You got to go faster, though. He's really fast with it.
I take my again. I this is my own interpretation.
Let me hear it again.
That
you got a little Jim Carrey the Mask going in yours. Berto is not quite so the Mask, Jim Carrey.
Actually, he's completely
Somebody
the Mask,
stop
Jim
me.
Carrey.
That's anyway.
If there was a Jim Carrey on our radio station, it's Mark Bertinoli. Oh, rubber
Would you make
face.
that sound if there's a
that he did that, and then you pointed it out, and then he filled in last Friday, and it was all I noticed.
Because he did it to me once, and it was so fast. It ruined. I didn't listen to what he was saying for 2 minutes because I couldn't figure out the ha. And then you know me, I mimic everything I hear. So of course then I'm trying to think, how can I mimic that at some point? I wanted to do it while he was in the room, but he wasn't around.
Let's go to the second period, and let's hear Connor be sad about the fact that the Avs let Dylan Coughlin score a friggin' goal.
Nelson again lost an edge. Boy, the steal needs to be replaced. You're absolutely right. Sissons from Sod. Right at the slot. Coughlin a shot, and they score. Right through the legs of Wedgwood. A goal that Wedgwood will not like. Vegas strikes first in game 1. 1-0 Golden Knights.
5-hole, right through the wickets. Goes low. Josh Manson.
Yeah.
Man, I mean, Manson kind of screened Wedgwood. You got to save that thing, though.
Yeah, you do. And again, I've loved Wedgwood's game. I think for the most part, he was really strong. He had a couple of incredible saves when they gave up breakaways. He had one quick reaction one that was phenomenal. He didn't suck all night, but you can't let that one go in, especially when at the end of the game you're down 1, and that's the one you're chasing.
Nelson and Val couldn't get back. Coughlin trailing. Sod finds him. Manson screens Wedgie, and Coughlin goes through the 5-hole. Dylan Coughlin of the Vegas Golden Knights, Andy, 6 career regular season goals. That was his first career playoff goal that he scored last night. His last goal that he scored December 17th of 2021 for the Vegas Golden Knights. This is every team he has played for since that goal. The Chicago Wolves, the Carolina Hurricanes, the Springfield Thunderbirds, again back to the Carolina Hurricanes, the Winnipeg Jets for 6 games, the Manitoba Moose of the AHL, and then the Henderson Silver Knights of the AHL most of this season, 62 games played before injuries forced him into the lineup, and he scored last night for the Vegas Golden Knights.
Cool, Carl. I don't know.
Cool, Carl.
Yeah.
So,
thanks for that. Didn't they have like 2 or 3 guys?
He was plus 8,000 to score last night.
So
plus 8,000.
What's $10 get me there? 800?
Uh-huh.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
How either big a fan or degenerate do you have to be to go, you know what? $10 on that guy.
Or wait a minute. No, $10 will get you 80.
80.
Excuse me.
Still.
$100 will get you 800.
I'd take the return.
Yeah. Yeah.
How big? Who's betting that? Are there people at, like, I don't know
Somebody
the world
did.
very well. You think somebody just pulled it open to go, who's the longest of long shots?
Totally.
Here's $5 on him.
Yeah, somebody did. Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah. And they got a Dylan Coughlin goal as a result.
Did they get followed home like Kramer did after he won at the horse track?
Mother was a mutter. Vegas gives a they get to go on the power play. Bad roughing call on Ross Colton. Good flop by Rasmus Anderson. Gets a call. And Vegas would get their second goal about 3 minutes later.
Marner down the slot. Marner, puck got away from him. Back out in front, they score. Glove side, Dorofiev, 2-0 Vegas. Boy, so the penalty that was acting to begin with cost the Avalanche, and Dorofiev scores again. Colorado in a hole, down 2-0 with 4:57 to go in the second period.
But see that right there. I hear the frustration in Connor's voice, but here's the problem, Nate. We just talked about it. You give up a soft goal, and then it's a dumb penalty. And as Jared Bednar said in his comments, you just inflicted 2 wounds on you right there. And you're down 2-0, and you're chasing the game on a team that loves to just clog the middle and not let you have any room to pass. Not ideal, Bob. I don't know who Bob is.
Logan O'Connor warded Marner off the net front, by the way, and just it's a hell of a pass to find Dorofiev, and Brent Burns was looking at the puck and not looking at Dorofiev. Logan O'Connor almost got a clean look, but Dylan Coughlin dove in and got a stick on O'Connor's stick, just enough to alter the shot. Carter Hart made a glove save, and it was still 2-0 at the end of the period. That was a golden opportunity. Again, good on Coughlin. He was the desperate player. He dove. He got a stick on it. He tipped it. Not able to score. So the Avalanche got a late power play once again in the period there in the second. That was I believe this one was a tripping on, or was that the high stick on Theodore? Either way, it was a power play opportunity that was the tripping on Hutton. So the Avs got themselves a power play. And they did not score. In fact, they basically gave up a shorthanded goal. This happened a minute and a half into the third period.
And right as the penalty ended, Hutton out of the penalty box. Hutton a shot. Save made by Wedgwood. And the rebound is put in by Howden. And I don't know if you can get more unlucky than that if you're the Colorado Avalanche. Exactly the right time for Coughlin to come out. Wedgwood makes the initial save, but Howden able to poke it in as he charges the net.
Yeah, of course it was the Hutton penalty. He was the one coming out of the box. Malinsky takes an impatient shot from the point as the power play is expiring, deflects off Howden directly to Hutton, who jumps out of the box 2-on-1. Hutton's shot saved by Wedgwood, but Howden, give him all the credit, man. Gloved it down, got a backhand just before it crossed the goal line. It was a hell of a play. But a bad decision by Sam Malinsky.
We talked to John Michael Lyles. He said, as a defenseman, you've got to make sure if you're taking that shot at that point in the clock, he said Wedgwood was banging the stick to let him know the penalty's about to expire. Be smart here. If you're going to do it, you got to get past the guy that you're trying to shoot it past, and he didn't.
Text the keyword Frank right now to 303-504-0925. Your keyword is Frank, 303-504-0925.
So we got a couple Faranks.
Faranks.
Let's go. Frank.
I need a Farank Furter.
Frankenstein.
Frank Thomas, Frank Robinson, Frank
Athletic.
Viola. Thinks Frank. Don't start doing that again. Frank. Text Frank to 303-504-0925. All right, 3-0. Hey, Brock Nelson got another chance to score. Good saucer pass by Lehkonen. Nelson backhand directly into Carter Hart. Brock Nelson, please score a goal tomorrow night, please. For the love of God, score a goal. The Avalanche finally did break through and get a goal. This was 4 minutes after the Howden goal.
3-on-2 through the neutral zone. Valnichushkin all the way over for Colton. Back for Valnichushkin. He scores! The 2-2 train pulls into the station. And Colorado begins the comeback. It's 3-1 with 14:06 left.
World-class skill on display from Valnichushkin to get that goal. Got it over to Colton, who backhanded it back to him and tipped it through the legs past Carter Hart. Sick goal.
Yes, incredible goal. More of that, please.
Yes.
I wouldn't, and you know what? I'd take a snipe from him too. Remember the Cup year? Boy, he'd just get you. He'd look you down in his sights, and he was putting it where he wanted to. We need a little of that coming back.
Avalanche would get within 1 with 2.5 minutes to go in the game. Avs are on a power play. This was the Shea Theodore high stick, and Wedgwood has been pulled.
McKinnon across center ice, 1:20 to go in the power play. McKinnon, his shot blocked, he's got it back. McKinnon gets around McNabb, what a move, McKinnon, backdoor, Landeskog, he scores! Oh, captain, my captain! It's a power play goal, and the Avalanche are within 1 with 2:20 to go in the third.
Yeah, and it just felt like I was like, are we going to watch another Minnesota situation? Building was alive. Everything's kind of going. All of a sudden, you're finding your spots. But what happened, Nate?
They didn't win. McKinnon charging into the zone. Shot gets deflected by McNabb. Goes to the corner. Nate just beat him. Ankle breaker by McKinnon. Got baseline drive, and he found Landeskog in the dunker spot. Or far post, if you want to be a hockey guy about it. Saucered it over Rasmus Anderson. Gabe's fourth goal of the playoffs, by the way, ties him with Cale Makar for second on the team for playoff goals. However, the Avalanche would not get the miracle tying goal from Nathan McKinnon. Instead, it would be a Nick Dowd empty netter to finish it off.
Vegas going to get there first, wide open, and they score. It is Nick Dowd, and that should do it. 44.5 seconds to go in the third. Dowd shot out of the cannon, gets the empty net goal, and Vegas leads 4-2 with 44 seconds left.
And that's how it ended, Andy.
Because you didn't race down ice with the one guy.
Nope.
You had time.
Beat everyone down the ice.
He somehow beat you when you were in a desperate situation, and you couldn't get the icing.
Goal scored by Nick Dowd. Is that maybe where Nick Wah came from?
Scores!
Wow. By the way, Frank, like Sinatra.
Like Brikowski.
The Rat Pack, Frank.
Like Kaminsky.
Costanza. I'm running out of Franks. So I need more Franks than that. What are Franks? B Franks.
Yes, a play on Frank Furter. The B Frank. Frank Gore.
Frank Gore's a good one.
Frank Clark.
Thank you. Keep going.
He was a Bronco for 5 minutes, right?
Tom Frank.
Yeah.
Movie star.
John Frank Myers.
This is where we get the meeting.
Who's the most famous hockey Frank?
Frank Roosevelt. Frank Delano Roosevelt.
Frankie D.
Yeah.
As we like to call him.
Who is the most famous Frankie or
Hockey Frank?
Yeah. Well, there was Francois, who we called Frankie.
That's right.
It was never Pavel Frank.
Frank Saint Marseille?
What?
Marseille?
No way they called him Frank in French Canada. Oh, Frank Gifford. There's a good one. Frank Burns.
Up there in Frank, Canada.
Remember Frank Burns? There's a good one.
There you go. Frankie Saint Marseille.
Was it Frankie Avalon? Good old Frank Avalon.
He was also a Frank. All right.
Frank went to Hollywood.
Those are your prime cuts brought to you by the Colorado Beef Council. Beef, it's what's for dinner.
They like a beef Frank.
They do like a beef Frank at the Colorado Beef Council. Again, beef, it's what's for dinner. Also, guys, don't forget, win yourself a $250 gift certificate courtesy of the Colorado Beef Council. Go to altitudesportsradio.com/burger and vote for Denver's best burger.
What about Frank, the French currency?
The franc. Franc.
It's Frank.
Franc. Avs Alley, Andy, is the outdoor party with Avs faithful for every home game.
I bet you meet a Frank there.
There's a Frank or two there. Tickets
Someone
are $15.
Just yell Frank, see who
and
responds.
The proceeds go to Kroenke Sports Charities. If you'd like to purchase tickets, visit coloradoavalanche.com/playoffs. You can also win tickets by subscribing to the Altitude Sports Radio YouTube. I didn't know that. That's fun. Keep your eye out for a video today that explains how to win. Search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube. Is that video? It's like DMac in a backyard, and he's like, "Let me sit here and tell you how to win these tickets today."
Well, I guess I could go look. What was the old keyword?
Frank.
This is about Avs Alley, isn't it?
at this point in life, we've all done it now. I don't know who the people are that make the how-to videos on YouTube.
I did one today.
How to unclog your garbage disposal, how to fix your lawnmower, how to.
It's usually some older dude that sounds like he knows stuff.
Yes. I like when they have a Cajun accent. I trust that.
Yeah, there is some about that. Can of WD-40.
Uh-huh.
So you're going to tell me your Mercedes there ain't working right? Well, I'm going to tell you what you're going to have to do here. But first off, what you're going to do, you need to smack your hound dog in the backside, and then you're going to grab some of that WD-40 right there, and then we're going to take a little Frank's hot sauce, and away we go.
Go on, get out.
None of this makes sense. But then his car starts running, so I got to try it, but I don't have a hound dog. So then I go searching the neighborhood for a damn hound dog.
So what you're going to do here, if you want to win these tickets to Avs Alley, what you're going to do here is you're going to go to Altitude Sports Radio's YouTube page, and you're going to click. Anyway, keep your eye out for a video today that explains this very process. DMac's face is never in it. It's just his hands
Could
the
be
whole
Raj.
time. We can't hear him, though. Search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We'll take a commercial break right now. Enjoy all of our wonderful sponsors. I'm always happy whenever we play the Hives on the show. It is Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, live in the Backus and Shanker studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Game 2 tomorrow night, Avalanche and the Vegas Golden Knights. We will be live at Ball Arena tomorrow. Broadcasting live from 3 to 5:30 before we kick it over to Berto for the pregame coverage at 5:30, and then the puck will drop at 6 o'clock. Connor will be on the call on that one. By the way, Andy, I just thought of something. I'm not going to be the least bit chilly tomorrow at Ballpoint.
Yeah, show everybody. Well, people were asking where did they get that coat on the text line because you wore it for Twitch.
Yeah. Oh,
you ordered this back, I think, in October.
The answer is you don't get it.
It's a Nate Kreckman special. You want to know why?
You know who doesn't get this coat? Andy doesn't get this coat. Spring doesn't get this coat. In fact, nobody else on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 gets this coat.
Well, Vic may get one.
Yeah, Moj might get one too.
So not nobody.
But screw those guys.
But it's a small club.
Yes.
You have a 10-year award.
That's right. Because I am a 10-year employee of KSE.
Yeah.
I got a Sweet Nuggets coat. I got a parka, Andy.
And a certificate of recognition.
Yes.
But it is a sweet North Face jacket.
I've been wearing it most of the show.
You've had to give up, though, because it's too hot.
It's too hot. I'm indoors and I'm too hot. In fact, like midway through the show, I was like, why's my throat so dry? I'm all dehydrated. I'm about to start sounding like Sean McDonough over here. And then I took the coat off and I feel fine.
Yeah.
So I was just sitting here sweating because I was wearing my parka for being recognized as a 10-year employee of KSE Radio. So, yes.
Now, how far off is Spring? Spring can't be too far off.
He's got to be close.
No, we started on the same day, but I was part-time.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, they got you there, pal.
Yeah, got you on the... Yeah, they were...
Technicalities preventing you from that coat there,
They
Spring.
were watching those hours closely.
When were you full-time officially?
I can't even remember.
Well,
Spring,
that's unfortunate right now.
Yearish later. I'm about to wait for my jacket.
Spring, were you you were my board up from day one,
From
right?
day one.
Day one.
Yeah, you and Nayland.
Yeah.
In that little room together.
In that small room. Yes.
Andy, you never experienced that, but
we did.
We were
a show.
all in the control room.
We were
together.
all when the station started. It was 4 of us. Well, it was 5 of us. It was me and Nayland and Julie Brauman, and then our producer was Will Peterson, and then Spring was the board op, and there were 5 people in a small room. We got to know each other quite well.
Yeah, I don't think I could do that.
It was intimate.
Now, hold on. This was an altitude show?
This was Altitude Sports Radio, AM 950, my friend.
Was
the
okay.
Kreckman and Nayland show?
I thought
what was that show
It was
called?
Nate and Nayland.
Nate and Nayland.
Alliteration.
Yes, they went for the alliteration of Nate and Nayland.
Was that... Oh, I'm so confused. I thought that show also existed at Deal and Doug's place.
It sure did.
Okay.
Yes.
So you just moved on over.
We didn't just move over. We were a show there, and then we weren't. And then we were a show here, and then we weren't.
Okay.
You've
been around. You've had an interesting path.
To quote Wayne Campbell, I have an extensive collection of name tags and hairnets.
There you go.
When it comes to my radio career. And by that, I mean partners.
Sure. We know, yeah.
But this is the longest.
For both of us.
For both of us by almost any sports radio dude in the market. 7 years together is unheard of.
We'd like to hit 10.
We'd love to. We're trying.
We're up for it.
We're hoping.
Yeah.
We got
yeah. See, now you're doing it. Now you can't stop.
Well, Andy, that's if
you know what that's called? That's a spoiler from How I Met Your Mother. I've spoiled it for you.
Andy, if we are to make it, that's 36 more months for us to get there.
There you go. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm down.
Can I share with you something I saw on Twitter today that this warmed my heart on a day that we're all sad that the Avalanche lost?
Look, don't be too sad. Tomorrow's another day.
Tomorrow's another day. Okay. Spring found this on Twitter, and I immediately rushed over. I had to follow these people. Okay. The Hall of Pretty Good on Twitter. The Hall of Pretty Good. This is one of my favorite things in the world, okay? At this stage of my life, Halls of Fame are boring. Hall of Pretty Good. According to the MLB Hall of Pretty Good, Charlie Blackmon has been named unanimous Pretty Good.
Wow.
Charlie Blackmon has received 99% of over a staggering 87,000 votes and is now officially the 72nd player to be inducted into the Hall of Pretty Good. The vote is undoubtedly the most historic in Hall of Pretty Good history. Blackmon shattered D. Gordon's previous total vote record of 54,571 votes and is now only the second player in Hall of Pretty Good history to have received 99% of the vote, joining Adam Jones in the incredibly prestigious Pretty Unanimous tier. While the Hall of Pretty Good hasn't been around for a long time at this point, this is a vote that will be talked about for a long time. Congratulations, Chuck Nasty, almost unanimous, Hall of Pretty Good.
All right, you know what we need to do?
He's definition Hall of Pretty Good.
There's a great athletic article,
Athletic.
There's another thing now that talks about the NBA. I believe it was the Athletic talks about tiers of the top tier players that are now sliding to the next tier, like LeBron's and the slid to the next tier.
Yeah,
might have to go over that too. Who else is sliding off the tier?
Well, Charlie Blackmon didn't slide anywhere. This is what he achieved.
Does anybody around here slide into a tier?
I